review. Perfect. Massive welcome to the Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It's the final round of the National Championships here this weekend, and this is our program. Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop, will kick off the day's proceedings with a 10-lapper. We go to Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup, Astron Energy Polo Cup. Investchem MSA 4 will have 3 races today. The SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup will have 2. And then we've got Volkswagen Rookie Cup and the South African Touring Cars and SATC combined. Joining me today, fantastic to have the voice of international karting. And he was here the last time too. Carl Lawrence, big welcome, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, Greg. It's always nice to be here, bud. Especially at a circuit like this. I'm watching the Boerewors Rolls get ready on the embankment outside the track. Loads of atmosphere and crowd as always. So super excited to see some great racing here at the season ender.
Yeah, as we get into the season ender, let's go and have a look and see exactly what happened at the previous round of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Carly, you on international duties, but we were at the Killarney International Raceway, and it was a nice field that came out because it's always good to go to Cape Town when they've got their own GT class, and some of those cars, of course, comply to the rules that the Extreme Supercars allow, and it brings in a couple of the local Cape Town competitors into the mix, and they always throw in something pretty special. But at the front end of the field, it was kind of the battle for the championship that raged between Charles Arungis and Jonathan du Toit. Further back in the pack, we saw Ricky Giannacaro doing exceptionally well in the Ravenol-sponsored machine there from his G&H Transport stable. The Lamborghini, of course, looking to try and wrap things up in Class A here today. And Marcel Angel was back on track as well in his 488 Ferrari. But it was Arungis who would set the pace, and the man who would be king and could possibly be crowned king here today, Jonathan du Toit, would come through just behind him there for the first heat of racing. So du Toit and Arungis will be fighting hard with Gianni Giannacaro there in that bright yellow Bisque-sponsored Nissan GTR. And then in race 2, more of the same. But the interesting factor was the third car there. And you'll probably recognize the name, maybe not the car itself, but that's Charles Visser in a Porsche GT3. That's what he's looking to do next year. It's where he is actually this weekend. We miss him this weekend in the SupaCup class. He's gone to do some international testing for the Porsche Cup that he's going to be involved in. And he threw in a naturally aspirated flat 6 in amongst the usual contenders like this man, as I said, the man who's probably going to be crowd king today at his home circuit. There were a couple of cars, of course, who had their little incidents out on track, as they always do, but phenomenal racing, as always, from the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. And the second race going the opposite way around to what it did in the first one. Jonathan du Toit taking it from Charles Arungis. Third heat, we did 3 heats of racing in that final round, or the penultimate round, I should say, of Extreme Supercars. And more of the same between the top 2, but amazing enough, it was an incredible start from Ricky Giannacaro in that Class A Lamborghini. And he managed to fend off Charles and his brother in a GT3 spec machine for a long time. There was a bit of smoke and some hard braking required, as you can see there. Working those Dunlops maybe a little bit harder than what that Mercedes-Benz should do. But Charles Arungis was trying for 2 wins out of 2 starts, and it was gifted to him because Jonathan du Toit unfortunately had some issues right in the closing stages and had to retire. It still keeps Jonathan at the top of the championship, as you can see there, Carl. Giannacaro in second, and Chris Budnick, who unfortunately is not here this weekend, could possibly lose third place overall to Charles Arungis in the Mercedes-Benz. So that's how things could go. Marius Jackson, of course, prepping his car, getting ready to do international duties, and also to head into a full season next year in the Middle East and all around Europe in an Audi-sponsored machine as well. So here we are, live at Zwartkops on the warm-up lap behind the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Corolla. They're provided by Pretoria North Toyota, our official safety car sponsor here. And it's Jonathan du Toit who is on pole position. He is alongside Charles Orangis on their tail. We'll keep an eye out on the likes of Budnick. It says Budnick is there, so apologies on that one. I didn't see Chris's car. There it is, the Viper is there. So yeah, well picked up on that one, Carl. I send my apologies out there to the Bucketless Racing team. I didn't see him at all yesterday. That's probably why I was thinking he wasn't here. But of course, why would he not be when he's still in the running for Class A with the likes of Ricky Jonacaro? So Ricky Jonacaro and him will be fighting for Class A. Jonathan du Toit literally just has to circulate and try and finish up at the top end of the field if he can to take the overall championship for this 2025 season, as well as the national championship in this class, which of course is the GT3 category. So I know we've got them lined up there, but that's not quite the start order. This is lekker. How awesome is this? First time out that we get to go ICAM here and on board with Marius Jackson, Action Jackson, as he likes to be known, heading into turn 4. That's pretty cool. Further back there, also watching out for a couple of cars that have joined this party for the final round. And it is fantastic to see that there's going to be such great action in amongst our usual contenders. That 51 car, of course, is Mark du Toit. He's jumped into a Ford GT1. So it's the sort of updated version of a GT40. It's not the original GT40. It's a sort of a type car, as they like to call them. They're not replicas, but it's a type car that is being piloted today by Mark du Toit. Jono is going to lead them around. And when that Toyota pulls into pit lane, it's up to Jonathan du Toit to set the pace. And here with these supercars, Carl, as you can see, coming through turn 7 and heading down towards turn 8. This is where the red mist starts to come in, and those visors go down, and you know what it's like to be in this situation. Time to go racing, buddy.
Yeah, cars with this kind of horsepower, you're slowing it down, keeping it nice and cool on the warm-up lap, but when you hit that pedal, when the lights go out, as is about to happen now, a bit out of formation, we wait for the lights to go out, race is on, and we are moving. It looks like that's AMG, though, down the inside into turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like it was Charles Orangis who got the whole shot. Yes, he did. Jonathan du Toit can stay behind him the whole weekend. And as they come through there, we'll keep an eye out on Gianni Jonacaro. Of course, Gianni jumping out of the Nissan and into the Audi for this weekend. So change up on machinery for him. The S2 Audi's fighting hard already. We're on board with Jackson as we come out of turn 3. He's on the back end of Paul Hill. And also just a shout out there to Cara Hill, who unfortunately had a bit of a fall during the week. She won't be in SupaCup due to compressing one of her spinal column. So we wish her all the very best for a speedy recovery. But watching her dad, Paul, he's keeping Jackson at bay for now, as Jonacaro does the same thing there to Budnick. Trying to help his brother out, I think, a little bit as well. Maybe backing that Viper up so that Ricky in the Ravenel Lamborghini can have a go and still keep himself in the hunt for Class A.
Yeah, the last time I was here with you, we saw these two go at it, hammering songs as well, the Viper versus the Lamborghini. But at the moment, Jonathan du Toit, like you said, just following on behind that AMG. No need to make a move, no need to make a pass. He just needs to wrap up the title. So getting into any mess isn't going to help him.
Charles Orangis on 67 points, down in 3rd overall. And, of course, Jono's on 90. They score 10 for the win, so there's 20 points up for grabs. So it's not quite done yet. If Jono finishes in 2nd place, that should be enough to wrap it all up. But there's still a bit of work to do there. And, of course, as you saw in the highlights there, things can go wrong and sometimes do. And as you and I do know on numerous occasions, it's always the last round that catches you out. Fortunately, penultimate round, he got the victory in. So he keeps himself at the front end of the championship. But I think Jono's be thinking about making sure that he at least stays at the front of this battle and keeps himself out of trouble, which behind him... Sorry, I beg your pardon. There's actually 3 races today. My apologies. On my list here, it's on the championship points, it says there's 2. But yeah, there are actually 3 races today. So yeah, Extreme Supercars will be out here for 3 times today, starting the day. And I think it's the 4th last race of the day, and then 1 at lunchtime. So apologies on that one. Thanks for the heads up there. But back on board here with Jackson as he pitches it into turn 1, trying to close down on Paul Hill. Little Audi battle here between the two of them. And they're not too far behind that Ravenel Lamborghini from, of course, the G&H Transport stable of Ricky Jonacaro. That's Mark du Toit in the new GT1 there. If I'm not mistaken, that's Ollie DeLay's old car that maybe Mark has bought and is maybe doing a bit of preparation for that car, possibly for the Passion for Speed Festival, maybe using this category to get it up to speed so that it's ready to go. Back on board yet again. This is such a cool shot, really. It's so nice to go live on board, buddy.
There's one thing you don't see from the live streams on the outside is the undulation of Zwartkops. There is quite a few hills to climb up to and run down, so it's quite nice to see from on board that type of undulation through it. But Chris Budnick and Ricky getting a lot closer together there in 4th and 5th, and it looks like that's going to be a battle coming up very, very shortly. So one Giancarlo brother did what he needed to do. He backed Budnick up, and now it's between Chris and Budnick for second and then championship, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, first and second in Class A between the two of them. And of course it's advantage at the moment to John O'Cara, but it's only 3 points. 71 plays 68 there for Class A. So if Budnick finishes up ahead right now, he'll take 2 points away and bring himself a little closer to Ricky John O'Cara with the next 2 heats of racing later on in the afternoon. This is our other angle that we've got, of course, is going to our high-level drone shot coming out of, and we're heading into turn 4. And up at the top end of the field, of course, we're also going to see them coming out of turn 2 at Cashel Corner. Now, as we watch things going through there, I'm also seeing there's a little bit of a change up in terms of the pilot in Gianni's old car. Gianni's old car has actually been driven by Jimbo, so that's actually Jimbo in the GTR. I don't think he's ever driven that GTR before, to be very honest with you. But he's having a little bit of a fight there with Ulisana at the back, the 2 teammates. And they'll be fighting for, of course, the top 10 honours here in Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop.
Josh Rangi not having it all his own way out in front. I think he wanted to build himself a gap and have a nice easy race, but he's making those Dunlops cry out of turn 2 because Jonathan Dutoy is all over the back of him, just using the slip. He doesn't have to push as hard. He can save tyres as well. There are now 2 additional races after this, so I think tyre wear is definitely going to come into play towards the end of the afternoon. But like you said, Greg, he doesn't need to go for the move. He doesn't need to do anything silly. No. Just where he is now in terms of championship is the right place to be.
Exactly where he needs to be, right there on the tail. And he'll probably have a go, I'm sure, later on into the final part of this one. We have got 4 laps to go, I think it is. Or 6 laps to go, I beg your pardon. 6 laps to go. So things changing up here at the front end. We're watching that battle between Budnick and Ricky John O'Cara for Class A. Gianni, of course, in the Audi, makes its GT3s 1, 2, and 3 on track at the moment as they come through. And they'll be looking for an opportunity. But I see Budnick moved up just ahead of Gianni there on their last pass. So I wonder if there was a bit of a problem there on Gianni's car. Let's have a look and see if he comes through. He has come through. Budnick, according to the timing monitor, that's now changed up to Budnick into 3rd and Gianni down into 4th. Is that the case? No. Slightly different on what we're seeing. So there may be a little bit of a transponder issue there that's not allowing us to pick up on the Audi that actually is 3rd with Gianni John O'Cara at the wheel.
Yeah, Ricky looks like he's just dropped off that battle though. So maybe the backing up didn't work quite the way he wanted it to. So Chris Budnick able to get away from Ricky and onto the back of Gianna. Like we said, only 3 points between the two of them at the moment. So this could swing it a completely different direction with 10 points up for grab in this first heat. But there's still 2 more to go.
That's it. So with those 30 points available for today, things can change rapidly and pretty quickly if things go wrong, as we saw there with the highlights package just before we started race 1. Last race of the day in Cape Town, and there was problems. Here we go, back on board with Marius Jackson. Jackson trying to close down on Paul Hill, not quite getting there, and looking for an opportunity to maybe just close that gap down slightly on the second Audi on track. And the same thing can be said there from Paul Hill's point of view. He's trying to close down on Ricky John O'Cara in the Lambo.
It was nice to see on board with Marius there was the way the sun hits you on the way down into the final corner here at Zwartkops. It can get a little bit distracting and make it difficult to find an apex. There you see it there again. So the sun beaming down on this track, making it nice and hot, but hot isn't exactly what these Dunlop tires want and what these engines want. We're seeing 1 minute lap times. We did see in the winter drivers dipping into the 59s.
58s as well coming out of some of these drivers too, incredibly, Cully. And the cool thing with this is when you watch these guys, and particularly with the track conditions we had yesterday and today, apparently we're supposed to get up to about 35 degrees Celsius top of the day, which means it's 50 degrees Celsius track temperatures they're going to be playing around with. So the categories that have sort of got the 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock spell are going to take a little bit of strain with the setups of their cars and bikes. So hopefully they've taken that into account. The other factor that you mentioned earlier on is we're watching these two come out of Cashel and looking at it from our boom camera there as well. Slightly different angle that we play with. Here's the outside angle from turn 2, but we've got a boom camera on the inside of turn 2 as well, which is great. So it just gives us 2 options out of Cashel Corner to play with today for our live stream. You were talking about the undulations and of course how the track goes up and down, and a lot of people don't realize that, and you don't realize that when you sort of sit from the sidelines and watch. But if you've ever ridden a bicycle, or taken a walk around this track, you'll realize that it actually has got quite a high level of undulation. And it's one of the reasons why we run top of the hill later on in the year. And of course, top of the hill is the other way around. So literally starting from turn 4, you will be climbing all the way around the track until you finish out of turn 5 for the top of the hill event that happens in November.
And the way they've got this circuit set up, half the circuit is a braking zone up, your other half braking zone downhill. So your brake pressures change, and especially here into Castle Corner, on the exit, the way the track drops away from you, you've got to be so careful on the throttle, especially with these sorts of cars, rear-wheel drive with this kind of horsepower. It's so easy to get into the throttle too early, and all of a sudden you're trying to hang on to the rear instead of put the traction down.
The one cool thing about these cars is there is quite a lot of electronics that aid the driver. So that's something that they don't have to worry about too much. It's not too much throttle control like you've got to do in a kart, where it's all your right foot only. There is a couple of electronic aids that do help the drivers out ever so slightly. And, of course, the downforce that's provided. Oh, that's a pity. That's the toy going back into pits. Now, I said he would be developing that car for passion for speed. But to be honest with you, I think what Mark's doing with that car is maybe getting it ready for top of the hill, because he might run that on the Classic Friday. So nice effort there from Mark. Probably going to retire that one and just have a look and see exactly what the issue is as these two start their final lap, if I'm not mistaken.
So final lap for the final 2 leaders, but just in front of them on the final lap, they are going to be catching some traffic. So it could get a little bit interesting between turn 4 and 5. But also interesting to note, Ricky's closed the gap on Chris Budnick as well.
So yeah, on to Budnick there. That's exactly what Ricky Jonakara needs to do. He has to stay ahead of him. And staying ahead of him is not going to be as easy as what it is. It's going to bring that championship down to pretty much as close as they can be. I think it's about 1 or 2 points going into the second race of the day. Are we going to see a maneuver here from the Trans-Africa man? Oyster Catcher, Trans-Africa, and Lamborghini are the car that we're talking about in second place, looking for a way through there on the Vol Fluid Systems AMG Mercedes-Benz. I don't think Charles going to give it up without a fight. No, Charles is going to keep this going right till the final race of the weekend. And that means Jonathan has a look, but he's too far back.
Yeah, I think that was just to try and force a mistake from Charles Randy. But the final corner is done. Charles Randy comes across the line to take the win ahead of Jonathan Dutoit.
Yeah, a nice run there from him, keeping Dutoit out, which keeps the battle pretty much well alive in the overall standings. Remember, Jonakara is in there as well, so Ricky Jonakara comes through behind Budnick for Class A, so that's going to change things up there ever so slightly as well there. So it'll just bring them a little bit closer into the second heat later on of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. If you've just joined us on our live stream, a massive welcome to everybody from all around the world. We're at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It's the voice of choice, Greg Maloney, and Carl Lawrence will be bringing you all the action here today as we wrap up our first heat of this incredible Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Jimbo Jonakora, I think he must be having probably the biggest smile of everybody out there, getting a chance to drive that very powerful Godzilla GTR of his son Gianni's. He would normally be out there, of course, in the Audi, but they just changed things up there for this weekend, and a little change up has allowed Gianni Jonakaro to sort of run a little bit higher up and closer to the GT3 battle than what he has been in the Nissan. So I think he's feeling a little bit more at home in the Audi. So that's how we start the first day. It's a bit of action there. Also great to be on board, of course, as we see there. A couple of opportunities and some new camera angles that we were playing around with in the race too. We went onto our drone. We've got a boom camera down at turn 2, so production picking up here for this final round and bringing you top quality race action as always at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Up next, we're heading into the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup. They will be out on circuit in a few moments' time, and we look forward to bringing you some of the highlights of their penultimate round, which also took place down in Cape Town.
Jason, what you expecting from this first race?
Hopefully to win. I think it'll be very important to keep our first position, especially with the heat, to avoid the car being overheated. So we'll keep trying. I think maybe first position will be quite well.
Excellent, well good luck. Yeah?
So,
What you expecting from today?
look, we just want to keep the car on the road and be competitive, so we're excited.
Excited, huh?
Yeah,
Weather's good.
Yeah, no, it's hard. It's in the rain here, but it's good. Great fun, really excited.
Good luck.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
So, as the safety car makes its way out to the circuit there, we are standing by for Toyota Gazoo Racing, the GR Cup, about to make its way onto the circuit. It's great to see a massive crowd out here, Carl. You mentioned it earlier on, but of course with the national championships you can see the brides are there, the kids are already chatting about what's happening on circuit. They're also discussing who their favourite drivers are there by the looks of things, and that entire back embankment is just rammed with those portable shades, as you can see. But rolling out, we got GR Cup. Let's see exactly what happened at the previous round, because all three of these championships were wrapped up down in the Mother City. In qualifying for the GR Cup, Carl Koch actually set the pace in the Yaris, but of course they split the classes into the various categories, and Jason could see her at the front end with Ken Swartz was in for a big fight. We go on board here with Carl as he goes across the line to start in the media challenge in his Yaris, and he was fighting hard, and there were epic battles right the way through the field amongst the Toyota Corollas and the Yaris's. Remember, they combine the Yaris Cup and the Corolla Cup together, and it's basically guys who come from the media or guys who come from dealerships all around the country that fight it out. This 86 Cup is for all the development drivers that come through where you come from, of course, karting, and get an opportunity from Toyota to join into a saloon car category. Nabil Abdul, of course, wrapped up the championship into Cape Town's first heat. All he had to do was finish the heat, and he wrapped up the championship, as did Jason Kutsia when he finished in the front end of the 86 league. And there you can see the championship points there. He is champion. The battle will be between Ken Swartz and Ngwenya heading into today's racing for the 86 class. And then, of course, further back in the categories, Nabil Abdul, I mentioned as well, wrapping up the media title in the Yaris's. Kyle Koch, Putti, and Lawrence Mini will be fighting hard, as you can see, and they fought pretty hard in the background of the shots you can see of the overlay here. They'll be looking to try and wrap up second place in the media challenge. And then in the Corolla class, which of course is our Toyota Development Academy drivers and our dealer drivers, Mario D'Souza has wrapped up that title for Motors Toyota. So Devin Scott, Werner Fenta, and Paul De Vos will be fighting there with Theo to try and wrap up what is going to be second place in the Corollas here today at the home of Toyota Gazoo Racing. Because remember, these cars all are based here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing HQ, the old ZOC club up at the top of the hill. Toyota Gazoo Racing has taken that over as their home base. And of course, after Leroy Poulter stepped in and has done such an amazing job prepping all of these cars with his team. I mean, it's incredible to think, the entire team gets together and they take these cars all around the country for these guys and girls. Of course, we've got Vatsi in there too, to have the chance to fight it out for the various classes here. And as I said, it's been a pretty spectacular marketing strategy that Toyota's played around with here.
Yeah, look, he's mentioned Leroy Poulter having to get all these cars ready and getting them all moved around the country. Over and above that, he's also heading up the junior academy in the karting side. So he has to develop a lot of these drivers as well, all coming out of his junior development league. Ken Swart being one of the front boys in Senior Max. Jason could see a great season for him. He's won the DD2 national title as well.
And Africa Cup.
So he's getting ready now to represent South Africa in Bahrain for the grand finals. So loads of talent in this GR Cup coming from the junior academy. So nice to see the driving standard being developed all the way through with all these cars.
Driving standards in terms of the media and the dealers as well has picked up dramatically compared to the first round that they had done in Cape Town, and then of course coming to Zwartkops straight after that. You'll see the times have diminished dramatically amongst most of these drivers. The one thing that they battled with yesterday, as we're watching that Wartenberg Toyota go through there, was the heat. And the cockpits, of course, in a black car get slightly hotter than most any other car that you can drive. And it means that they are going to be fighting temperatures inside the cockpit of just over 50 degrees Celsius if they don't wind their windows down. So some of them will be running with windows down. Some will be running just with everything up to try and get the best aerodynamic package out of these cars. Let's see what Jason could see. Can he go and do the swan song here and maybe get the last two victories of the season just to put a little bit of salt in the wounds there for the rest of the 86 league as they come down under starters' orders. It's him and Ken Swartz who are on the front row, and they'll be looking to do a big fight there. Joining them, of course, you mentioned that we've got a couple of Namibians who've jumped into the fray. Kian Fussell up there, good to see him, and almost instantaneously getting to grips with things. And, of course, watching that development that you spoke about from the karting point of view, coming through the development category that Toyota puts together in the karting and giving opportunities to youngsters to get into saloon car racing if this is the choice they want to go in their future careers in motorsport.
Yeah, it looks like that is the way to go in motorsport in South Africa. Tin top is where you want to move up to. We've seen drivers, the Van der Lindes, Fourie, who's actually here this weekend. They've all made the step into tin tops, and it seems to be a good way to create a career out of motorsport. Double yellow for turn 1 and turn 2, I think, on the start grid.
Yes, yeah, just trying to keep them all together to make sure that they don't have any issues. But as you can come down into turn 2 into Cashel Corner, you can see we go on board as well there with a couple of these cars. In fact, that green flag should be waving. There it is, out of turn 3. That's where the race officially starts. And if you're on the track, it's a good thing. If you're off the track, it's not such a good thing. Werner Horn, a little bit further back than when he'd like to be. We'll keep an eye on his progress as he comes out of turn 3 onto that back straightaway. But it's Jason Kutsia who leads out. Ken Swartz, by the looks of things, into second. And is that Reinecker into third, by the looks of things? I think it might be.
What a debut to have, first time in a saloon car, and your third against drivers like Jason Kutsia and Ken Swart. Ken Swart already looking to look defensive to keep him behind him, so a great turn of pace there aboard the car, number 25.
Now, Kubi, I think he'll be a man to watch out for. He's going to be in this, of course, full-time next year and running in the Gazoo Racing Academy in the karting, so it's great to have him on board. He's ahead now. Kian Fussell not too far behind him. He's got Jono Wilson tucked in that one. As we go back into this little fight, check this out. That's Kyle Koch from Car Magazine. Alliteration aside, that was, I think, the Motors Corolla of our champion, Mario D'Souza, getting it sideways and a little bit off track there. So keep an eye on that. In fact, no, it's not. It's a little bit out of shape. I think it was Vanna. It was Vanna that was out of shape there. So a couple of guys that are running a little bit wide. Vanna Horn pushing maybe a little bit too hard and running off track there slightly in his attempt to try and catch Kyle and Nabil Abdul there for the lead of the Yaris and Corolla battle.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were watching Rallycross there for a second. Was it just the final quarter was turn one as well? So pushing the limits of these Yarises, but checked out in the front
Nabil
already.
Gone, but Nabil Abdul has disappeared and is leaving these guys to fight it out. So we'll keep an eye on the progress as they come through there. The 5 car is Vanna Fenter, and you can see the 2 green cars there is Vanna Horn, and that is the Motors Toyota Corolla coming up on the inside of Mario D'Souza, trying to find a way through and get into the mix there, possibly for the top 3 overall in this little fight. I was also watching for the 3rd green car. That's a bit further back there. That's the one I thought it might be, Lawrence Minnie. He's battling a little bit with flu this weekend, so he's not quite 100% fit, but he's still in the fight there and having a bit of a run there, not only with Kevin Crowe, but also with Charles Bosch from the Citizens. So the media guys are just rubbing as they have done all season long.
Yeah, you say that as well, but that was a great move up into turn 5, hard on the brakes, got it onto the apex, so nice and clean. But there are instructors in this field as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they are. The Toyota Academy Racing instructors are in there. Devin Scott, of course, is fighting for second place with Vanna and Paul DeFoss. So that's kind of the fight we're going to have to keep an eye on for second place in the championship from this point of view. And, of course, heading into this race and the further one. A little bit of slowing up there. Somebody's got a problem. One of the cars slowing up coming out of turn 3. Is that possibly the leader? Was that Nabil? I think it might be Nabil. I'm not quite sure. Just want to watch for the car coming out of turn 3. It'll be a slow car. No, it's not Nabil, fortunately. No, it's the NMI car. It's the NMI car. It's a 222 car. I think that'll be of Theo Brits, yeah.
Yeah, a big moment out of 2, and all of a sudden the lights, big dive down the inside, almost didn't get that car stopped. I just want to see if I can grab the number there, but it was a late move. What a move that was.
Vanna Horn diving back stopped on the inside of that Motors Toyota of Mario D'Souza. This is what I've seen all season long, but you only saw it once here last time we were here. These guys go at it just as hard as what they're going right now all season long. The one rule is, Toyota says, try not to bend the cars if you can. A little bit of rubbing, a little bit of touching here and there is okay, but we don't want any broken cars. Unfortunately, yesterday, Willem van der Putte had a big one, and we had to get the boys in from Azoric Panel Beaters, who, of course, are part and parcel of this team. Doing a super job there is Dirk Lawrence to do the repairs to the cars when there is a bit of damage. But you're picking up a little bit of action that's happening at the front end.
Yeah, I was just having a look there. Kobus Reinicke up to second past Ken Swart. So we were talking about a great debut being in third. How much better is it to be second on the road at the moment?
No, nothing wrong with that. That's a good debut, and it just bodes well for what he can do next year. Remember, he'll be taking over the reins, basically, from Jason Kutsia, who will step out of this class, and he'll go on to bigger and better things, and hopefully get an opportunity to drive where Darby went to. Darby's last year's champion. He got into the Starlet that races in SupaCup. So I think that's what the plans are, and it's kind of the progression that you'd like to see from the 86 into the Starlet and go and join the Gazoo Racing squad there. Potentially 2 cars next year. I'm hoping that Ken Swartz will be in the second one. I know that Brad developed that second car, Brad Liebenberg I'm talking about, the second car earlier on, but he was supposed to be driving in one of those this weekend. It didn't work out for him because he's got a lot of work to do, of course, with the Rookie Cup and all the drivers that are involved there from Volkswagen's point of view. So the mix-up there didn't quite work out, but there are certainly 2 Toyota Starlets that are available. One will have Jason Kutsia in it, and if he wins the championship there, he then, of course, steps up into the touring cars.
Yeah, and with these drivers stepping up, new drivers from the Junior Academy and the karting side will be stepping in as well. So we'll be seeing drivers like Emma Rose Darling coming in from karting. Yeah. Recently vice champion in Junior Max. So that development that Leroy Poulter doing throughout karting is stepping into main circuit as well.
And it's exactly what Toyota want. They're developing drivers that were going to, promote the brand, and then with that, they've got the dealers involved here, and with them, they're promoting the GR brand of Toyota, which of course is the racing brand. So it's the high performance aspect that you can buy. Most of the Toyotas come with a GR option. I'm talking about Fortuna, I'm talking about Hilux. Is that a Bucky, by the way? No, it's a Hilux. And then your Yaris's, your 86s, and even the Supra comes with a GR option as well.
Yeah, so GR, big all over the world. It's not something we always see come to Africa, so nice to see Toyota and the GR brand as big as they are here locally as well and supporting local motorsports.
And in saying that, just think about every championship that Toyota has a GR option in. They are at the front end of that championship or winning it. You know, you go Dakar, you go World Rally Championship, you go World Rally Cross, you go even Le Mans. The GR brand was there winning Le Mans. Speaking of winning, I don't know which one of those green cars is going to win the battle, but certainly Vanna and Mario are not holding back here whatsoever. They are giving it stick. I'm just hoping that number 27 comes through. It's a special number out there, hey? I know 33 is a good one too to have, but that's for all the Brad Binder fans out there. But right now, it is an epic fight, as we've seen all season long here, with a partisan crowd joining us here at Zwartkops for the final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa.
And our audience, both watching the stream and watching here at the circuit, are getting to see vehicles very, very close to what you could buy out of a Toyota dealership.
Exactly what they are.
Very few changes.
What they've done is there's a slight upgrade on the brakes and a roll cage. Other than that, buddy, it's the same thing. Yes, they run semi-slicks from Dunlop, so you won't be able to put those on unless you want to have a fight with those boys that have those funny cars with the lights on. But more importantly is that these cars are stock standard, and that's why sometimes when you see them hitting the brakes hard into a corner, the hazard lights come on, showing that the ABS system is coming into play. So they don't even turn that off. So these are literally what you can buy as the stock standard option, straight from the showroom floors, and put it out onto the road. And shows you the kind of performance that these cars get. So it's pretty impressive stuff from the Toyota brand.
I was chatting to one of the mechanics, Chad Raynar, this morning when I was here, to the point that you can actually still switch the radio on in the car. You could listen to the radio while racing.
I was talking to the drivers as they came in after the sort of 12 o'clock session yesterday going, did any of you turn the aircon on? That they don't have the option of, unfortunately, because it just detracts from the power. But listen, if I was driving in this on a day like that, I'd say, listen, Jared, just can you put the aircon back on for me, please, buddy?
Well, talking about aircon, Jason could see what a lead he has at the moment. He could afford to turn on the aircon with one lap left to go. I don't think he has to worry too much. But Kobus Reiniger still under pressure from Ken Swart. But what a great way to join the GR Cup in your first event, last one of the year, setting yourself up for the new season in 2026, and you're second on the grid.
Sitting behind the outgoing champion and looking and thinking, this could possibly be mine next year. It's not a bad way to start the proceedings. As you said, further back though, also nice to see massive improvements coming out of Vatsi Makonyana. She's had a fantastic season, slowly but surely getting quicker and quicker behind that car, behind the wheel of that car. And it looks like she might just stay ahead of Nabil Abdul, which she didn't do the last time we came to Zwartkops. So this is a massive improvement from our young lady in the 86 Brigade. She's hanging on to the tailpiece there, trying to just stick with the 92 there of Kian Fussell. But I think there's a good possibility that Nabil might just get them in the end. So as they get into the closing stages here, it is a phenomenal little fight here between the 86 Brigade, Yaris's, and the Corollas. But overall, it's going to be won, I should say, by our newly crowned champion for the 86 Brigade, Jason Katsia. Wraps it up. Amazing effort there from Kobus Reiniger for second. He comes through there, and then of course it is Ken Swartz for third. Behind that, you're going to have Kian Fussell, Jono Wilson, and Vatsi. Does she hang on? Yes, she does. First time she has not been caught and lapped by the Yaris's or Corollas, so hats off to her for that. Nabil Abdul comes through. How's the margin there between Nabil and second place? Is it going to be? Yes, it is. Coming to the line there. Good effort from Putti. Mpanyani comes through for second place. Vanna Fenter there in third, beats out Carl Koch and Mario D'Souza just ahead there of Lawrence Mini from Auto Trader. So that's how things wrap up after the first heat of Gazoo Racing GR Cup. There you've got Katsia, Reiniger and Swartz, your top three in the 86 Brigade. It's Nabil Abdul, Putsi Mpanya and Carl Koch, your top three in the Media Challenge. And then we go to Vanna Fenter, Mario D'Souza, And Van der Horn dropping right down to 15th there on that last lap. He must have made a mistake. Van der Horn down to 15th, which is a little bit costly for him there in the closing stages of this first heat. Another one to come a little bit later on today, of course, from Gazoo Racing GR Cup. As we said, the battles here today are literally for second place in this class. All 3 championships were wrapped up in the mother city. So it's a fight for second amongst all of the drivers, and we now stand by to get one of the hottest contested classes here today on track shortly. That'll be coming from Astron Energy Polo Cup. Heading into the Polo Cup Championship. Let's have a look and see what happened down in the Mother City. It was pretty spectacular racing, Carl, and heading into the closing stages, of course, we expected to see this kind of action. This here was the biggest surprise. Just didn't quite get the Super Bowl right. That went to Rory Atkinson, so that's why he started just ahead of the dentist. And of course, I say the dentist as in lieu of the doctor from MotoGP. We have a dentist involved. Tyler Robinson, incredible amount of driving coming out of this young lady, and of course she now heads into the German Polo Cup next year. But unfortunately, a little bit of issues in the first heat there for Hannes. It didn't quite work out for him. His teammate was involved in a massive fight into the top 6 there with Shin Rajpal in the Dubco car from Works Motorsport, doing an amazing job to stay at the front end, just in touch with what the likes of. We had to go for a restart because there were a couple of cars that were involved, and on that restart, of course, everybody got a second chance at it, and that gave the DDS car a chance to get back into the front end of the field, looking for a potential first win, fighting with Ethan Gutierrez, and once again, just a small mistake from Hannes. The pressure getting to him, that first win when you're hunting so hard for it is so difficult. Ethan Gutierrez eventually took the first win of the day, winning out over Berthold and Mo Karodia. So what that did was, it brought the championship literally right back into, and that's not the championship, of course, unfortunately, so apologies on that one. But the championship basically has come straight back into a hard-fought battle for Polo Cup. Polo Cup Masters is also still up for grabs. Wayne Masters, of course, will be fighting hard for that. He's going to try and stay basically on track. He's got to just circulate and wrap up, I think, 5th place or better to beat Smallberger and Kruger. But John Kruger has brought in a top gun from overseas, and one of those special drivers that you've had a few chances to fight against, and of course I also had a chance at one point in my racing career to be on the track at the same time. But let's catch up now with our pole man, Hannes Schippers.
Hannes, race 1, what's it going to be like?
I think it's going to be tough in this heat. I think launch of the line and getting out of turn 2 cleanly would probably be the most important. So yeah, and then just time management from there.
Okay, well, good luck, yeah?
Cool, thank you.
So that's our pole man, and it's the first time that he got a chance to do both pole position in qualifying and then went on to secure super pole as well. It hasn't been done by a lot of drivers this season. It's normally a bit of a mix-up with them, and they normally change things up there. But as Hannes rolls out now, it's the first time that he gets into that DDS car of his, having taken pole position and the extra point that he scores for that, which moves him a little bit closer to his rival up ahead of him, Ethan Gutierrez. And you saw in Cape Town how they were fighting. Hannes and Ethan were fighting hard. And remember, that's down for like 4th and 5th place in the championship. The championship battle is between this man, Mo Karodia, and that's a really cool onboard camera to go as we watch Mo flipping that car left and right to try and get as much heat into that Dunlop rubber and maybe a little bit of heat into the Ferodo brakes as well, because that's important. So Mo Karodia will be fighting with, of course, Rory Atkinson. Atkinson has outgunned Mo in terms of qualifying, but there is only 3 points in it between them heading into this round, Carl.
Yeah,
so
third and fifth on the grid. Not a big gap between the two of them. We've seen how hard these Polo Cup drivers race each other. Rubbing is racing is a saying, and you'll see it in this class. There is a lot of hard racing between these drivers. These cars so close together. And Zwartkops Raceway, as always, bringing the fields even closer together with the time separated by next to nothing.
Yeah, I think in qualifying yesterday, the first 10 were split by half a second. So that's pretty impressive stuff. The other awesome, interesting fact that brings in, we've got, of course, a man joining us for the very first time into Polo Cup. He's not going to be involved in the championship, but it is great to have Jaden Goosen in the pack as well, looking for a chance to just get a little bit of a baptism into it, have a look and see, and then he's going to be full-time for 2026 in the 30th anniversary edition of Polo Cup. Can you believe it's 30 years next year of Polo Cup, hey?
Yeah, it's unbelievable to think my father had probably the first two. I think he purchased the first two Polo Cups that came in when they were still the classic.
There you go.
And 30 years later, it's still going. So what a class.
And breeding champions. I mean, you think about the guys who've come out of this. You've spoken about them earlier on. You've got the likes of the Van der Linde brothers. You've got the Peppers, both Tasman and Jordan. You've got Leighton Faree. You've got Jeff Kruger. You've got guys that have gone on to do amazing things.
A few others as well.
Exactly. Hodges. All of those kind of guys. And before that even, you had the likes of Henny Groenewald, Chop Sapuka, Michael Steven.
Ian Pepper.
Derek
Irving.
Do we have to mention Ian Pepper? He's going to be sending you a message in 2 seconds.
Salt and pepper.
Yeah, speaking of messages, great to have some messages coming through on all of our social media and people watching from all around the world. I see the Zafirios are down there and having a little bit of fun. Nice that they get down to Zabula to watch us, eh? But also a big welcome there, and happy birthday to Dimmy for tomorrow. Our fellow commentator from, of course, upstairs, Nicole Brett, is watching us as well. She's enjoying all the live stream action, and I see a whole bunch of other people sending messages through here. So thanks for that, guys. We appreciate the support. Pass it on, and of course share it to all your friends, fans and families worldwide, because this particular race, I think a lot of people are standing by for an epic finish to the 29th edition of Polo Cup. That is the safety car rolling through the middle of the grid, and it'll take up its position to give them one more warm-up lap to get a little bit of heat more into the rubber. That's provided by Dunlop and ATS Motorsport. But fight of note expected. Hannes Skippers taking a victory, and knowing what it's like now to be on the top step of the podium, has gone and done the unthinkable here, and gone, of course, and got pole and super pole back-to-back yesterday afternoon in the qualifying session. Derek Smallberger, further back here with the door open, leads the Masters side of things, although in the Masters Championship, of course, it's Wayne Masters who is the man to catch. He literally has to just finish the 2 heats today, and the championship is his. But, as I mentioned earlier on, John Kruger brought in a little bit of a top gun there to help out the setup on his car. And Jeff Kruger's actually here in South Africa for this weekend to help John to possibly go one step higher and finish second behind Derek in this Masters side of the championship.
You know, we had a look at Mo's onboard as he parked it on the grid. I was going to mention that is possibly the hardest part of a race for any driver. That moment sitting, waiting for the warm-up lap, and then you got to do it again and wait for the lights to come off to try and keep the correct mentality and the right focus at that point. Championship up for grabs, 3 points difference, and your rival is directly in front of you.
It's so much fun. I love it. It's a part that I love the most about coming into the motorsport that I got. I mean, I didn't have such an elusive career as what you've had, but on the few occasions that I got into a car, and particularly when you're sitting on that front row, and I had it twice, once in the Mini and once in Super Hatch, where I was on pole. The pole was gifted to me with, of course, the reverse grid, but it didn't matter. I was still there. It's such a huge responsibility. And, of course, Hannes has had it on a few occasions and hasn't quite made it work. Today, he has to try and make it work, and he's got to get those 2 victories in the bag if he can, if he wants to move up to possibly 3rd overall in the championship. And I know that his plans are to go from here to SupaCup possibly for next year as well. So I think finishing up as high as he can is the plan there for the dentist. Our man from DDS Dental Studios, the Danefern Dental Studios in Danefern, just up the road, will be fighting hard with the man who wants that #1 plate. Now remember, Rory Atkinson has got about 4 or 5 Volkswagen Challenge championships in his stable at home. He hasn't ever taken a national Polo Cup championship. So he's got to find a way through on Hannes and on the AF Fans Team Red car of Tyler Robinson, who shares 2nd place along with her sister, who qualified later on, you'll see, in the Rookie Cup, also in 2nd place. So the Robinson girls are fighting hard today.
Yeah, a driver that knows the circuit very, very well as well, coming from the NX Legends into this. So she's done a few laps around here. A lot of help from Devin Robertson as well, who's another driver who's done well in this class. Won it, I think, on a few occasions. So she's got the backing. So it's going to be a hard one for Hannes to take. But how does Rory attack this?
Well, Rory's got to just make sure he keeps Mo behind him. Mo Karodia has got it all to do. He has got to find a way to come back. He went into Cape Town with, I think, a 9-point lead in the championship. He left Cape Town with a 3-point deficit. So it's all to do for Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing there in 5th place on the grid. You can see that sort of teal-green car there just on the right-hand side. Third from the right-hand side of our shot there, looking for a chance to come through. As that 5-second board goes to lights on, we're about to go racing for the penultimate race of 2025's Polo Cup. Astron Energy Polo Cup, head towards turn 1, and it's just left, right and centre as they go through turn 1. We go on board here with Roshan Goodman, the Team Red man, looking to try and get through there on Shrin Rajpal. Rajpal hangs on for now, and it's a late bit of braking. Hannes has got the whole shot. He hangs on. Karodia is up to 3rd, and there goes Nirav. Nirav Singh in the Kyalami exhaust car, unfortunately out of shape on the brakes into Castrol. He drops to the back of the pack and even behind the Masters. So a lot of work to do there for him. We're on board with Roshan. We were watching inside there, coming on the inside. I think it was Pierluigi Mussolini coming through on Roshan Goodman. And we go back on him. No, in fact, it is... Oh, Karodia! Karodia has gone off at turn 4. That is huge for the championship. That is a massive mistake there from Mo Karodia on the first lap.
He was so lucky to keep that car going, get back on circuit without getting collected. We've seen some big shunts there on the first lap with someone going wide. So Mo Karodia giving himself a mass amount of work now with Rory Atkinson up in 2nd place and a whole field between himself and his championship rival.
That pit board is going to be frantically waving, and of course if they have got onboard communications, they're going to be telling Rory, listen, Mo is at the back of the pack. Just sit there behind Hannes. You don't have to fight Hannes. He's not involved in the championship in terms of 1st and 2nd place. But of course that's not what Rory Atkinson is like. He will go all out to try and win the race and get maximum points to secure a possibility of even wrapping up the championship before we get into Heat 2. If Mo Karodia has any more incidents or accidents, there's a possibility that Rory could wrap it all up. We're back on board with Goodman as he goes on the inside of Bevan Masters, the CPS warehouse car, joining us for the first time as a rookie in Polo Cup, but of course not a rookie in a Polo. He's also been involved for a long time in Volkswagen Challenge, moving up into the Polo Cup class for the first time this season, joining his brother Wayne and having an absolute blast, and certainly a man who's also got huge improvements behind him throughout the year. But right now, I would say arguably the best and most improved driver of the season has to be Hannes Schippers, with him fighting at the front end again here at the final round of Astron Energy Polo Cup.
Yeah, he seems well settled down there. Bevan Masters we see trying to go around the outside still. It looks like he lost a bit of time when Goodman go past. We're on board with Mo. You can see the concentration on the face. He needs to get the times in and start moving the places up. Every place he gains from now till the end will save him points in the championship.
It's vital. He's got to get through on this whole pack, but you can see he's about 2-3 car lengths still behind the back end of the pack. Derek Smallberger leading things out in the Masters ahead of Kruger and Wayne Masters. Barbaglia out there in the paybar car just behind that. As they come out of turn 2, we're watching Mo Karodia's on board in the corner, but have a look at that little battle at the front. It looks like Tyler putting a wheel onto the dirt there slightly, but big pressure coming from Rory Atkinson on the back end of the dentist. And I think Hannes Schippers could be feeling that pressure by the time they get to turn 5.
Oh, this is such a difficult situation for Rory now. He's stuck as the meat in the sandwich with 3 cars battling for the lead. Oh, sorry, 3 cars battling for the lead. He knows his championship contender's gone backwards. They must have told him by now. So it's whether he pushes for the win or can he just hang around there in 2nd place. But now if Tyler brings it in, it's going to be a whole field of cars he has to battle with. So now he's got to really think for his championship or for the heat win.
Other factor to take into account, which gives you 1 extra bonus point, Carl, is that fastest lap. And right now, fastest lap, I think, might be in the hands of Jaden Gerson, the rookie. First time out in the class, and he's fastest on the circuit down in 5th place. So Jaden Gerson doing a superb job. Remember, he doesn't score points in this round. He's just out there to fight for today's trophies only. He doesn't get any points in this round, but it is fantastic to have him joining this field, and it just shows you that he's got potential to run at the front end in 2026 and the 30th anniversary edition of Polo Cup. Right now, 3 cars fighting for the lead. Hannes Schippers with a slight advantage, but I think that might be Rory going, you know what? I don't have to fight Hannes. 2nd would be good enough right now to ensure that I maintain the championship lead going into the final race of the day.
Well, Mo, we saw him flash through the picture there. He's put in the work. He came out of turn 4 18th. He's now up to 14th. and we're seeing him move through the field. But like we mentioned earlier, this field being so close together makes it even more difficult for that move to come through.
And he's now trying to find a way through on Nirav Singh, who's also been off track. So the two of them probably also as fired up as each other to try and regain those positions. That second place battle heading up towards turn 5, up towards AMG Driving Academy. And you can see there's a bit of a maneuver on there from John Kruger. Speaking of maneuvers, great dive on the inside from Divian. He finds a way through, I think, and he might just squeeze out and get ahead there. We see just up the road. Yeah, he has. He's gone side by side. Bevan's got the inside line, though, for down at the bottom of the hill as we stay on board there with Mo trying to find a way on Nirav Singh. He hasn't got through. Divian is side by side still out of turn 8. That's fantastic.
Mode looking down the inside now of Singh as they go into turn 1. It's a difficult place to make a move. There's a bump here on the apex. He gets past it and back on the power, so it looks like he's got that move done. He'll go defensive at turn 2. Now he's got a gaggle of 3 cars to chase.
Yeah, those 3 cars are fighting hard and make it 4 because Milan Emzi's actually involved there as well. He's not quite there yet. He's about half a car length back on the back of Mussolini. Pierluigi Mussolini, Milan Emzi, Bevan Masters and Divian Nadu all fighting hard. They're just behind Roshan Goodman. Goodman's got a little bit of a gap to Judd Berthold now. We've got to bring Berthold into the mix. Remember, he's 3rd in the championship overall as well. So Judd being in 3rd and Mo being so far down, what is he in 14th? There's a chance that even Judd Berthold can close up that gap between himself and Mo Karodia and make it even closer for 2nd if it finishes up right now.
Oh, Bevan Masters losing places lap after lap as Moose goes past as well. So Bevan Masters, I saw him get passed by Judd early on, and since then he's just been going backwards down the field.
Judd Berthold with a bit of damage on the front left there of that car, so there must have been a touch at some point with one of the cars. I'm looking at the cars in front, doesn't look like there's any damage to them. It may be one of the cars behind him that he's already got through. Maybe Roshan. I think him and Roshan actually came up close and personal down into turn 2. Here is where we're heading right now. Ethan Katsia, he's also still got a mathematical chance. He might be able to close the gap slightly on Berthold. So bringing Berthold, Katsia and Karodia into the mix for what would be 3rd place in the championship if it stays as it is right now. Hannes Kieper's doing it all right. Half a second lead at the halfway stage is not a bad place to be.
Yeah, a circuit like this, half a second lead is massive because they run so close together around the track. It is a little bit more difficult to get away, especially with a slip up the back straight. But he's got that half a second. We mentioned Judd Berthold, a graduate from the VW Rookie Cup up into Polo Cup.
And that's exactly what they do. The Rookie Cup winner, of course, goes through and gets the drive, win the Volkswagen team in Polo Cup for 2026. So whoever gets that later on today between Tate and Josh Moore and, of course, Azir Khan and the rest of that pack, because they're so evenly matched in that Rookie Cup battle, they will move into the seat that Judd will vacate. Judd will then, of course, move up into the possibilities of into a SupaCup car, and or maybe he sticks around and tries to win the championship. I'm not quite sure what his plans are. Nirav Singh's plans are to avoid being overtaken. Unfortunately, he's been caught and passed, though, by the leader of the Masters, and that's Derek Smallberger in the Sabertech car, who's now got ahead of Nirav. But he has got a bit of damage on the front end of his car, so I wonder if Singh's Kyalami exhaust car might be feeling the effects of that damage.
Yeah, I think that was damage. We saw him pick up in turn 2. We saw him run wide, so maybe just missed the brake pedal a bit or missed the brake point. Collected the back of a car, but avoided taking anybody out by leaving the circuit side by side through turn 3.
Kruger on his inside, looking for a way through there on Singh. So Nirav losing out to 2 of the Masters there, I think, onto that back straightaway. And if he goes, I think Wayne Masters might go with him. Milan Emsley's got massive pressure, and it's coming from Mo Karodia. Karodia has given himself a mountain to climb here. It's all gone wrong here in this first heat for Mo Karodia. This is massive for the championship. That off at turn 4 in race 1, lap 1, is just a huge turnaround for this championship in total.
Yeah, it's not going to make anything easier for him. Someone we haven't mentioned for a while, just behind John Kruger, is that of Wayne Masters, our current Masters leader.
Yep.
Like, 3 abreast into the final corner, 3 into 1 don't go. But Mo Karodia, though, he seems to have got himself a place just behind that. Yeah,
he just squeezed through there, did Karodia, to find a way past. And I think he's got Milan Emsley now. No, Emsley comes back at him. Milan's not giving it up without a fight. The Triton and Team Redman is giving it everything he can, watching the fight unfold ahead of him. Have a look at this. Here we go. It's Mussolini on the inside of Bevan Masters, and the FSS machine gets through. So Bevan Masters demoted down 1 more position. He goes 1 position back there. Have we seen a change up here? No, not yet. Nirav still keeping John Kruger and Wayne Masters behind him. So that's giving Derek Smallberger plenty of room to get away.
Oh, he has the move again with Mo. Oh, a bit of rub there on the back bumper before they go into turn 4. He's turned it into the apex, so he's gotten that move done. One more place gain for Mo. That puts him 12th. He's got 3 more cars to pass with 3 laps left to go.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be advantage Mo Karodia here after that mistake that he's made. It's a huge disadvantage he's going to be in going into this last round, particularly considering that Rory is sitting comfortably in second place. He hasn't got much pressure from Tyler Robinson from behind, as you can see as they come across the line, but there is huge pressure coming from Jaden Goosen, Shin Rajpal, and Judd Berthold onto the back end of Tyler. So she might have to up her pace slightly here in the closing stages, and that may just bring that little fight at the front a bit closer.
Something I did want to clarify, Greg, push to pass in this class still available?
Yes. All of them get a push to pass. The top 3 in the championship get 2 less. So they've got to play a little bit more chess game than the rest of the field have got to play with. So Mo Karodia, I'm sure, would have used all of his right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It must be punishing him to be in the top 3, having to fight his way back up through the field. But speaking of Mo, we should also speak of Rory. Like you say, nice and comfortable in that second place. He's not challenging Hannes. What a great job from this young man in the front.
Yeah, I think Hannes Skippers is going for the win here. He's not worried about the championship, and with that, he'll bring himself closer to Kutsia and Berthold in the fight for third. With Mo Karodia further back, it may even be for a fight for second by the time we get into race 2, by the way. But at this point in time, Rory knows. Second place, that will secure him the 17 points that he needs. He's going to try and look for a possibility of a fast lap, but I think the fastest lap is going to go to Jaden. And I don't know if Jaden actually will get classified with the fastest lap in terms of the point scoring. So it would go to somebody else. We'd have to see who the second fastest lap is to get that point in there. Because Jaden's, of course, points don't count for today. He's only here to race for today's trophies in terms of the overall standings of the day, not the overall championship for the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Berthold on the back end of Rushball now.
Let's see if Berthold has a push to pass left there through turn 3. He's using that slipstream well. Let's see when he pulls out into turn 4. They're still heading down. The spot is purely defended at the moment. White line driving.
Yeah, just going to be defensive driving all the way through there. And you can see, even though Jaden Goosen is putting the pressure onto Ethan Kutsia, he'll soak that up admirably. He's been in that position a couple of times. And we're coming to the line, of course, with the possibilities of a win here for Hannes Skippers. That'll be back-to-back wins for him. And that is exactly what Works Motorsport and the DDS Dental Studio wanted. Hannes Skippers is going to be ecstatic with us. And Rory Atkinson's going to be even more ecstatic, knowing that Mo Karodia made a big mistake. And that is going to just give him a little bit more breathing room heading into race 2 later on today. So we wrap things up there with Hannes Skippers taking the win over Rory Atkinson and Tyler Robinson for third. She went from second to third on the grid. And then it's Ethan Kutsia, Jaden Goosen, and Shin Rajpal making up your top 6. Smallberger coming through for the win in the Masters. And that's not done. Where did Mo end up? He ended up down in 11th place. That is going to be a massive margin now there between the top 2 heading into race 2 later on today for Astron Energy Polo Cup race 2. What a turnaround for this championship. Who expected that? It's kind of what Polo Cup always does. You think everything is going to go according to plan, and then it just all goes haywire. There is our unofficial results. Skippers, Atkinson, Robinson, Kutsia, Goosen, and Rajpal are your top 6 on the podium. We go all the way down into 14th place there for Derek Smallberger, beating out John Kruger. Wayne Masters, Mike Barbaglia, and Elio Mussolini make up the top 5 for the Masters. We'll be back shortly with more action here from the final round of our national championships, and of course into the first heat of 3 for the Investchem MSA4s. So as we see our MSA4 from Investchem rolling to the pre-race paddock, getting ready to go now for the first of 3 heats for them. They will be wrapping up the inaugural championship, of course, of MSA4. Great to have them here. Let's go and find out what happened at the previous round. Their previous round, of course, was not in Cape Town. It was at Red Star Raceway, and they joined the regional championships so that they can get in the extra couple of races they needed to get the full championship sorted out. The Formula Ford Kents joined them that weekend as well. And Red Star Raceway is a completely different scenario to what we got today. On that day, it was freezing cold, massive winds, and Paloma and Malamela got to grips and slightly sideways right in the start of the race out of turn 2. Front end was all about Casey Ensor-Smith trying to extend the lead in this championship, and that's exactly what he did all day long to keep out the rest of the field. Renzo Ribeiro was in a fantastic battle for second place, fighting it out there with the likes of the Production X car there of Shrin Naidu and Mikael Besaidenout. Of course, Michael Besaidenout doing a superb job. At the front end of the Kent class, it was all about Ian Schofield, who would eventually wrap things up in the first heat and leave the rest of the field behind him to fight it out for second. Same thing applied to Casey Ensor-Smith as he came through at Red Star Raceway in very cold and windy conditions to wrap up the first race win of that weekend. And, of course, extend his lead in the championship because Michael Besaidenout didn't finish quite up in that top 3. They rolled to the line a little bit later on in the day. The heat had picked up slightly, but the wind was still pumping there in the Mpumalanga, as you can see there from the Dunlop flags on the sideline. And headed down towards turn 1. We had one car that stalled on the grid, didn't quite get off the line there, and had to be avoided by the Formula Ford Kent category. Michael Besaidenout, though, hit the front for the first time, and he was going to try and beat out his rival, Casey Ensor-Smith, and give it at least 1 for 1 on the day. And Karabo Malamela this time stayed out of trouble in those first couple of corners and hung on for third place. So heading into this round with the win that Michael Besaidenout got, it was Casey Ensor-Smith beating out Michael Besaidenout and Renzo Ribeiro there in third place. Still with a mathematical chance, but it's basically a fight between the top 2 there heading into today's race action. Let's go down into pre-race and pick up with some of our top contenders. Okay, they're rolling out, so we're not going to get a chance to chat to them. But Carl, you picked up on a couple of... It is what we're expecting to see from the MSA4's strategy here is any youngsters that have come through karting that want to go the single-seater route, this is now the opportunity for them to get into a car that's very similar to what you'll find in the F4 or the single-seaters that are racing both in Europe and in the States. All now with that halo type of device on top for the protection and safety of the drivers. And of course these cars now built with the Volkswagen engines as opposed to what the Fords were last year, and running Dunlop tires. Wings and slicks is the way to go if you want to go single-seater racing. Yeah,
there's always 2 options when leaving karting. Do I go tin top or do I go open wheel? And now there is the option of a top flight, let's call it a Formula 4, but we call it the MSA4, a top flight single-seater to move into and cut your teeth and get yourself ready to go compete on the European level with some sort of understanding. Kian Spies, the driver that missed out on Red Star, he was in Spain competing for the T4 Tillotson Nations Cup, representing his country over there. Great job from him. Top 4 in the what we call the last chance race. So great job from him fighting from 19th. So let's see what he can do here though in this MSA4. But like you say, it's hard ask for me to go through the field and not see karters that I remember from recent years of karting as early as last year.
I do love the fact that with you joining me in the commentary booth, of course, you can bring us up to speed, because a lot of these guys we haven't seen in circuit racing at all. And when they joined MSA4, there was a couple of karters that have sort of come through the field, the likes of a couple that have been through your stable, a couple that have been through Wes's stable, and other of the guys that prep the karting. The 76 Legacy car there that, of course, Jagger Robertson is involved with, Jordan Mudley.
I must just interrupt on that car. Sorry, Greg. That car also being assisted by War Motorsports and Wesley Orr as well. So a lot of the karting teams, Neil Basilio, MBR being one of them, now stepping into assisting with the MSA4 we don't want to lose a driver that you've worked with since the age of 5. So
Yeah,
at 14,
exactly.
15, you want to keep working with them. So it's in their benefit as a karting team to start being involved in a class like MSA4.
And do exactly what a lot of the manufacturers have done in the tin tops is to follow that karter on his career and then send him on his way on his international duties. And with the international opportunities that are opening up for a lot of these youngsters, it's not a bad format. And I think you've got to say hats off once again to Ian Schofield and his team. I know there were a couple of little niggles and gremlins that started the championship and it didn't quite work out the way they wanted to. But as soon as it actually got going in PE, man, we were in for an epic battle. And of course, since then, it's been pretty tight racing. And I mean, we're coming into this championship. The top 2 are split by 3 points. And we've got still a mathematical chance for the top 4 to still be at the front end by the end of the day's racing. And we've got 3 heats to do that in today.
Yeah, look, these cars are all still being learned by all these drivers, so it's fantastic to see how close they are still together. There's always going to be aches and pains with a brand new vehicle, especially a car that's been produced locally. This is a car that South Africans have gone and produced locally to bring the cost down from the carbon monocoque F4s that are seen in Europe.
The also important factor is, of course, the new engine. The big tyres that Dunlop provide these guys, it's all about the setup. You know how vital it is. It's probably as crucial as it is in karting to get that setup absolutely perfect. Learning how to drive the car with that setup, particularly when you've got hot conditions like we've got today. That little breeze that's coming here all of a sudden, just cooling the ambient temperature down slightly, but track temperatures will still be pretty high as we go into the 1 minute, 30 second and 5 seconds. It's arguably the fastest 2 minutes of your life as you stand by. The revs pick up, you can hear them. 5 second, we'll go to lights on, and it's going to be Adrian Nell. We'll be looking to try and get that whole shot from pole position.
Oh, great launch from Arjan. He's got a decent gap into it. It looked like Ken Swart, a driver doing double duties, struggled a bit off the start. He's dropped down all the way to 5th place as they snake the way through turn 2. Immediately defensive goes now. He's under pressure into turn 2 straight away.
And defensive driving Casey Ensel-Smith because Malamela was all over the back end of him. Palome's on the inside of him looking for a way through as well. So Liam Palome and Malamela resume their battle that they had at Red Star Raceway. We saw in the highlights package, the two of them ended up on the grass. And Casey Ensel-Smith has dropped down to 3rd place by the looks of it. And is that the 69 car? Yes, Michael Mercedes up into 2nd place, ahead of his championship rival.
So our 2 championship rivals. There's contact between the 2 of them.
Nose cone gone.
Casey tried to swap ends. I think he was a little bit too close and has taken the nose off that car. Now we're going to see how important these wings are with these MSA4s.
Right, I was about to ask you that question. Is that going to be a major factor to the front end of that car? You can see understeer of note into turn 6 and watch it going down into turn 8. Watch how he's going to have to fight the front end of that car now with the lack of assistance that gets brought from that front nose cone and the wings either side of it.
You can already see him starting to struggle. A lot of fighting going on at the back there as well. Looks like Ken Swite trying to move himself back up the field after that terrible start. Oh, Casey runs wide.
There you go.
That car is not turning at the moment. Now the question remains, do you finish to score the points?
He has
or
to.
do you
He
back
has to.
out to
Remember,
save
he's
the
leading
tire?
the championship. He's leading the championship. So on a similar vein to what we saw with Mocha Rodia.
Oh, that car's damaged.
Oh, this is huge for Casey Ensel-Smith. So the little swap around there and trying to get onto the other side of the car has cost him dearly, and he's dropped right to the back of the pack, and possibly, as you saw there from a bit of smoke coming from the back of the car, he might be out. And that is going to turn this championship on its head. Michael Mercedes is now in the pound seats, even though he's only in 2nd place.
Yeah, we're just watching Jordan Moodley with a textbook cutback up into 5, wondering if he got that move done. But our young Namibian driver, Arjun, now leading it out. Does Michael Mercedes go in pressure for maximum points or take a 2nd place?
If the pit boards will tell him exactly what's happened, he might not have to. He'll be watching to see exactly what they're saying. They're telling him, calm down, calm down, calm down. Everything's good. You can see that they're gesticulating to him. I'm sure he would have seen or noticed something in these rearview mirrors, maybe not knowing that it's Casey, but if he looks in his rearview mirrors, particularly down the straightaway, he's not going to see that car, and in fact, we're not going to see the car either, because Casey's into pit lane.
Yeah, there's rear suspension damage on that car, I think, from him running off at turn 1, just because he couldn't get it turned. And honestly, if he had run that car without the nose for the rest of this race, those front tires would have been very, very second-hand for the rest of the day. Down the inside into turn 4, it's a little bit of a look, but that's a bail out of it at the end. Nice to see these cars running so close together, though.
So evenly matched, very similar to what we saw in Polo Cup. the setup on the cars is basically the defining factor here. If you can get someone that can set these cars up to your driver's needs, then all of a sudden they become championship contenders. Other big factor, of course, 2 lady drivers involved in this class, Anastasia and Simpiwe. They've both had huge improvements. They're not quite at the front end, they're at the back end, but there's a little bit of a in-house fight there between our 2 ladies for the tail end of 11th and 12th place on track.
Yeah, a little bit further back for Anastasia, but we must also remember her karting career wasn't exactly long either. She's only done 2 seasons of karting and jumped straight into an MSA4, and there has been limited testing time with these cars because they are brand new. The metal U spares car there with Nzalo into turn 2. They're still battling over those positions, but it seems to have settled down now as a head up into turn 4.
Renzo had a fantastic run down in Cape Town. Hasn't quite gone according to plan here for Zwartkops' point of view. He's down in that 6th place battle. Nzalo Koza also fighting hard there with him. Just tucked in behind that is Nicholas Van Wheelie. Now, Nicholas Van Wheelie, multiple SA champion in other formats of single-seater racing. Hasn't quite got to grips with the MSA4 category setup just yet. But I think with the learning curve they've had through this year, he'll be another front-end contender by the time he gets into that magnificent paint and hardware car next year.
Well, maybe we should also give the youngsters moving up some credit as being as fast as they are, that Nicholas Van Wheelie is not able, with his experience, to just run in the front straight out the box. There's a bit of development and a bit of work he has to do to keep up with these youngsters.
And I think that's what a lot of the drivers are starting to sort of see, that, you know, you get a slightly elderly statesman involved in with some of the young guns that come out of the other classes that have proved their abilities in those classes, and then they step up to the bigger class, and all of a sudden you're now running alongside a 16 or 17 year old, where you're used to fighting with the 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds that were the usual force in what was the previous format of single-seater racing in this country.
And I think the motorsport has changed so much over the last 10 years with the ease of access of simulators at the moment. Arjan now, one of them that spends a lot of time in the sim. He's competed in FIA motorsport games for Namibia as a sim racer, so he gets a lot of track time. Might not be on the circuit, might not be costing him tires, but he can get the idea and he can get fast a lot quicker than what you would
what I
10
can tell
years
you
ago.
is what I learned over COVID, doing a little bit of sim racing and seeing what these guys can do and how impressive that technology has changed. And of course, we've just had South Africans represented at the World Championships in the sim racing, and they're going to be continuing to do that all the way through, because MSA, of course, recognizes sim racing as a format of motorsport. It is just fantastic to see. And as you said, the more time you get to spend in a car, even if it's in the simulator, the better your driving's going to become, and you're going to learn how to do things on a racetrack that would normally cost you massive amounts of money when you want to go do testing on a circuit, particularly with these cars, and of course the extra fuel and tires that you're going to need to do that testing.
Oh, Karabo Malamema putting big pressure on Mikhail Bezuidenhout. So Mikhail, we thought maybe he was going to take it easy in second place, but he can't do it at the moment because he's got to be defensive to Karabo. He's just left enough on the inside. Karabo thought about it, but bailed out of it last minute. That could have been a touch and go move.
Karabo Malamela is fighting so hard because if he gets ahead of Michael Bezuidenhout, he will move himself ahead of Srin Naidu in the overall championship. That's why he's fighting so hard to maybe get that second spot away. Michael Bezuidenhout, if he hangs on to second place right now, will take the lead of the championship heading into the next race of the 3 that are available. So it's not done yet. Fortunately for Casey Ensel Smith, there are still 2 more races to go. So if they get that car fixed, get the nose cone back onto it, there's still a chance for him to come back and still fight it out with Michael Bezuidenhout for MSA4's inaugural championship here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages.
The nice thing with a class like this is the amount of experience back in the pit boxes as well. There's huge years of experience between all the mechanics and the engineers that are running these cars, that car will definitely be back together by the time we get to Heat 2. Mikhail Bezuidenhout still under pressure here from Karabo. We saw him go defensive here on Casey, and that's where the contact happened. He hasn't moved just yet, but all this battling has given Arjan Null so much breathing room and so much time. He can just back it up now, save tires, and get ready for the next 2 heats.
That's exactly what he's doing right now. He's just conserving fuel, conserving tires, going as fast as he can, as smooth as he can, realizing that there's a 3-way fight behind him. They're slowing each other up. Karabo Malamela, the most dangerous man on track, I would have to say, although Renzo Ribeiro on the last pass was the fastest car on the track, and he's of course still fighting to get ahead of Ken Swartz. Ken Swartz's racing stable, as you know, had a little bit of involvement in the karting championships at Rotax, and has given the Senior Max champion, Charles Visser, a chance to test one of these cars. I don't know if Charles will take up that opportunity, but it'll be really interesting to see what he can do in one of these little machines as well, considering he's looking to go Porsche GT3 racing next year.
Yeah, you'll be doing that full season overseas, I think, as well. I just saw him in Bahrain last week testing for the grand finals. Around the outside, Karaba's looking brave. He bails. You look for the cutback coming out of 4, but Mikhail Bezuidenhout, well aware of what he was looking for, went defensive early. They're going to go side by side up into the top 5 on the final lap. Oh, Karaba not quite brave enough on the brakes, but he's going to look for the cutback now into 6. It's not quite there for him.
Hasn't worked, unfortunately. He tried hard, but I think he's going to have to settle there for 3rd place. On his tail is Palome as they come up onto the tail piece there. That's the 77 car of Simpiwe. I think she's going to just hang on, not to get lapped. No. Yeah, checkered flag comes out, and that's going to be Adrian Nell for the win. Simpiwe would have been given the checkered flag as well, so she'll have to do one less lap there for the young lady. And comes ahead of Michael Bezuidenhout, Karaba Malamela, and Liam Palome, with the top 5 being wrapped up there by Ken Swartz. Renzo in 6th. Nicholas Van Wheelie eventually in 7th place, beating Jordan Moodley to the line. Gonzalo Corza in 9th, and Keon Spies, not where I wanted to see him. He was slightly higher up down in Cape Town, so Spies with a bit of work to do, but the biggest amount of work has to be happening down in KC Enzo Smith's pit right now to get that car fixed and ready to go by the time they get into race 2 and 3 later on this afternoon.
I think that might have been Arjan Nell's first national South African circuit win. So his first ever win in a national series here at MS4 for the Namibian Arjan Nell. Great job from him. I'm just feathered in my cap. One of mine.
Yes, it was. I was about to say, isn't he one of yours? He is indeed. Good job there, Adrian Nell. Michael Bezuidenhout comes through for 2nd place, so he will pick up the 8 points for 2nd, and with 8 points for 2nd, moves ahead of Casey Enso Smith heading into race 2 and 3 later on. So I know it's only, it's 63, so it'll be a 3-point deficit that Casey picks up with that DNF. That's incredible to think about that, eh? Only 3 points going into it with 2 more races still to come today. 20 points still up for grabs. It's not done yet.
I'm just super stoked that you're doing the math.
I'm trying. My maths is not 100% though, so I'm hoping I'm getting it right.
It's far better than mine.
That's what happens when you play around with Greg and a calculator and a pen in his hand. It doesn't normally go according to plan. So yeah, there we go. Karaba Malamela will pick up the 6 points for that effort from him in 3rd place. Palome, of course, is behind him, so he will then take the 5. And I'm just looking to see Renzo will pick up on... Kent will get 4 and Renzo will get the 3. So that's how things go there from those two in that championship. Shrin also picking up on him. Of course, he's not here this weekend. He unfortunately couldn't make it up because he's got exams. So Shrin is basically out of that little contention for 3rd place. It'll be up to Renzo and Karabo to fight for 3rd place now. But let's see what happens as we go from single-seaters into two-wheeled action. The first bit of our two-wheeled action will be up shortly in the SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup. It's their penultimate round. It's not the final round of their championship. They've still got one more round to go at Red Star. But we'll be back shortly as soon as we've done the maths and got some two-wheelers out on circuit. So we're heading into our two-wheeled action right now, Carl, and of course this one is something that you always love to watch because you find it quite difficult to spot a motorcycle rider. The last round was done in Cape Town. We had about 14 motorcycles on track, a couple of the local contenders that joined us, and it was a big welcome return to Trevor the Killer Westman. He would go fighting at the front end and get away from Jason Lamb and Dave Enticott, who were fighting for second place. Jason Lamb fighting for, of course, overall honours as well as Class C's championship honours. Slucky had a good ride looking for Class A honours, and Graham Van Breda literally had to just circulate to take Class B's win for the day. Westman would take the victory in Class A easily in the end, beating Jason Lamb and Dave Enticott, the second of the Cape Town-based riders, and it was kind of Eastern Cape versus Western Cape there, East London versus Cape Town. Great fight all the way through. Further back in the pack, Golgotchi was in it, fighting with Byron Rothwell, Jacques Cruz. They had a phenomenal fight at the back end of the track, and it was great to see the return of Ian Harwood as well from TRP, the suppliers, of course, of the Bridgestone tyres that these motorcycles run on. So Westman, the killer, back at his home track and back on circuit after a massive crash at his home track only a couple of months ago, took the first victory and would lead things out. It was a great effort from him in both of the heats, and a fantastic battle in this championship that was going to come to the line for the second time on the day as well. A couple of riders who didn't make it down, who didn't have to come down to Cape Town at all, of course, is our newly crowned ZX10R Masters Cup champion, Clinsella. Evil Knievel, of course, wrapping the title up in the overall and Class A. So him today is basically just swan song, get out there and just do his sponsors proud. Pierce Branded and, of course, King Price are the main sponsors there. How awesome was this start for the second one, though? Van Breda getting ahead of the Killer Westman and of Jason Lamb. Unfortunately, at the end, though, it was Westman who would come through for the win. He'd beat Jason Lamb to the line, and Van Breda would come through for third place. As you can see there, the battle is basically for second place in the overall championship there between Van Breda and Damien Purificati. Still an outside chance for Hein McMahon, Slucky there on the fourth place of the national championship. But this man is now your king, and the King Price Kawasaki will maintain that number one plate for 2026. It is his 8th motorcycle championship. He's got 6 national titles and 2 ZX10 titles now as well. Nicole Purificati there as well, or as we like to call her, Van Ashwagen, because she can win. And then, of course, Slucky and his incredible young lady alongside him with massive support. The nice thing with ZX10R Masters Cup, of course, it's a huge family amongst the riders. Jason Lamb, all the way from East London. Graham Van Breda, all the way, a long way away from Springs, by the way. Hey, he comes a long way to come and race here.
Got his passport stamped.
Exactly. He has to get back before the border closes, though. Otherwise, this is big trouble, hey. But he, of course, looking forward to another fight at the front end of the overall race for the day. But he has to just finish to wrap up Class B today. And that I think, is what his plans are. He can't catch Clint. That one's done for overalls. So I think what we're going to see is Clinsella will probably get away and just control things from the front and enjoy a swan song finish to the penultimate round. Because remember, this is not the last round. We've still got one more to go at Red Star Raceway for these guys before they can wrap things up in the 2025 championship. We're watching out, of course, for Tyron Piper at the back. He'll be fighting hard along with Saviso Temba. Reggie Seal has had a fantastic season. Henk Kruger back on track at one of his favorite circuits here at Zwartkops. And it's great to see Nico Zitzman and, of course, Ian Harwood. You won't miss him. He's on arguably one of the brightest motorcycles in the world. I think even Valentino Rossi's VR46 motorcycles don't even come close to the TRP bike that Harwood rides here in the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Our only two-wheel category. It is the premier motorcycle category in the country right now, and goes into, if I'm not mistaken, their 25th anniversary coming up real soon as well. So they've also been a long-standing championship. And a single-make series just bodes well, shows you exactly how well a single-make and stock standard-based motorcycle championship can go. Because if you can stand the test of time, it means that you're doing something right.
Yeah, you talk about motorcycles, but if you look at through all of the fields we have today, it's the single makes that seems to be filling up the large amount of grid. It does help promote code racing, but Greg, this is more racing. You have a lot more to know about. I haven't spent a lot of time on two wheels. I spent most of my time on four. And
listen, I'm going to say, Can everybody that's making comments out on Facebook and YouTube also say hi to Carl? Hey,
Yeah, everybody just saying hi to Greg. What about top liver?
All right, Buttercup, let's get into some two-wheeled action here. Let's show you what this is all about. This is the stuff, of course, that I absolutely love. Not that I don't enjoy any of the four wheels, but of course they say four wheels moves the body, two wheels moves the soul. And we're about to get some soul-moving action right now. Lights out. Here we go. ZX10 R Masters Cup down towards turn 1. Is it going to be Seller for the whole shot? It looks like it. Round the outside, that King Price Kawasaki hits the front, and he will try and control things and get a little bit of a gap between himself, bit of breathing room between himself and Damien Purificati. Purificati will be trying to stay as close to Han McMahon and Graham Van Breda as he can for the overall championship honours, but also fighting, of course, for Class A second place with the likes of Slucky there. And Han McMahon and Damien Purificati fighting ever so hard is what they always do. Into turn 4, looking at Tyrant Piper just ahead there of Byron Rothwell. That's Rothwell there on the Magic Bike as he heads into turn 4. It's the first time they go through there. Remember, there are 5 right-handers, 3 left-handers. So the first time they come through turn 7 is always a tricky one because it's the first time they really put the tyre under a bit of pressure with the tyre not quite up to temperature. Those Bridgestones take about a lap and a half to get up to full race temperature, and then we go flying into turn 1, which is what we're seeing now. Turn 8 is Slucky on Van Breda, and the K9 Law Enforcement's Kawasaki sneaks up the inside, and on the inside of Graham Van Breda, demotes him down to 3rd place.
Has anybody told Clinton Seller that the tyres are cold in the first lap? Because I don't think he got that memo.
No, he doesn't ever get any of those memos. You just ask Steve Cannon, he'll tell you about it.
Oh, big move into turn 2.
Oh, that was huge from Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb having a big dive there to try and get up on the inside of his rival there. Lamb and Van Breda, before Seller joined this championship, were the championship fight. Those two would fight it out bang bars like you cannot believe. Slucky's had massive improvement. That's why he's up to 2nd at the moment and 2nd overall in the race as well. And Van Breda, Purificati and Lamb now fighting for the 3rd spot. The 57 bike squeezing through there was Renatus Van Niekerk, and having a little bit of a fight there with Steve Golgocci and with Jacques Cruz. Fantastic to see the little fights that are starting to rage here. Change up for 2nd though. It is Purificati moving into 2nd.
Yeah, a great move now, episode of 5, but this is where we saw the dive down into 8. Is he going to give it back as we start another lap? Clinton Seller already checking out and building that gap aboard that King Price number 1 machine, but there was no move into turn 8. So that number 4 down into 3rd place. And McMahon into 3rd. Looks like that's where he's going to stay for now.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll stay all the way there. He's still going to fight it hard with Purificati because remember, those two are fighting for 2nd in Class A. They've got a top 5 finish overall in the championship that's still up for grabs. And, Seller just disappearing, putting in a hot lap. Look at that, a 103 initially on that 2nd lap of asking before the tyres are even up to full temperature just yet. So Seller, he's got a huge contingency from King Price that have joined us here today. I think the Pierce Branded guys have joined him as well, so fantastic to see all his sponsors coming out to the final round that I'll probably get to see an opportunity to host a VIP sort of hospitality that they do down at turn number 1, and they'll be watching their main man come through for possibilities of a double victory here today, and then of course heading into that final round, just wrapping up the championship, which he's already done before he even got to Cape Town.
Yeah, Purificati though, definitely getting the hammer down there in 2nd place. He's already built a gap on McMahon, so doing well for that 2nd place bid in the championship. They cross the line now. It'll be interesting to see lap time wise if he has put the hammer down.
Watching Keith Agliotti as well. Just keep an eye out on that Ridgeway Race Bar bike down in 6th place, closing up onto the back end of Jason Lamb, and there you can see it, exactly what we were wanting to see coming into turn 2. McMahon in a little bit of control at the moment ahead of Van Breda, but as we watch Seller go through there, we'll pick up, there we go, on Purificati. 3rd place is McMahon, and then it's Van Breda and Lamb. Jason Lamb, a huge margin over 2nd place in the Class C battle, which is Johan LaRue down in 8th. So JLR, just to give you up to speed, he's the oldest rider on the track and running in the Grand Masters Class C title, and that Grand Masters of class means it's 55 and over. So that man, I think he's in his 60s, arguably one of the fittest motorcycle riders you'll ever see in your life. He had a big crash in Cape Town, fixed the bike and was racing in race 2. So despite his age, his ability on a motorcycle is pretty much right up there with some of the top contenders in ZX10R Masters Cup.
Hats off to all these riders though in this heat, in those leathers. It's a physical thing to do to get around the circuit. Down the inside though, it's a good move. There's no opportunity for the cutback. So nice and clean there pass into turn 8.
But it's a return for Renatus there. He ran wide slightly somewhere because he was higher up there fighting with Henk Kruger earlier on. So getting through there and finding a way past on Byron Rothwell, the 87 bike on the 37 bike, the 57 bike on the 37 bike, is the return of Renatus, trying to make up ground after a mistake somewhere.
It's relatively easy to do on a machine like this. Speeds are massive, and stopping distance isn't that large.
Huge factor today, Carl, for these Bridgestones. That track temperature, of course, must be up to close to 40 degrees Celsius by now. So, yes, traction is important, but you don't want to wreck those tyres because you've got to race them later on today as well. So, preservation is a big factor as well here today for ZX10R Masters Cup.
Yeah, well, we can't quite feel the heat up here in the box. Greg's got it at -6 on the aircon.
It's lovely.
But we can see the heat out on track though, and you can see the plume above the top of the surface. You can see how hot the actual surface is.
Yeah, that heat haze is starting to show in a few of the shots as they come through. But now, as they come to complete another lap of this first race of ZX10R Masters Cup, Seller large and in charge out front. Second place, Piero Ficati, also controlling things for that second spot, which means it's going to bring him back into contention for overall honours with Graham Van Breda, who's down in 4th at the moment. So they'll be looking at that and seeing, well, we've got to get a little bit of a move on. VBD, of course, looking for a chance now to wrap up Class B. He should do that comfortably because the next Class B rider is Reggie Seal, and he's a long way back. So at this point in time, Van Breda would have been fighting for the honours in Class B with Reggie Seal, but the points differential there, of course, is pretty big. But considering the fact that this is still one of 4 races still to go in the championship, it might not be done here at Zwartkops, and it might go down to Red Star Raceway for Class B honours.
Just having a look now at the lap times of Piero Ficati, 103.9. He's only 2/10 off Seller out in the front. I know Seller's got a 3 dead under him, but Piero Ficati managing to find some proper pace at the moment to stretch his legs out there in second place ahead of McMahon, as McMahon has to now worry about Van Breda all over the back of his back wheel.
GVBD looking for a chance to squeeze through there, that is for sure. But Hein McMahon will be trying to make that ZX10 maybe as wide as a ZX14. Don't give him an opportunity to get through, because if Van Breda smells a chance, he'll make you pay. And if there is an opportunity that comes through, Jason Lamb might just take advantage of it as well. Then we just saw Keith Agliotti. We wait for the next pack. It's led out at this point in time by Henk Kruger. Kruger, of course, a man who spends a bit of time here in the brunch run class that runs on Sundays on occasions here at Zwartkops. Oh, we've got to write it down. 57, Renatus. Renatus has gone down. I think that's the second mistake he's made, so that's a big pity to lose him. I also have not picked up on Sifiso Temba. Temba also had a bit of a problem, I think, in lap 2. He's dropped out of it, so the IM63 Wakainia racing man has gone missing there on lap 2. So 2 riders out at this point in the race, and 2 riders that would normally be in that mid-pack battle big time.
No, McMahon it seems to be the only battle at the moment on circuit, these two, in terms of the front pack of 5. And he's maintaining that pressure quite well. It doesn't seem like he's riding it defensively or any differently. So nice and relaxed. Like you said, got to keep those temperatures down in the tyres and make them last the next heat as well.
Kruger coming under a bit of threat there from JLR as Johan Naru starts to close things down. Reggie Seal going to join him for the party. Byron Rothwell not too far behind them, and he's got Golgocci slowly but surely bringing Jacques Cruz along for the ride. So it's kind of the fight for what is just outside the top 10 that we'll be concentrating on here for a little while. JLR is in 8th place, second last of the single digits. Just behind him is Reggie in 9th, and then there's a bit of breathing room down to Byron. So Byron Rothwell, I don't think he'll get into the single digits unless there may be some kind of attrition from some of the riders out front here in that top 10.
Well, you lost 2 already, so it's not impossible that a couple of more riders do go out. Like we were talking about, the heat is a problem. And obviously fitness comes into play this many laps through on a motorcycle like a ZX10.
A couple of riders that, of course, may be feeling the effects of that fitness would be the likes of Ian Harwood and Nico Zitzman. Maybe not as fit as the riders out front. Harwood only got back onto a motorcycle after a big crash that he had down in Cape Town, so he certainly hasn't had as much laps on the motorcycle as what he'd like throughout the season. But the man from TRP, of course, he's the man who provides our Bridgestone rubber that these guys go to fight on every single time they climb on board. He is down there just outside of the top 15 at the moment. But we're watching Henk Kruger keep out JLR. We're watching now Graham Van Breda and Jason Lamb trying to close down on the 4-bike of Hein McMahon. This is the battle for third place.
Yeah, Jason Lamb has definitely closed that gap on these two. He was starting to fall back, but it looks like he's managing to stay in touch. There's only a lap left to go, so he's going to have to work quite hard to close that big gap with only half a lap left to go.
Yeah, pushing hard in the closing stages, maybe losing up. But remember, he's fighting for Class C honours, so the most important factor there for Jason Lamb is to just finish up at the front of Class C and stay ahead of JLR and Jacques Cruz. Those are his closest rivals. Brian Bontekoning was involved. He's not here this weekend. But Bonte, of course, unfortunately had a massive crash at Kyalami, and that just cost him a little bit. And then, of course, he didn't make it down to Cape Town. So Jacques Cruz all of a sudden came up into the top 3 honours after his outing in Cape Town. So that's how things stand at the moment from the championship point of view. Sella out front, controlling things admirably. He's pulled about 8 seconds over second place Damon Purificati. As we watch the 7-9 bike going through there of Nico Zitzman, that's the tail end of the field. He hasn't quite got onto the back end there of Tyrone Piper and Jacques Cruz. And I think Jacques Cruz might have actually got ahead of Tyrone Piper. But we stand by now for the King Price Kawasaki to come to the line. And a checkered flag should be waiting for him. I think we may have just seen Sella go through there in the background of that last shot. And flags out for second place. Damon Purificati and Hein McMahon takes third. So there's Sella out of Castrol. And he'll be happy with that, waving to a big crowd. It's always nice to see a big crowd when you finish a race and get a chance to thank them for their support. Also give him a chance, of course, to thank his own sponsors at Turn 1 as he came through Turn 1. So it's Sella for the win.
My favorite people to wave and say thank you to is the marshals. They're
Yeah.
always so excited after the race, clapping, waving flags, especially towards the end of the day. Nothing better after a long race.
Yeah, fantastic effort from the Orange Army out there. Of course, they do such an amazing job to keep us safe. Hopefully, we don't have to bring Donovan and Hanley out onto the circuit. Our incredible medical team here at Zwartkops. It's a good day when we don't have to bring them onto the circuit at any point in time. But Sella takes the win. He takes Class A honours ahead of Damien Purificati and Hein McMahon. It's Graham Van Breda who will come through for 4th place overall, but the win in Class B, beating Henk Kruger and Reggie Seal for the top 3 there in the B class. And then Class C is Jason Lamb, Johan Leroux, and a long way back to Jacques Cruz down in 13th overall for 3rd place there in Class C. That is the first heat of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup done and dusted. We now go from them, Masters to Rookies. It's Volkswagen Rookie Cup that will be up next, and we'll be back shortly with action from the SunBet ZX10R. And a couple of little comments coming through there. Did you get a couple of... Hi, Kyle.
Oh,
that's
look
quite
at
nice,
that.
eh?
Thanks, guys.
Someone likes you, bud. Someone likes you out there. It's all good. Yes, Kyle is with me today, and thanks for the support there. For, of course, the voice of international karting from South Africa, Kyle Lawrence, joining yours truly here for the final round of this incredible Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Volkswagen Rookie Cup next, and going into Cape Town, there was a 4-point deficit between Josh Moore and Chris Tate. But by the time we got to the end of the 2 heats of racing in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, the battle was on. It was Josh Moore who got the whole shot, heading down into turn 1. Tate was in second place. Wazir Khan pushing hard there for third to try and get through and possibly spoil the day there and keep himself at least in contention for the championship. And then this went down. Josh Moore sideways into turn 5. He ended up in the kiddie litter. Chris Tate managed to stay on track, and Josh Moore took a long time to get his car back into the front end. Berlin Robinson was having a phenomenal outing in Cape Town and fighting with the 2 Lukes, but eventually across the line it would be Azia Khan to take the first victory into the heats of racing in the penultimate round of the Rookie Cup. Amazing effort as well coming from Mauro Deleuze, who put himself back into contention for third place in the championship. But the championship battle resumed, and it started right from the word go. As Mauro got a little tap from the back, Josh tried to squeeze through, trying to find a way to the front end to stay ahead of Chris Tate, and he was looking to try and at least wrap up a victory for the day, but Tate was having nothing of it. Tate stayed out front, and in the closing stages, a little bit of sideways action from a couple of the cars that got them out of shape. So from a 4-point lead that Josh Moore had into Cape Town, he now comes into Zwartkops and the final round with a 1-point deficit. 1 point in it, but if you take into account there are 24 points up for grabs, it can even go down to Azia Khan in 4th place. And Mauro Deleuze has still got a chance of wrapping up the Rookie Cup and taking that incredible drive that's available in Polo Cup, which is part of the prize fund that these rookies are fighting for. Chris Tate, Josh Moore, Azia Khan will leave Rookie Cup next year. They've done their 2 seasons, so you're only allowed 2 seasons in the Rookie Cup, which will leave a couple of seats vacant. And if Josh Moore leaves, I believe his brother Jack might step into that seat. Carl, you probably know a little bit more about that. But there are a couple of other contenders that could potentially be stepping into the Volkswagen Rookie Cup from the karting point of view heading into 2026.
Yeah, they've also just launched their karting program as well. So a lot of VW rookie drivers now in karting to create the same sort of line through South African motorsport and bring us some new talent from the karting side. One of those talents from karting, Berlin Robinson, second on the grid.
Yeah,
nice inside line into turn 1. So that
it is not a bad place to be second on the grid, I can tell you right here. Josh Moore slightly higher up than where he'd like to be. I'm sure he'd like to be on that front row, but he's got some work to do now there from the second row. So a bit of a fight on, I think, but he's right behind his arch rival. So that outside line might get pretty interesting because it becomes the inside line, of course, for turn 2 at Castral Corner. So I think there's a possibility that Berlin might be looking for the victory here because she hasn't got one yet. Her sister's got one, of course, in Polo Cup, but she hasn't got one in Rookie Cup. And I'd love to see the young lady get a chance of getting that first place in Rookie Cup and leave the championship battle behind her.
Yeah, 36 is left. I think there will be there's green flag, so a warm-up lap. But judging by the highlights we just watched and a few of the other races we've watched, we know these kids aren't scared to go 3 abreast into turn 2. So Berlin might not have it all their own way with Josh and Tate fighting for the championship heading into turn 2.
So I want to say to you, you watched and you were actually part and parcel of a couple of the races with Berlin in NX Legends.
Yeah.
In an NX Legend, you can go 5 abreast into turn 1.
Yes.
In a Polo, maybe not as much.
Has anybody told them?
No.
Okay, well
but
then.
It wasn't in the script. They didn't get the memo, and they don't even know how to read, half these kids. No, only joking. No, there are some exceptionally talented youngsters out there. And, of course, going through this program, remember, they are under the auspices of Brad Liebenberg, Jonathan Machotzi, and Maddie Merton, all multiple SA champions in their own right. And they, of course, pass on the knowledge on how to read data, how to get the best out of their cars, what to do in terms of getting the cars cooled on the occasions that they're going to try and get those cars cooled down again, get the hot laps in, find where their braking points are, looking at that data, see where they may be making mistakes on the braking or when they're getting onto the loud pedal.
We're not talking meters. We're talking millimeters.
Exactly.
This is what these drivers work on day in and day out, on the sim, on the data, and in practice.
And you do know there's 0.6 of a second between the entire field.
Unbelievable.
First outing for these 7 or 8 cars. 7 cars today. We won short today. I think the differential was about 4.5 seconds. Now down to 0.6 shows you just how well this program's worked.
Yeah, towards the end of the season. So you've got the guys that have done a season now. Still, you expect them to be in the front.
Yeah.
But those who are in their first season now mixing it up with them. So knowledge passes on to knowledge, and it just keeps growing throughout the class.
And the knowledge also comes from how to do the training, what your nutrition needs to be, how to handle yourself in the media, how you do your social media posts, etc., etc. It's all part and parcel of what Volkswagen do here for Rookie Cup and how they get them to get to this level.
But now all the training is done. It's all up to the drivers. The lights will come on, they will go off, and the rest is up to them.
24 points up for grabs. And there is absolutely nothing in it. 93, 92, 80, and 79. So we're looking at about a 20-point differential there to play around with, and 24 points up for grabs. So in that top four, they currently sit first to fifth. The only one who's not in the top four is Berlin. She's in sixth place overall, but she's second on the grid, throwing the rose amongst the thorns.
Yeah, there's Mr. Rowe heading up the program. He's
I
on the grid as well.
I meant Rose. Sorry, I meant Michael Rowe.
Michael Rowe. There we go. The Rowe amongst the thorns.
Yeah, he's out of there right now. He's just watching from the back to make sure they all get underway. Okay. Oh, a jump start for Berlin. Berlin with a jump start. What is she thinking? She's going to get out of here. 30 seconds. Go, Berlin. Just get the 30 seconds. Don't even worry about the jump start. Just get the 30 seconds and disappear.
As you look at Luke Hill there coming through. Here we go into turn 2. Berlin under pressure already down the inside. I think that was Tate that's gone for the move. Josh has gone with as well. So our championship contenders are trying to stay close together. Berlin has something to say about that, but I've done what she's done. You're nervous. You're the first time on the front row. That light comes on and you react.
And you hit the pedal and away you go. Down to third place as Josh comes onto the back straight away. So it's side by side between himself and Berlin Robinson. But of course she has got the jump start. Arguably that 30-second penalty will be implied at the end of the race only. But if she can try and get as much of that 30 seconds away from everybody else, it might help her out. She's got massive pressure coming from Azir Khan by the looks of things as they head up to the top of the hill. Just want to see if that's the red lipstick on the front end of that car. It is Azir. And a little mistake from Berlin. Azir dives on the inside and gets through. Up into third place as they go into turn 6.
Shep, I think Berlin just a little bit rattled after that start and then getting bombed into turn 2 again on the exit and up into 4. It's a lot to take on. I must say thanks to VW for the colours on the bonnets though. It does help us identify the cars quite quickly.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only differentiating factor out there. Back of the pack though is Mauro Deleuze. That's not where Mauro wants to be. Especially after he had that little touch in turn 1 as we saw in the highlights package from Cape Town. So Mauro is still in with a chance. He's third in the championship, but at the back of the pack he's going to be losing a lot of valuable championship points there to Azir Khan, who sits in third place at the moment.
Yeah, you mentioned how close they are. So any sort of gain you could get is what you need to look for. But Mauro Deleuze knows about that. He's been listening to Greg. He's made the move into turn 2. It's whether or not he can hold it.
Corbett on his outside, so 23 plays 33. 33 is on the inside line. Josh Moore has got an answer here to Tate. Tate is getting away here big time. Chris Tate pulling away here rapidly from Josh Moore, and Azir Khan hanging on for third place. Mauro eventually makes it stick down into turn 4. Took him a while to just sort that out, but eventually moves up into that 6th spot. And I think with that, he now sets his sights firmly on Luke Hill up the road.
Yeah, it looks like Josh Moore trying to close the gap. But if you have a look at all these cars, even when they're far away from each other, they're pulling to the inside. It might be just to cool the cars. We might have had a bit of overheating issues throughout the day. So why are they moving to the inside? Get fresh air and keep the car cool. Because the cooler these engines run, the more horsepower they're going to produce.
That's exactly the point. And it's a great thing to pick up on there, because a lot of the times they don't realize that. Thumbs up from the Sportex boys on the side there, telling Chris Tate that's exactly where he needs to be. Fastest lap from Tate as well. That doesn't count in this class, unfortunately. They don't get a bonus point for a fast lap, but a fastest lap from Chris Tate just extends his lead over Josh Moore. So it's 12 versus 9 at the moment, so that'll be a 3-point.
Luke Hill late on the brakes. Berlin didn't even know he was there and closed the door. So unfortunately, Luke Hill trying to make that move, trying to force that move. Bit of contact, but nothing a penalty to can't fix. They're still racing. They're still going at it.
I like that move from Luke Hill. He wasn't going to have any of that. He was like, right, inside line, Berlin Robinson, corner pocket. Berlin was like, yeah, bring it. I got it. No problem. I got an AF Fans car here. I'll blow you away. And that's exactly what she did. She just kept him out.
Yeah, that door was firmly blown closed. No, thank you. And that's what Luke Hill under pressure now from Mauro Deleuze as they go up to turn 5. Mauro looking to look for the outside, or is Hill open the door?
He opens up the door and Mauro Deleuze says, I'll have that. Thanks a lot. Inside line from Mauro. Can he make it stick? No. Luke with a slightly better line there coming out of turn 5, so he just hangs on. the steel form car there, just keeping it all together, just keep out Mauro Deleuze. But Deleuze has to get through. He can see up the road. Well, I don't know if he can see him right now because he's concentrating so much on hill. But he knows that Uzir Khan is further up the road than what he'd like him to be. And that's definitely going to change things up in terms of third place in the championship. 1 and 2 fighting hard. It's 1 and 2 in the championship that are first and second at the moment in this class. So it's a 3-point advantage that will now make it a 4-point advantage going into the final round there for Chris Tate.
Yeah, Chris Tate done a lot of laps around this circuit, done a bit of VW Challenge as well, so he knows this track like the back of his hand and can probably drive with his eyes closed. But at the moment, he's turning fastest lap after fastest lap and able to build that gap on Josh Moore. Josh Moore chasing hard, but it doesn't seem like he's got an answer at the moment. Just behind him, Uzir Khan has finally finished holding off Berlin Robinson and put in a bit of breathing room, and it's still Luke Hill, Mauro Deleuze and Luke Corbett all over each other at the moment.
A retail inside car there of Mauro Deleuze not finding a way through on hill. I got to tell you something, Luke Hill has also been a spectacular change around in his season. His first couple of outings, he was out the back end, didn't really have pace, didn't know what to do in the car. He's now taken the advantage of what Brad Liebenberg, Machotsi and Merton have given him as the coaches involved in this category, and he's learnt. And it's certainly coming into fine form as he will be looking to get into his second season next year and maybe a front runner in this category.
Yeah, definitely. Luke Hill, one of the better, easier to coach drivers. I spent 6 to 7 years with him in karting. Really, really good at focusing on darting and making changes. He's got the cutback now on Mauro Deleuze after he sent it down the inside. It'll be interesting to see on the exit of 1 who comes out in front and who's defending turn 2.
Yeah, here they come onto the boom camera. As we go down to the boom camera, it's Hill who hangs on. Deleuze goes for a slightly different, little bit understeer there. You can see just battling a little bit, but you know what that is? That's track temperature. Those are those Dunlops crying out, going, "What are you making me race on here? This is like my mom's oven at home,
What
or
are
my
you trying
mom's
to get
stove,
me
I
to
should say."
do? The biggest thing with these front-wheel drive cars, though, is when you get into the throttle with a steering input like that, it lights up the inside wheel, and that generates far too much heat in it. And you do that too often throughout a race, especially when you're fighting, when you're battling. You can't hear the wheel spin. Before you know it, you're fighting understeer.
I'm going home. I don't even understand what Carl just said there. It's the first time I've ever heard that. No, I'm joking. That's fantastic to have that kind of insight, though.
Oh, Luke
Thank
opens
you
the
for
door
that.
again. He didn't learn from the first time, but he pulls a Slim Shady
But you know
and hangs
why?
on to it.
Yeah, that outside line is better line for him. You know, earlier on when he was fighting with Berlin and when he was fighting with Azir, he used that outside line to his advantage and they couldn't get through on him. So he's maintaining the line that works best for him. And with that, it's keeping Mauro behind him. So as much as Mauro wants to try and dive on that inside line, the outside line actually for Luke Hill is better through turn 5.
And the loss of time that Mauro now experiences after that send, that half a move, you lose a car length, and then you can't fight through 8 or through 7, and then down into 1 and 2. So maybe just waiting into 5 and attacking at a bit of point might be the option for Mauro.
The other factor, of course, is that these cars don't have a push-to-pass mechanism, so they are all exactly the same. The preparation is exactly the same. It's those little tweaks that the drivers have given the mechanics to give them input to just make the car slightly better here, slightly better there. What they're able to draw from the data and sitting next to the likes of those 3 coaches and saying, right, what do we do here? How do I make the car better so I can get on the brakes later? Because you're telling me to get on the brakes later, or to get on the loud pedal earlier on, coming out of the corners, without getting into an understeer or oversteer situation. So that's the main differentiating factor here in terms of how this championship is played out for 2025. It's going into another season next year for 2026. There are a couple of these guys and girls who will be sticking around for another season. There are a couple that are moving on to bigger and better things, into hopefully the 30th anniversary of Astron Energy Polo Cup, because that's the next stepping stone that you would think a Rookie Cup driver would make.
Look, the biggest thing for these youngsters as well, coming from a kart, they're used to throwing around 145 kilograms on a track at, let's say, similar speeds. You're now suddenly doing it with over a ton. So for that is for me the biggest learning curve, is you end up going into everything too fast. You're not used to having to slow that kind of down speed. Down the inside goes Mauro Deleuze. It's a full send, and it's not enough. Round the outside goes Luke Hill again.
Yeah, as you said, Slim Shady, trailer park girl. But
I
there's
think
only
you
one of them.
coined that.
It's not 2 of them. It's only one of them.
that was you coined that at your first
See?
ever national karting event.
Yeah, exactly. Round the outside like a trailer park girl. It's all good. But Hurl's doing a superb job. What's happening here is Deleuze losing that half a car length on the exit because he's having to back out of the full send he's attempting, is dropping him into the clutches of Corbett. We haven't mentioned a lot about Luke Corbett, but Corbett is still involved in this battle.
Yeah, he's hanging
And there's
around
a lap
the
and a
back,
half to go.
waiting to see what tears happen and hopefully get involved in it. But he's now clawed right back onto the back of Mauro Deleuze, and now he's got an option to gain a spot.
Mauro Deleuze on the last lap, despite him losing that ground to Luke Hill, still put in a personal best. So he's pushing hard. Berlin Robinson starts her final lap behind Uzziah Khan, but the top two are already onto that last lap. And now it's Tate versus Moore. And we're going to see a big turnaround here because, of course, of the 3-point deficit that is going to be found between Tate and Moore, it becomes a 4-point advantage to Chris Tate in the Sportex car heading into the final race later on this afternoon.
Yeah, Chris Tate wasn't hanging around. He got off the start well, got past Berlin as fast as he could, gave himself free open air early, and was able to build the gap on what was created by Josh having to get past on Berlin as well. And he's just maintained the gap basically throughout the rest of this race. So I think it's going to come down to the next heat to see if Josh Moore can get by Chris Tate early and hang on to that lead until the end of that checkered flag. It'll be interesting to see whether it's enough to give him the championship.
Yeah, I'm just working it out here. I don't think it's going to be, because it's going to have to go to that final one because there's still 12 points available. So with the 12 points available and only a 4-point deficit, it means it'll have to go to that final race. What Chris has got to do is he doesn't have to fight at the front. He can literally settle for about 3rd or 4th place on the road, and it'll wrap up the Rookie Cup Championship for him. Don't think that's what's going to happen, but we'll wait and see what happens later on, because that is race 1 in Rookie Cup, done and dusted, and a phenomenal effort there from them. Mauro Deleuze will come through, of course, and he will be scoring 3 there. So if I do the quick calculations, that will be 105 for Chris Tate, and it'll be 101 for Josh Moore. Deleuze goes to 83, and Uzziah Khan moves to 3rd. Uzziah Khan will move to 3rd and moves to, what are we looking at there? That's 86, 3 points ahead. So yeah, the big change up there, of course, is for the 3rd place battle. Now it comes down to 3 points between Mauro Deleuze and Uzziah Khan. But Deleuze, unfortunately, down in that 6th place, cost him dearly. Tate did it all right, getting the victory, maintaining his lead in the championship, extending it to now 4 points, and making it Josh Moore's job to go hunting for at least 4 points more, or 5 points more than he can get in race 2 later on this afternoon. So as you can see, we are running about half an hour early as to the schedule that you can see up on screen there. So we're heading into what is going to be the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop's second heat, which was supposed to start at 25 past 12, but we're only at about 5 to 12 now. So that half hour has been made up in the first couple of races. So we'll be standing by to bring Extreme Supercars onto track and take you into their second heat of 3. And then we go into the South African Touring Cars and SATC SupaCup. First heat of the day before we get into our first bit of a break to give our marshals and medics and everybody else a chance to have a little bit of a break in the proceedings. But that's how we stand so far. Then we go into the second half of the day's racing. And with that, it's GR Cup, Polo Cup, Investchem MSA for 2 heats. SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup, final heat of their day. And, of course, the Extreme Supercars final heat as well before we get into Volkswagen Rookie Cup and Touring Cars. That will be how we wrap things up for the final round of the Extreme Festival presented by our incredible Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa new sponsor for the year. And we wrap things up at approximately 4:30 this afternoon, I would say, if we're running on half an hour before with MSA4's third heat. Right, cars are being told to start up their engines, so it won't be too long before we get Extreme Supercars back on track for race 2. On board we go with Action Jackson as we head out onto the warm-up lap there for Heat 2 of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Dunlop rubber on these cars. Just a little change-up in terms of the points. We now got Jonathan DeToy sitting on 98 points after he took second place in race number 1. But in fact, he would have been gifted first place because I saw you pulled up a bulletin on our MSA and Extreme Festival page saying that Charles Oranges had been given a jump start. Yeah. So that moves Jonathan DeToy onto 100 points. If it's a 15-second disadvantage there to Charles, I think he still would have been second ahead of Gianni. Because I think Gianni was too far back at that point in time. So
what's how they're starting now?
So I think there's going to be a little bit of a change up in terms of those points. So 100 points is what we've got Jonathan DeToy on at the moment, with 2 races still to go. And it's Charles Oranges who'll be alongside him for the start. Second row, it's all about the Jonacaros, Ricky and Gigi alongside each other for the second start of the day there. Lambo versus Audi. Budnick behind them. Remember, Budnick is fighting hard with Ricky Jonacaro for Class A honours and also for third place overall in the standings for the National Extreme Supercar Overall Championship. So there's still a bit of a fight on there between Lamborghini, Audi and the incredible V10 Viper.
It's still the most attractive car on the track.
It's a sexy car, eh?
It really
from
like the early 90s, and it's still driving with these and doesn't look out of place. Same as a GT40, I must be honest.
Yeah. Well, remember that's a GT1. It's a GT40 type car.
Yes.
But they did a retro version of the GT40, which Ford sort of put out there, and of course a couple of cars, Bailey Cars, I think, is the car manufacturer that actually built that type replica of the GT1. It was originally Oliver DeLay's, and I think it's now being piloted, as you said, by Mark DeToy. So it's a retro version of the original GT40. But remember, the DeToys have a real deal GT40 in their Trans Africa Racing stable. So nice to see a GT1 out there as well. That's Mark DeToy there in the 51 at the back of the pack. As I said, I think what he's doing is he's spending a bit of time there. Okay, so penalty dropped Charles to 5th overall, 3rd in GT3s.
Okay.
So that will change up the points slightly there in terms of what Gianni was on. Gianni would have then scored the 8th, which will take him to 61. And Charles with 5th. As we go into... Oh, we're going straight into racing. Sorry, probably about that. Let's get into the racing. We'll work out the points later on as we get down into turn 1 now. On board with Action Jackson with our onboard camera as they go through there. And remember, the class battle and the overall championship are still up for grabs. Class battle is GT3. Overall championship, of course, is in the hands of Jonathan DeToy at the moment. We've got a GT3 Class A, Class B battle still to be sorted out as well. And Blunden has basically wrapped up the championship for Class B. Uli Sana, who's out there in the back end there, he's in the Z4 at the back, just behind Jimbo Jonacaro. Jimbo has wrapped up Class D, and Uli Sana has wrapped up Class C. So those championship contenders are just out here for their final swan song in these last 3 heats of racing. The battle we really want to watch is what we're seeing right now. It's Charles Larangi's, this time hopefully without a jump start. I don't think he jump started that one. I think he timed that to perfection to get ahead of Jonathan du Toit. But Jonathan du Toit can stay behind him, and if he stays behind him, on my calculations, that should be enough for Jonathan to take the title.
Chris Budnick as well, all over the back of Ricky Giancarlo, and he's like a rash there. Can't get rid of him. Into turn 2 they go. He's looking down the inside. I could see it from the onboard of Jackson, but it doesn't look like he got the move done as we watch Jackson. Now Mark du Toit come through turn 2. Mark du Toit in that GT1 looks like he's able to hang on a bit better than he did in the first race.
I think they've done a little bit of tweaking on that car. I was about to say, talking about that car, that I think they're doing development on that car for the hill climb, the top of the hill that we've got happening here at Zwartkops in November. And I think he wants to run that car possibly on the classic day, or maybe even in the main day as well. But certainly a car that you wouldn't normally see in supercars, but great to have it out there, no doubt about it. Loving the fact that it gives us another manufacturer, another type of vehicle to play with. And of course there are a huge amount of cars that haven't made it here today that were involved in the championship throughout this championship, and notably that they are all looking forward to 2026, and of course the preparation being done for the opening round of this class, which happens at Passion for Speed. So the final weekend of January, of course, is the opening round of motorsport in South Africa with the Passion for Speed Festival here at Zwartkops, and a whole bunch of these supercars will be itching to get back onto track to go fight out that man who's going to change that 34 back to the number 1 plate if he stays where he is right now.
Yeah, Solid Angels did a great job to get into the lead early. I think he might have done it into turn 1 already, so a bit more wide awake when the lights went off. And Jonathan doing exactly what he needs to do, putting pressure, but not too much to put himself into trouble. As we look at Chris Budnick still chasing down that pink Lamborghini of Ricky Giancarlo. I was talking about the pressure Jonathan's putting on, and he's almost right up underneath the rear wing of that Mercedes AMG as it shakes the floor past our commentary box here now.
It's amazing to hear that little V10 come through here, just roaring. And of course, when it's in full flight and it's in high revs, it's just something pretty spectacular. I love the fact we've got a whole bunch of V8s out there. There's nothing wrong with V8s, and of course that roar that comes out of a V8 is always spectacular. But you chuck a couple of more cylinders involved, and all of a sudden it becomes something pretty unique. And in fact, at one point, I think we had a V12 in here as well. When the Bentley was still around, there was a V12 Bentley that used to participate in about 4 seasons ago. We had a Bentley that was piloted at one stage also by Jordan Pepper.
Yes.
He jumped into it for one of the extreme supercar rounds.
When he was done with his duties with Bentley factory in Europe,
Exactly.
He did come and do a race in one, yeah. Now, obviously, driving the Lamborghini in the DTM series and doing a great job out there as a South African.
Our South Africans overseas have been amazing, especially the guys who've gone this route, GD3 racing or endurance style racing that happens in Europe and worldwide. Van der Linde coming through with the championship. What an amazing effort there from him last weekend, wrapping up that title.
With your boy as a teammate.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to say that. But remember the fact that it's also the first time that anybody's ever won on 2 wheels and 4 wheels at Indianapolis. So the Brickyard got to see a bit of history being made there. A South African taking the championship, and of course Rossi going through there to do the unthinkable. And then get into huge trouble with Ducati in the week with MotoGP. Don't worry about that though.
The bucket list composite Viper not getting lost by a car 15, 16 years younger.
Yeah. I do love the fact that this little fight has raged all season long. Ricky, of course, has played around in a couple of options throughout the season. He started the season, of course, in the McLaren, but he decided, you know what, the Bulls are so reliable, I want to go back to a bit of reliability in a car that can maybe give the Viper a bit more of a run for its money. The 2 Audis behind them, also a nice little fight. As I said, Action Jackson, our onboard man, he's, of course, on to international duty starting in the Middle East in a couple of weeks' time. And then, of course, on to big endurance championships overseas at Spa. He's going to Misano. He's going to a whole bunch of the international circuits in Europe to participate as part of the Audi development program that they've got. Better run here from Detroit as well in the GD1. Nice little run here from Mark Detroit, getting that car. He runs in Class A for the day, so good chance he may even finish up. No, he won't. The two Audis, unfortunately, will outgun him for top 3 honours there for Class A.
I just saw that as they came through shot there. Ricky came through and then we didn't see the Viper come through right behind him. I got a little bit nervous, but he eventually did come past, so a bit of a gap there. So maybe a mistake from Chris Budnick, just giving Ricky a bit of breathing room as we go back to those Audis you were talking about. But I think it's the 8 hours of Bahrain that you were mentioning now that Morris will be going to.
Jackson's headed to. Yeah, I know it's in the Middle East and he heads to Bahrain. That Bahrain circuit is
unbelievable. I just got back there from Monday.
I know you were doing it at the kart track, but the main circuit, I've got a couple of chances to drive the RS4 around there. And it was actually on the weekend that Rossi was testing for Ferrari. We were there a couple of, about 15 years ago now. But needless to say, to drive that track in an Audi RS4 was awesome. But to drive it in a race car would probably be even better. And I'm hoping that Jackson goes and flies the flag high there for South Africa. And, of course, what he does here in the development for the 4 rings and Audi Sport that he does. Yeah. Paul Hill, as I mentioned, he's a driver who, of course, he started his racing career, I think, in a Viper alongside Budnick as teammates at one point. He's also had an Aston Martin. He's had an Audi. He's had a Lamborghini, a couple of Porsches. But Paul Hill... the reason I'm bringing the Primogen Audi into it, of course, is another shout out there to Kara. I hope she's watching from the sidelines, and once again a wish to her to a speedy recovery after she had a big fall down a set of stairs and compressed her one vertebra. So we're hoping that she gets back up and driving as soon as possible, because she would have been involved in the race that's coming up just after this in SupaCup.
Yeah, compression injury, not something you want to carry in a racing seat. Very little suspension travel on these cars. So any bump from the circuit she would have been feeling. So wishing her a speedy recovery, and hopefully we'll see her back soon. But this being the season ender for these guys as well, points up to grab all the way through. Jonathan Dutoy, 7/10 off our leader Charles Ranges as we head up now through turn 4. A little bit of a break, possibly a flick down into the gear and back on the power as early as possible. You want to open this up to get the run uphill into the 5, 6, and 7. Hard on the brakes here just after the 100. And into the apex we go. Early on the power, open the steering wheel up. Late turn for that apex to get the run down 7 and 8. But a bit of a gap now between Jonathan Dutoy and Charles Oranges of 0.9 over second. So Jono maybe just backing off, letting second place happen, and taking the championship rather.
Second place right now would move him on to 108 points. And with Charles Oranges getting the win, he will only go to 81 points. So it'll be championship done. Championship will be done with Jono in second. So I think Jono knows that, which is why he's not fighting as hard as what he was in the first one. He's going to allow Charles to take the victory, but he's going to take the championship. There's Jimbo Giannaccaro in the big Godzilla. And nice to see him in that car for a change. Swapping out, of course, with Gianni for this weekend. And a little bit of change up there for the G&H Transport Racing stable. Lights ablaze, just to warn Uli Sana that he's coming through. That's our Class C champion for 2025. Wrapping that up a couple of meetings ago down at the East London Grand Prix circuit for Uli Sana. So good effort there from him in the G&H Transport Z4. And of course, that's also a very powerful car. Doesn't look like it's a machine of note, but if you go and have a look at what's under the bonnet there, they've done some pretty spectacular mechanical work on that car to put it into contention here for Uli Sana to go and race. And of course, Uli Sana, I'm not quite sure if you know about it, he is the ex-CEO of BMW South Africa.
So I was not aware at all.
CEO of BMW South Africa for about 10, 15 years, about 10 years ago now. So nice to have him still participating and in a car that, of course, he had a huge allegiance with in the BMW brand.
As they come now down to finish off their last lap at Charles Oranges, he'll be taking the win in this second heat, but it won't be enough to keep Jonathan Dutoy from that number 1 plate in 2026.
Yeah, that's it. That'll make him up to 100 points. It'll only give, it's incredible to think With that victory, he now moves to 108, and of course it's 71 to 81. So 81 with only 10 points available. Jonathan's done it. Du Toit takes the victory and takes the overall championship. So that number 34 becomes number 1 for 2026. Great effort there from the Trans-Africa Racing man. Charles Ranges, of course, is part and parcel. They work as a collaboration between Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport. So teammates there, 1 and 2. And I'm sure that he's going to be a happy man, Jonathan du Toit, to wrap up the GT3 National Championship and the overall Supercar Championship for 2025. Ricky Giannaccaro, though, if we look at the way they stand, he was 1 point ahead of Chris Budnick coming into this one for Class A. He scores the win, so goes to 89. 8 points goes to Budnick, so he goes to 86. It's 3 point deficit for Class A between Budnick and Ricky Giannaccaro for the next heat and the final heat of 2025.
With 10 points up for grab.
8. Oh, I love it. We've got one more race and 10 points available, 3 points between them. Let's do it for Class A, Giannaccaro and Budnick. We're back shortly now with our first heat of Touring Cars and SupaCup. So we're standing by for our first heat of the South African Touring Cars and SupaCup class. And Carl, if we look at the way the championship stands, let's catch up quickly with Jason Loosemore, who has a potential of taking third place in the SupaCup class.
Let's put it there.
So just speak.
Jason, race one, looking forward to it. What are you expecting?
Yeah, looking forward to a nice race starting second. It's just very hot today, so yeah, just about preserving ourselves till the end, hopefully.
Excellent. Good luck, eh?
Thank you very much.
A man of few words, but remember that is our outgoing Polo Cup champion that stepped up into SupaCup for the first time, and stepping up alongside Jonathan Machotsi is not an easy thing to do. A very talented driver that came from sim racing into real racing and made the first attempt to go from sim racing to a national championship in the SupaCup class. But Jason Loosemore still has duties to do not only here. Next weekend he's got his final round of national oval track racing, which he's running in contention for. I think it's a 10th or 11th SA title for him.
Yeah.
But what his main goal was this year was to at least finish up in the top 3 overall in SupaCup. Tate's taken the championship, as we know. We spoke about it earlier on, and I'm sure we're going to get to see a little bit of the highlights in a few moments' time as well as to how things go. But let's have a look at David Franco quickly as well, a man who's had massive improvements this year.
David, race 1, what are you expecting?
Yeah, fast pack, and yeah, a lot of quick guys turning up for the weekend. So I think it's going to be an exciting race. I'm riding the mixer there, so hoping I can kind of just keep my ground and maybe pick up a place or 2.
Excellent. Very hot out there, eh?
Yeah, super hot.
You're looking at me with a bit of a question mark as to who David Franco is.
Yes.
So Davide and Roberto Franco are teammates in the Team Red Racing stable for SupaCup. And the two of them basically came from Cape Town and said, you know what, I feel like going racing. Let's go into SupaCup. Jumped into a SupaCup, and that was their first debut.
Wow.
Originally, Davide was kind of battling a little bit at the back end. Roberto taking a bit of strain. Roberto sits second in the Masters Championship. And, of course, Davide, first time out, was last year. Massive improvement through last year into this year, and now running top 5 in the championship. So certainly a man that has got an ability potentially next year to be in the top 5 overall. He's not quite there now, but let's have a look and see what happened down in Cape Town at the previous round. Coming into the Killarney International Raceway, it was a big fight expected between the Gazoo Racing stable, the 2 BMWs and the 2 Golfs. And Jagger Robertson getting the whole shot into turn 1 kept Keegan Campos out only just. Jagger would then try and open up a bit of a margin and try and control things from the front end. The second BMW there of Andrew Schofield was having a good start. Rubbing is racing in SupaCup, as you can see. Tate Bishop was looking to try and wrap up the title, although he had the advantage already in place coming into this round. He literally had to try and finish, I think it was 8th or better. But as you know, as a motor racing driver, 8th or better is not what you do. You go for the win, particularly when you're fighting against the might of the Volkswagen factory team behind you. And Machotsi was in 3rd at that point in time behind Loosemore. Loosemore trying to make up as much ground as possible. Unfortunately, issues for Campos as he went down the back straightaway. His bonnet came loose and flipped right open onto the windscreen, and he had to come into pit lane to get that fixed. So that put chances aside for him to come into 2nd place into the championship at his home track here at Zwartkops. But Jagger Robertson, with that victory, moved him into contention for 2nd place overall in the overall standings for Super Touring Cars. And of course, with the Touring Car Championship being so close, 2nd place now would be wrapped up as Tate Bishop came through for 2nd. It was Bishop for the victory, and 2nd place now for Jonathan Machotsi. Into the 2nd race, though, as expected, the reverse grid, Michael van Rooyen played the game. In the first race, he hung back slightly, and with that gave him his ability to start at the front end and lead and win the race and maintain his overall lead in the championship. So Michael van Rooyen comes in, as you can see there, with a slight advantage over Jagger Robinson, and then Keegan Campos in 3rd place, who came in quite late into the championship, but needless to say, is still in with a shot of a 2nd over Jagger Robertson. It depends on who finishes up higher between the two of them. There you can see enough deficit for Tate to take the championship in SupaCup, enough deficit for Jonathan Machotsi to take 2nd. Charles Visser is not here, as you said earlier on in the day. He's on international duties and getting ready for the Bahrain World Finals, which means Loosemore is potentially your 3rd place in the championship. There is the man who'd love to be in 2nd, and of course has put it on the front row ahead of Michael van Rooyen, who is the man who would be king. If he finishes both races today and just stays out of trouble, Michael van Rooyen will cement his first touring car championship. He won production cars Class T in the Chevy,
yes,
but he's never ever won a major title in production cars or in the touring car championship yet. Today could be the day for the Rustenburg Rocket.
The Rustenburg Rocket. I haven't heard that for a while.
There you go.
Yeah.
See, we'll bring
Nick
it back.
Furious, one of the drivers that was also at the T4 Nations Cup, a driver I looked after. He's also here in the SupaCup, getting used
That
to
man there is your Masters champion. And, of course, I was just talking about Roberto Franco. That's the rival for Andre Besaidnout, his dad. Unfortunately,
Family affair.
Roberto has decided to step this one out and let Davide go and have some fun. His car is being prepped for another championship, so looking forward to seeing what that goes with the two of them. And they become pretty seasoned campaigners, as Andre Besaidnout did in his car, and turned it into a slightly different format of the SupaCup class. But you can see there is a big fight, and it's going to be Gazoo Racing versus the WCT team, the two BMWs, versus the two Golf GTIs.
There's nothing better than a manufacturer's fight.
It is nice, eh?
Nothing better.
Nothing wrong with it. I like it. I like it when we get in there. And, of course, the fight has been pretty spectacular in terms of that manufacturers. I think I've actually got the manufacturers. Did I bring the championship with me, the manufacturers? No, I didn't.
Yeah.
But I think it's advantage Toyota, and I don't think they're going to be caught because they had the majority of the field, and they had some good finishes in the end. So it's Toyota versus Volkswagen for that one. But I think Toyota have already wrapped up the manufacturer's title for touring cars.
Well, if we see a couple of more drivers and cars entering for 2026, a bigger field, more racing.
We're hoping so. That's certainly the goal that they're all aiming for. I know that there are two Toyotas that are ready to go for next year, and potentially a third one on the way. I don't know how far that one is up in its making, but if that's the case, it'll be really cool to get a third Toyota into the SupaCup class. Right now, as it stands, I think it's pretty much the same amount of drivers that would be involved in the same amount of cars, depending on, of course, if there's any plans that have not been passed my way yet. But I can tell you that I haven't heard anything more about any new cars coming to the grid yet for 2026. It might be new drivers in these cars, or it may be just a change of chassis on top, because, I mean, remember, these cars are all based on the same chassis. Originally, we're going to be V8s, as you would have seen in the original preparation of it, and then decided to go to the 2-litre turbos. And with that, we've had some pretty spectacular race action and some great championship rivalries that have raged throughout the couple of seasons that this touring car championship has been running. Originally global touring cars, now, of course, South African touring cars. Schofield looking for a chance possibly to do something here at a track that he loves. And in that Fly Sapphire car, he's had some awesome outings in 2025 as well. Getting up into the top three earlier on in the season, finishing once on the podium. He'd love another podium finish if he can get it, but he's got a hard task coming from the back of the grid to get through the likes of Campos, Robertson, Van der Walt, Natim Samanga, and, of course, Saad Variawa. Saud is not racing anymore. He's stepped out. Saad has taken over his seat because, of course, Saud is now doing full preparation for Dakar.
Yeah. So he's got more of the off-road route in the Hilux, not a Bakkie, a Hilux.
It's a Hilux, by the way.
Hilux, yeah. So he's got more of that route. But Andrew Schofield and Van der Walt as well, drivers that have come out of the RDVSA stable. That's Claudio Piazzamuso as the driver coach, putting a lot of work. And I saw on David's visor as well, the RDVSA logo. So Claudio Piazzamuso, former Ford factory rally driver, karting world champion.
10-time South African BMX champion as well, by the way.
Right, yeah. And his brother, Paolo. Yeah.
And his brother.
So year anniversary since we lost Giovanni yesterday.
Yes. Yep, indeed. No, so probably quite special if he can get one of those RDVSA boys onto the top step of the podium. Nice. I think that's what he'll be aiming for. Can see a lot of work being done here this weekend from our production point of view. We've got onboard cameras that we're going to be going live with. We've got a boom camera down at turn 2. Hopefully the drone will be up for this race as well. Here's another man who's had a spectacular season. And I really have seen big improvements coming out of Nicky Vistanis. Maybe it's because he's got those Nicky Hayden Alpine Star American flag shoes. I told him yesterday he might not go home with those.
He's definitely the driver with the best looking car. Best looking car, best looking suit, crazy boots, awesome helmet. So out of anybody there, he wins the style points for sure.
But I always said to you, and you've always said to me, half the battle is how good you look before you even get out on stage.
Yeah, 100%. Camera must follow you. He got it right. So Nicky Verstappen has not only gone faster, getting better results,
faster.
and he looks faster. So he's got the whole package. He'll win a heat today.
I'm hoping that he does. It'll be really cool to see a different Victor at the front end.
And he started his career very, very late. I mean, he came into junior max, so he's 13, 14 already.
Yeah.
Won the African Open, beat Casey into Smith for it. So he's done a lot of great events throughout his karting that I remember. And now coming into main circuit, didn't go the slow route, jumped straight into a Super Cup.
Yeah.
So deep end swim, and he's doing a great job.
Well, he did do, I think, a couple of outings with the supercar team in Audi for a while before he went into Super Cup. I stand to be corrected on that. But needless to say, he's found a niche here. And with the niche, he's had slow but steady progress.
Which is more important
Exactly.
than straight to the front.
For sure. Man who went straight to the front is that man right there. But, of course, he knows exactly what to do in various forms of motorsport because he's had a couple of SA titles to his name on a number of occasions. And Keegan Campos, of course, now in that Campos Racing Transport BMW as another BMW waste-of-time driver steps into our studio there in Anthony Taylor. Let's have a quick chat with him.
No?
Maybe not.
Very nice. He also has to go home and get in the ear from his wife, who's won multiple national titles as well. So
you know that, hey? Can
you
imagine
better make sure he's in the
imagine what that
front.
trophy cabinet looks like. Mine's bigger than yours.
So
Now,
maybe
listen, I think if you take the Pepper and Campos collaboration that is now, of course, family affair and of course married into families, etc., and the Pepper / Hills.
Yes, Hills.
How many championships do you think are in that span of
I'm pretty
of
sure they
trophy
rent a
cabinet?
townhouse just for their trophies.
I think that's why Ian Pepper moved down to wherever he's moved down to the coast and said, let's just build a trophy room for our entire family's
A
trophy cabinet."
6 foot container.
Exactly. Anyways, we're about to go racing here for the South African touring cars and the Super Cup. And, of course, it's separate starts for them. You'll see the touring cars will go out first. There'll be a little bit of a gap, and our pole man for the Super Cup will hold them back slightly, and then a separate start for them. There is Roberto, just walking past there, just to give him a heads up and a shout-out. He'll be looking forward, of course, getting to the car later on in the other championship that they're involved in. But it is Campos who will lead the way. And with him at the front end and Michael in second, Michael just has to sit behind Keegan. That's what I'd be telling Michael to do.
Will he, though?
And will the team game now come into play? Because it has to.
3 Toyotas versus 2 BMWs.
They want to make sure that Michael wins the title. So in order to keep out the Golfs, to keep out Schofield, will the other 2 Toyota drivers in Saad and Nati play the team game and hold the rest of the pack up to give Michael a chance to not be hindered or maybe given a disadvantage by having to fight too hard for this championship. He's fought hard enough as it is. Andrew Schofield, massive thank you for the nice little stone chip in that windscreen, mate.
Right center shot.
Dead center with that one.
As he saw that stone come up, he was like right there.
So anyway, we'll try and get that one polished
Bit
out.
of smoke coming off that BMW already, though. They've just lifted that's done as black smoke.
It's black
that's
smoke.
concerning.
It's standard option for these cars.
Standard
I'll
option?
let you know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Alright,
nothing
cool.
to worry about.
There's
I know you always
the other
worry.
one doing it as well.
I always look at it and I go, "Ooh, what is that?" And it's just the normal little bit of black smoke that comes out of these cars initially. So as we head into this start, it's incredible to see that's Dean Fenter on pole, ahead of Loosemore, ahead of Mahotsi, your outgoing champion, number 1 car in the Super Cup class. And unfortunately, we haven't got a refresh yet, but there's our team. Look how hard they're working. Hello, Dave Peterson.
Hey, guys.
Hello, Ivan the Terrible. There we go. You boys are working hard out there, hey? And Paulie as well. There we go. Nicely done. It's a collaboration there at the moment, I can see, hey? It's like a big collab between Two Wheels, Planet Margate, and our boys there from LiveX as well. Brilliant stuff. Like it. That's the way we go racing. Let's
So
get
the
the
good they're
best in
going
the
out,
country.
Greg? Are they going to warm up or?
They do a warm-up here. They're still going to have a lap behind that safety car. It's a rolling start for these guys. Kylie, I know you haven't. And there you got all the boys and girls from Bulawayo. The Prodigies in the house. Hello, the Prodigies. How's the Prodigies doing out there? Both Dylan Prodigy, of course, involved there. He's, of course, the nickname is the Bulawayo Bomber. He comes also, he's got a Super Cup car up in Bulawayo that he races in their National Championship Series. And, of course, he goes from here to Bulawayo for the first weekend in December for the 3 hour. And he's defending champion in the Indexer performance. but he's got some work to do to try and win the overall championship there as well for the Bulawayo and Zimbabwe Motorsport Championships. So great to have him on board as we go here into Davide Franco's car. Nicky Vastana's just ahead of him. On the right-hand side there is Nico Zafiris.
Yeah.
Also another karter that's come
Nico
through and done
Zafiris, yeah.
some nice stuff in this category. And the crowd's down at turn 2. Not as big as around the circuit, but still, they are scattered all the way around the track, which is exactly what we want at the final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport.
No, nice big grid there from this view to see all this. It's still a car. I'd actually love to do a few laps in as a Super Cup because I haven't driven one yet. Yeah, so when they came out, it was definitely something I was looking to get into, but we just couldn't put the budget together.
It's certainly well worth looking at, and I can tell you that there are a couple of contenders that we spoke about in Polo Cup that have already gone to Mike and said, right,
I'll take one,
Super Cup car for next year. A whole bunch of them, of course, were sent over to Germany to run a Super Cup Polo Championship, which Tyler is going to be part and parcel of next year. Tyler Robinson is joining that category next year, which is great to see, and it's a nice sort of collab between where Volkswagen were originally massively involved
with the Polo
in
Cup.
motorsport. It doesn't fall under Volkswagen Motorsport in Germany. It falls under Polo Cup itself because Volkswagen, of course, are no longer involved in motorsport anywhere else in the world other than here, which is quite
well.
unique for us,
Hopefully, we'll see those invitation races happen again. Those were quite fun and enjoyable. I was in part of them. South Africans go over there. I think we had a couple of Indian drivers come here, or we went there, as well as some German drivers when I was on the grid.
And I think there's one also if I'm not mistaken, in Poland where Jeff Kruger went to.
Yes,
so there's there are some nice opportunities where we can have that cross pollination of drivers coming through from Europe and South Africa, and then vice versa.
I mean, we had it to the point that we actually had a World Touring Car event.
Yes, we did.
Join our South African touring cars as well. Yeah. I think Sabine Smith was one of the drivers that came over.
She did.
So a lot of European South African driving going on. So hopefully it'll be nice to see us get back to there. And back to that, and nice to see South African cars being sent over. They built here and sent over there to go race, which is amazing.
If I'm not mistaken, it was a field of 30 cars that were exported to Germany for that Polo Cup Championship. So just shows you how hard Volkswagen Motorsport have been working in the background to ensure that we can go and have fun here in South Africa and all around the world in a very well-built race car. I'm going to put
an affordable and well-built race car.
We're on board with Schofield as we come through here into the start procedures. He's at the back of the pack, and he's got a bit of work to do if he wants to try and squeeze through there on the rest of the pack. It is Keegan Campos, Michael van Rooyen, Jagger Robertson, Natium Samanga, Julian van der Vat, Saad Variawa, and Andrew Schofield. Mahotsi will be on pole alongside Jason Newsmore. Leighton Faree, remember we haven't mentioned him as well. Got to bring that into play. Leighton Faree coming from the M2 Cup in Europe. Doing a superb job there.
I think he's just moved up to GTs as well.
Yeah. And of course with that has an opportunity to get back into a car that he would be pretty used to, but it's been a car that's unfortunately for him it's been standing for a while, so he's had a couple of niggles to sort out.
It's also front wheel drive and rear wheel drive.
Yeah, needless to say though, when I say that, never ever take Leighton Free out of the picture in any form of motorsport, because if he can find that little extra special bit of need, it'll come right in the closing stages. So here we go, getting ready to go. Keegan Campos just speeds up ever so slightly, trying to catch Michael van Rooyen out there. Van Rooyen nearly went into the back of Keegan as he was trying to get a little bit of heat into the rubber and eventually get onto the right hand side, which is pole position. Here we go, Super Touring Cars about to make their way down there, and the South African Touring Car Championship will start first. We'll have a little bit of a break in proceedings, and then the Super Cup cars will start just behind that. But as they head towards one, it looks like inside line and possibilities of Michael van Rooyen trying to get through there on Keegan Campos. He's on the outside. Campos holds on. Jagger Robertson tucks in behind that, tries to squeeze through. He hangs on to third. Naitim Samanga and Saad tuck in behind him, and Van der Vat at the back with his stablemate from WCT, Andrew Schofield.
It looked like Sahad actually was the second Toyota there after the start. He made a big dive down into turn one. As we go into turn two with the Super Polos, Leighton Faree tight against that curb up against Nico. So let's see if he can get the run down into three. David Franco looking around the outside of Astana's. It's going to be tight, but Leighton's had to back off. So obviously gone behind David as they head down into four. We go back now to the SATCs.
Yeah, the front end, it's Jagger Robertson third. 100%. Saad up into fourth, and it looks like Nati's dropped behind Julian van der Vat now. Van der Vat got the second GTI 8 up into what is fifth place. So we've got out front BMW, then it's Toyota and Volkswagen, Toyota, BMW. That's how they complete the first lap in anger here for touring cars. Schofield at the back in the Fly Sapphire BMW. We stand by now to watch the pack of SupaCup cars make their way down. Here they come into turn 8. It's Loosemore in the lead. Jason Loosemore this time out, being helped out by his teammate. And you can see Tate Bishop just enjoying the race today. He doesn't have to worry about anything other than having a blast out there. And he's having a great battle there with Dylan Pragi from Bulawayo.
Yeah, down into turn 2 now. It's still Verstappen under pressure from Franco and being pushed hard by Ferrari as they head down through turn 3 and 4. Great quick question on these. Have they got the push to pass? The same as the Polo Cup. So
yes, they do.
Whether or not Leighton is on that button as everybody else in front of him is as well will be remain to see as they go into 4 as the entire field come past 3. Great shot there from the production team. Nico Zafiris there hanging on to the back of that battle with Leighton Free as well.
There you can see that's push to pass engage. As soon as those hazard lights come on, that's when they've gone. Darby is right on the tailpiece there of that hard charging pack of Volkswagens, the lone Toyota starlet in the pack, and right behind Nico Zafiris as they come out of turn number 5. Back down to turn 2 for the leaders of the touring cars. Michael van Rooyen has not got an answer there to Keegan Campos. Campos at Zwartkops, difficult man to beat.
He's done thousands of laps around here in all sorts of vehicles. Even his father have a few historic vehicles. He's driven a passion for the speed. I think he's won a couple of events there as well, as Andrew Schofield gives us a front row seat to the GR Toyota and battle between Van der Walt.
Yeah, it's a nice little fight there between them, but as we watch that, the fight at the back is starting to unfold. Look at where we've got Nico Verstappen. Nicky Verstappen is up in the 3rd place overall behind the Volkswagen factory team. That is the highest Verstappen has been in a SupaCup battle. He's
3rd place overall and pulling a gap on 4th as well.
Exactly. And 4th place, let's have a look and see who that is. It's Leighton Free and Davide Franco. So they know exactly how to drive these cars around here, and they've certainly got a little bit more experience over the last couple of seasons because, of course, the man there down in 5th place has been in rear-wheel drive cars for a couple of seasons now. So getting to grips with a front-wheel drive, completely different driving style, but Leighton has sort of taken to it like the duck to water always, and as he usually does.
Yeah, saying that, it did look like he always understeered himself from 5th place and into the kitty litter, but he got to save it, and he's settling himself back in. More laps with cars around you does help you get to grips a lot faster. Yeah. You can see where the different braking distances are. Tate Bishop, though, up the inside of Darby into turn 1, so he's decided to turn the wick up and start moving himself up the field.
GSW Team Red Man pushing hard. There is Davide Franco to keep out Leighton Free and Zafiris. And right behind them, it's Tate Bishop, Darby Funamava, and then Dylan Pragi there, Auto Styling and Fast Developments, Polo GTI SupaCup. That man from Bulawayo is now trying to close down on Darby Funamava. The two of them, they're kind of like stablemates for the day. They were working together with the Fast Developments team to try and get those two cars up to pace. But you can see they're not finding the pace that the front end are doing. Back on board here with Davide as we go into turn 5, past the AMG Driving Academy, past the Toyota Gazoo Racing headquarters there on the left, and then the new ZOC Club is just on the left-hand side of the circuit there at turn 6.
Yeah, Darby's starting to struggle to reach apexes and keep the car on the track. He seems to be running wide more often than not. Leighton Free starting to close on him, and Nicky Verstappen is doing a great job to keep himself comfortably in 3rd place. Having a look at the lap times, he's just done a personal best as well. So great job from Nicky there in 3rd place. And just behind them, though, that battle still rages between three.
Yeah, we did say that if you look the part, half the battle's won, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here. He's going to get his first podium with those Alpine Star shoes of his. If he gets them, I'm telling you now, they're going home with me. Anyway, let's have a look and see what Volkswagen Motorsport have got in mind. They have got 1st and 3rd in the championship, or 2nd and 3rd in the championship in mind. They know that Tate's not involved. He doesn't have to worry about it. He's wrapped up the title down at his home track a couple of weekends ago in Cape Town. So 2nd and 3rd place. 2nd place is done for Jonathan Mahotsi. So I think Mahotsi is going to sit behind Jason Newsmore to ensure that at least Volkswagen Motorsport get 2 and 3 in the championship for SupaCup.
Having a look at that, though, Jagger Robinson hasn't given up the fight to go into 2nd place, but Keegan Campos has dropped the hammer. He's pulled the gap, and he's comfortably in the lead of this SATC, but there's still 5 laps left to go, and I've seen a lot of cars move out of slipstream, possibly trying to cool it down. Andrew Schofield had a massive run there on Nati.
what you're going to also look to find now is that the top two are fighting for the lead. They're not going to finish that fight. Jagger might join them and closes up slightly there as they come out of turn 5 on the back end of Michael van Rooyen. Yes, spot on. Schofield has got through on Nati. But what Schofield and Nati need to start thinking about now, and I think it's what Julian van der Walt possibly is thinking as well, is that, remember, race 2, inverted grid. So with that inverted grid, that could potentially see these two on the front row.
Well, the way it looked like Schofield came up on Nati, then there might be an issue with Nati moving over to the pit wall. So I think there might be an issue with that car. He's slowed dramatically, and he's actually lost a lot of pace on Schofield. So Nati might be putting himself on pole, not by choice, but by force.
Oh, what a nice shot here. On board with Schofield, reverse angle of our onboard camera. Watching how hard he's working inside this Fly Sapphire car.
Oh, so smooth on the steering wheel. You don't want to be too busy on it. It does make the car untidy, and it does hurt the tires. And you can see those eyes placed firmly on the apex of any corner you're turning into. But two cars side by side now into turn 1. It looked like Nico Zafiris and Tate Bishop. So Tate's gone past already.
It's Prodigy. Side by side with him, yeah. There we go.
So still side by side. As they head out of turn 2, Prodigy on the push to pass button. He's going to get past him through 3. Will Nico be brave enough to go around the outside into 4? But Tate Bishop has moved up the field quite nicely over the course of the race.
Tate Bishop, I think, has just ticked them off one by one there and decided to turn the wick up. Maybe get those push to passes to right to the end. See if he can bring himself back into contention there. Maybe for a top 5 finish at least. He's not going to catch Nicky Vastanis or these two. I think formation flying is required here for the Volkswagen Motorsport team. That's what their job and duty's been. Is they've wrapped up second place with Mogotsi. They want third place for Loosemore, and that's why they're going to fly formation flying until the end, and that flag comes out. Back on board once again with Franco as we come through turn 8. That is the Volkswagen Driving Academy corner, and they cross the line. Franco is hanging on for now, but unfortunately just doesn't have the pace to stay with Vastanis and can't catch him in that GSW machine of his. So the Team Red Man sitting in 4th. Leighton's in 5. Tate is up to 6th place, trying to close down now on Leighton Fourie. And we'll keep an eye on that battle just behind this, raging there for the top 5 overall for SupaCup.
That is an admirable return to South African motorsport after international duties to come back into a race, get Friday practice only, and be in the top 5 in a field like SupaCup. So great job from Leighton Fourie. But again, Nicky, to get that first podium, he's been hunting it all year. It's nice to see him finally on the pace.
It certainly is. Now I'm going to have to go to
the mathematics.
Some mathematics here, because Michael van Rooyen in second place. Campos dives on the inside of Andre Bezuidenhout, so they're into traffic. They've caught the back end of the SupaCup class. Dean Fenter at the back end there as well. That's not where we normally see Dean Fenter in the Platinum Mile machine. And now coming up on the inside of a new man to the racing as well. Great to have Rick Loureiro out there. Haven't mentioned him at all, but there we get a chance to mention him for the first time. Is that a Portuguese battle going on there? Eh? Campos versus Loureiro.
Campos Loureiro, yeah.
I think the Camposes might have won that one. I don't want to say it out too loud because Roy will be on my phone in 2 seconds.
I'm going to lock the door.
I think he is. Yeah, he's coming. Here he comes. Okay, so 1 to go for our touring cars, and it's Campos miles ahead. That's a great effort there from Keegan. What it's going to do, it's going to give a slight advantage there to Keegan, bring the gap down slightly between himself and Jagger for 2nd overall in the championship. But what it does is it drops him to the back of the pack for race 2. So he's got a bit of a mountain to climb in race 2. Michael van Rooyen, I'm just looking at the way things go, because remember, race 2 they only score half points. That's the other thing I've got to play around with. Just, to make my maths.
I'm lost already, mate. I've even started trying to do numbers. I've lost already. So I'll leave that one to you. We'll watch Keegan Campos come through the last part of the lap. He's catching onto the back of one of the other super competitors, the Polo competitors. He should get past in this sector before he comes across to check the flag and take the win in Heat 1 of the South African touring cars.
Inside of Jared Rousseau, just a heads up and a shout out to him. He's been fighting, of course, in the 111 GD Sports and Saloons class car for the entire championship, and decided for the last round to step up into SupaCup for the first time. And it's been a bit of a baptism of fire, but we look forward to seeing him full time next year. And Michael van Rooyen comes through there for 2nd place ahead of Jagger Robertson.
So 3 cars, 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 steps. It's the BMW from Campos Transport and Fast Developments, the Toyota GR Corolla in 2nd place, and with the VW GTI Golf in third, piloted by Robertson. Fourth place goes to Saad Variawa with Julian van der Walt in fifth. Andrew Schofield comes home sixth, with Nati coming home in seventh. The battle isn't over though for the Super Cups. They're about to follow through and finish their final lap with Mokotsi
just goes into the front.
has gone to the front of ahead of Loosemore. So you said formation flying. I don't know.
I thought they'd leave Loosemore out there just to secure that third place, but I think second place is good enough, so maybe that's what they wanted. That's second and third in the championship done in Super Cup.
Would have been nice to see if it was a pass or a team order. Leighton Fourie coming across in that fifth place in class and 12th overall. Tate Bishop makes a recovery up to sixth. Our championship winner with a round left to go, the Angry Racing Tate Bishop. Well done there for a sixth place from the back of the field.
So I'm going to let you know, we know Tate Bishop has won, as we're watching Davide Franco on board here. He's won Super Cup. Second place, Jonathan Mokotsi, done. Third place, Jason Loosemore, done. So battle now is between Darby van der Merwe and Dylan Praji for fourth in Super Cup in race 2. With that result on the left-hand side, it's unofficial of course, if I do the points, we have now got Michael van Rooyen on 160 points. Okay? That means down in second place, Jagger Robertson and Keegan Campos are tied on 128 for second place with one race to go. Michael van Rooyen is your Super Cup, your Super Touring Car champion. So well done there to the South African Touring Car Championship man there. Van Rooyen on 160 with only 10 points up for grabs, or 11 points up for grabs, wraps up the championship with that second place in race 1. Well done. That's his first Touring Car Championship for him. And I'm sure that the Toyota Gazoo Racing squad and Fast Developments, who's helped him out in this last race, are going to be super ecstatic with that performance from the Rustenburg Rocket. He's eventually got there and done what he's been dreaming to do for a long time, and take an official top-end South African Touring Car Championship. And I think there may be some big support going out there heading into the final rounds here. Hold on a second. That might change up because I got Janet on the phone. Okay, apologies on that one. There we go. You see, that's why Janet phones me to give me the information. Jan just corrected me. I forgot to tell you that Keegan, of course, got the pole position, and he also got the fastest lap.
So he's 2 points ahead.
That makes him to 130. So he's 2 points ahead of Jagger. So apologies on that one. Yeah, you must understand, Janet. Thank you for that. We are doing the maths while we're watching racing.
I love how you say we. There's no we. You're doing the math.
That was Carl. Carl did that last mathematical.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry.
Addition and subtraction there. So apologies on that one. But we will correct it. Michael van Rooyen is your champion. There is 2 points in it between Jagger and Keegan Campos.
With one
heading
heat to
into
go.
the second last race of the day today, with one more race to go in this championship. Man alive. Have we had some good racing today, bud? We got a bit of a lunch break on apparently now for a couple of minutes before we head into the second half of the day's racing, which will start with the final heat of Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup, and that will be in approximately 20 minutes time. We'll be back here from Zwartkops and the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa.
on, you don't need to do race 2.
Thanks so much, buddy. Mike, well done.
Can I just jump in there with the interview?
Good thing you spun the lead at the end there. Second Dutchman.
Well done. Kijk hoe lijkt jouw kast dan. Kijk hoe lijkt jouw kast dan. Papa!
Car with a broken windscreen.
Yay!
Hello, Mr. Campos.
How you doing? Michael van Rooyen. Finally, always the bridesmaid, but now you're the bride. How does it feel to win your first saloon car championship?
I don't know what to say. I think it'll set in a little bit later, but yeah, over the moon. I think it couldn't have gone better this whole season, but it's just the team has been brilliant. I don't think anything has to do with me. They've been superb the whole season. And yeah, I've got great backing behind me with Toyota, and yeah, I just want to say thanks to them. I owe it to them.
You just showed that consistency pays off.
Yes, another second to finish it off. But it's been good enough for this season. Only 2 wins, but I think it's been a strong field. So I think to be that competitive and to be that far ahead in the championship, I'll take it any day.
Well, congratulations, and finally, really happy that you've won your first championship.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for making us fucking late.
Baie geluk sien. Oh, sorry. Baie geluk. Yes, ek is so trots op jou.
Yeah, sorry, we just missed that one there, but Michael van Rooyen confirming that he has taken the South African Touring Car Championship. You can see quite an ecstatic man there from Rustenburg, the Rustenburg Rocket. He's worked hard for that, and hats off to the team behind him. Originally, of course, part and parcel of the full Toyota Gazoo Racing squad. Helped out this weekend, of course, with Fast Developments. And what an amazing effort there from him to wrap up the championship. So Tate Bishop, your Touring Car SupaCup champion. Michael van Rooyen, your Touring Car overall champion. And we look forward to the battle for second place in that championship in race 2, with 2 points in it between Jagger Robertson and Keegan Campos. We're down in post-race there. You can see also catching up with a former champion in the SupaCup class. Great to have him back. And let's find out what his plans are for next year and how things have gone so far today here from Leighton Fourie.
Leighton Fourie, you've had an amazing season overseas and you've come to do a one-off race there. Talk me through your season so far. How was it in Germany?
Yeah, I mean, obviously GT Masters was quite a challenge for us this year, but I mean the results were good. We got 2 wins, 1 pole position, I think 4 podiums, finishing obviously second in the championship as well. So I think for my debut in GT3 that wasn't too bad at all.
And now this weekend in the Polo Cup car, basically your old stomping ground. How was the race?
Yeah, I mean, I had to re-jog some brain cells of mine to remember how to do the start and everything like that. Yeah, Jono had a bit of a lazy start, so I got caught up in it, and Nicky got on my inside through turn 1. So I had no fighting chance there, and then Franco did a good job by going around the outside of 2. I didn't think it would work, but he made it work, so props to him for that. And then, yeah, from there, obviously, the cars get really hot, so on lap 2 already, the temps were over 100, and I started losing boost. So anytime I got close to Franco, it would just overheat and lose power. So that's okay. We have race 2 to mix things up.
Exploits for next year. What's the plan?
Pretty much similar to what we did this year. Obviously GT Masters again with FK, but we're looking at some other drives, maybe in GT World Challenge, Europe, and some other stuff.
All the best, bud.
Thank you.
So we're back down in Park for May there as well, trying to catch up with Keegan Campos, who of course has got a battle on his hands of note in the next one. 2 points in it between himself and Jagger Robertson for Heat 2. Let's see what Keegan's plans are.
Keegan Campos, race 1 winner, but quite a good margin there. How was that race? Talk me through it after your off in qualifying.
Yeah, the qualifying off was obviously a mistake. I did a 2 dead. I was pushing for a little bit more. It's always quite an egotistical thing if you can break a 2 in these cars. Yeah, that obviously was in my mind, if you want my honesty. Going into turn 1, first time into the race, full pace since the last time I was in the wall. Yeah, all in all, the race went well. I was obviously rooting for Mark. I mean, he had it easy in the aspect of he needed to finish last in the championships. So kudos to him. I said earlier that, you know, the guy wants to race in the front. He wants to be competitive. Yeah, and I saw he finished second. And yeah, well done to him winning the championship. As for the race was, it was well. I mean, once I opened the gap, I tried to just manage rubber. It's going to be a hot race too, come 10 to 5 o'clock later this evening. So wish us luck.
So with that, with the heat and stuff, how does it affect the cars? How does it affect the grip out there?
Well, obviously the heat plays a massive role on tyres. We did obviously, you know, our tyre pressures are gold in a racing team, but we obviously start them a little bit lower than usual because the tyre is going to get so hot. I felt that the car up to lap 5, maybe lap 4, the car was on rails. I did start feeling it move around a bit, which obviously is a knock-on effect. You know, every slide you have, it's getting hotter and hotter. So literally from lap 5, lap 6 was head down, focus on smooth driving. We've still got race 2 to go, and reverse grid starting in P6 is always fun for spectators, not so much fun for the guys there. But we'll give it our best, and let's see how race 2 ends off.
All the best for race 2.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Have a good day.
Second place in GDCs in the Super Cup class, Jonathan Machotsi.
Jonathan Machotsi, winner in race 1 here at Zwartkops, and you did quite a good dive bomb there on Jason on the inside. Took me through it.
I would hardly call it a dive bomb. Look, we had a very solid, I think we had some decent pace heading into this weekend. Jason has definitely kept me on my toes. We had a 1-2 in quali. Fortunately, we had a 1-2 in race 1. But to be honest with you, I think he definitely had the upper hand in me. It just so happened to be that he let me pass in the turn 5. So we still got race 2 to go. Let's see what happens. I think this is going to be this is our last race at Zwartkops Raceway in the Super Cup. So it'll be really special to give these cars a really special send-off. So yeah, looking forward to it.
So in race 1 there, Leighton said, with the tyre or the pressures going up or the temperature, it's a bit difficult to overtake. So what's the plan then? How did you do that with Jason?
To be honest with you, I don't even know myself. It was just a freaking handful. But the temperatures, there's definitely a lot of push, understeer, oversteer, a lot of everything in between. So I think race 2, just try and park the bus on the inside and hopefully it doesn't go around the outside. Let's see.
So you mentioned last race for Super Cup here. What's the plans for next year?
Guess we'll just have to wait and see what the plans are for next year. But it's been an incredible journey in the Volkswagen Super Cup series last couple of years. Really special. I obviously got my championship title last year, and we get to give it one final send today.
All the best, man.
Appreciate it.
Just corrections from my side. We were talking championship, of course, second overall there for Jonathan Machotsi, and Jason Loosmore would have got third overall in the championship, but of course he did win race number 1, as you heard in the interview there. So race 1 winner from the Super Cup class, Jonathan Machotsi, and as you can see, being quite evasive on what the plans are for 2026 and where he could possibly end up in a race car next year. Just before we get into the second heat of Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup, let's catch up with our new crowned champion in the media category from Supersport, Nabil Abdul.
Okay, very good year for you. Tell us about it.
It's been a fantastic year for me. Beyond my wildest dreams. Never did I think that this would come true so quickly and the way it's all happened. I'm just super stoked and so thankful to Toyota and all the sponsors and National Extreme Festival. So stoked. Thank you so much for everything.
So cars rolling out to Akali for the second part of the day's proceedings now. It's literally a battle for second place now in each of these classes. We've got the 86s out front. It'll be the fight between Kent and Ngwenya for opportunities to be at the front end of that one. And of course, with Ngwenya not being here this weekend, it's basically Zwart's to take. So with that car being passed on to Kobus Reineke. Reineke had a fantastic first heat, as you saw. The man from Namibia coming through for a second place in his first outing to finish behind the reigning and newly crowned champion, Jason Kutsia.
We also mustn't forget the other Namibian in the field, also on debut, fourth, just behind Ken Zwart as well.
Exactly.
So it just shows that these cars are drivable to the extent that you can come in on a Friday, get your 3 sessions in, get dialed in, and be somewhere near the pace. So it does bode well for the development aspect of the series. That's what they're trying to do, is develop talent and show the superstars, the future superstars of the Toyota GR.
Superb battle between our green cars out there as well in the first heat. Mario De Souza, of course, also your reigning and newly crowned champion in the media and Corolla championship class. Devon Scott, Vanna Fenter and Paul DeFoss still going to fight hard for honours in second. And then, of course, we've just chatted to Nabil Abdul. He's taken the championship for the media. But Carl Koch, Putti and Lawrence Mini still in with a chance. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I saw a post that Putti had some kind of infringement. So there may be a bit of a change up there from the standings that we had earlier on. Nabil Abdul, though, as you just heard, had a fantastic season there for the Supersport man. And he'll be looking forward to handing that car over to whoever takes over for next year's media challenge.
I was actually just looking for that note that you brought up, but I did bring it forward, and then I also forgotten it. I have come across it though. Penalty. So it was a yellow flag infringement, which is a 20-second time penalty added to your overall time.
So what that'll do is it'll basically give Carl Koch the opportunity to wrap up second place because of that diminished points that Putti would have scored in race 1. So maybe it's now between Putti and Lawrence, maybe even Charles Bosch from the Citizen, although I think he's too far back in the points there to be in any threat to that media challenge. So media, of course, are in the Yaris's. The Corollas are piloted by the dealer team and the Toyota Racing Academy. And I just want to go to my notes here quickly because you going through all your notes there, I want to look as good as you do, bro. Let me just get to my notes here that I made like about 500 years ago because they're so far down. Specs on the cars, just for your info as well. The Yaris is a 3-cylinder 1.6 turbo. Gives about 210 kilowatts of power, which they've up to about 220 kilowatts now. And of course, it's a 4-wheel drive, 8-speed automatic. That's the Yaris. The Corolla is a 1.6 3-cylinder. It also gives about 228 kilowatts, so it's about 7 kilowatt difference in power differential, about 12% over the GR Yaris. It's a 6-speed manual though, and it has the interselectable torque, which can give you 4-wheel drive or just rear-wheel drive. And usually what happens is, by the time they get into sort of the heat of the battle, they all decide to go to rear-wheel drive. It just makes it easier to drive and doesn't put too much issue onto the car. 86 is out front, 4-cylinder boxer racing, 2.4 naturally aspirated automatic box with a paddle shift, 180 kilowatts of power. That is the specs of the cars that are about to go to battle for the last time in 2025. It is Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup, and it's Jason Kutsia looking to wrap up the championship that he took in Cape Town in his home circuit with 2 wins at the final round. The lights go out, and we go racing down towards turn 1. Let's see who's going to have what it takes to get into the whole shot position. We go back into Vanna Horn, a bit further back here in the pack for the Yaris and Corollas all combined. They combine them all together because they are all one class, although they do score separately. But remember, it's double yellows into 1, 2, and on the exit of 3, that's where we pick up the race action, and I think that's why we would drop back into this pack of cars. They'll all form through there, line astern, until they get that green flag coming out of turn 3, and that's when the race actually starts.
Which would
for
explain the yellow flag penalty that Pooty received. He obviously,
and already action.
double yellow.
Was
and we
that
got
Van
action.
Horn under yellow getting out of shape and possibly into trouble? Yes, it was. Is that the 33 car, or was it possibly Lawrence Mini in the 17 car? I'm not quite sure. Anyway, we'll pick up on it now as they come through there. That's Kyle Koch in second place behind Nabil Abdul, so situation remains the same in terms of the championship. Just trying to see numbers there. 33 is there. No, it's not Vanna, it was Lawrence. I think it was Lawrence Mini that got out of shape there. So a little change up at the front end, or maybe it was Mario. Was it Mario de Souza? Just looking at the front end, we got Yaris, and Vanna. Let's have a look and see. We might get a replay of that down into turn 2. We'll stand by for that. But as they come through there, you can see just how hard they're pushing. Then as the 86s come through there, we see the 92 car. You mentioned John O. Wilson.
Yeah.
A little bit in the beginning of the first heat. But of course, he wasn't really in the front end battle. But also another man who stepped out of karting and has decided, well, this might be a way to go.
And incredibly fresh out of karting. He got one run in this car at the previous Zwartkops round. He did only get the races, though. He struggled throughout practice, but he's slowly getting grips to it. He's looking for about 6/10 at the moment, but it's a big step going from karting to cars as we watch. There's the error replay. So a little bit of contact into turn 2. It should have been a double yellow.
It is 17. It's Lawrence. Auto Trader car. Auto Trader car out of shape there. And I think maybe he was higher up than what he expected to be and forgot about the yellow flags. And then realised maybe got it wrong into turn 2 and then dropped back, and unfortunately it's dropped him right out of it. But he has had a bit of a nightmare weekend because he's also battling with a massive bout of flu. So the Auto Trader man probably not finishing the way he'd like to have done. And of course he's had some really great competitors in that Auto Trader car ahead of him. Chad Lookoff, of course, jumped into that car and had a fantastic season. And of course we've seen some great battles between the sort of media brands out there, particularly the ones that have happened between Auto Trader, Car Magazine, The Citizen, and the likes thereof. There have been some really, really super ones. Second place, up into second and staying there is Reinecker, keeping Swartz out. That's impressive.
Yeah, that and the gap between himself and Jason isn't as big as it was in the first race. So maybe Jason not going to have it all his own way here in the second heat as we watch the Yaris's flash their hazards on the brakes into turn 2. These three still running incredibly close together with a lot of the race left to go. Here come the Corollas.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the little fights that are unfolding here in this pack. I mean, remember, there's only 12% difference in the power differential here between the Yaris, and that, of course, is the all-wheel drive and paddle shift machine, whereas you've got Mario de Souza there playing around in the manual Corolla. He's just up the road there from the hard charge coming from Van der Horn, trying to come back after a couple of little mistakes he made in the first one. He'll be looking to try and at least stay ahead of the rest of the pack of Corollas, but those Corollas are hanging in for a bit of a fight of note here. I've got to tell you that the fight that has happened all season long has literally between Mario de Souza, Devon Scott, and Theo Brits. They've kind of been the main contenders there. Van has jumped in on a few occasions. We've also seen the likes of Johan Bunzaier and, of course, Rudolf Bunzaier in there too. Marius Klaassen in there as well. But the media side certainly has taken the sort of forefront of this battle. Although, as I said, if I chuck those other three Corolla drivers into the mix there, they would usually be at the front end and fighting with these three cars in the media challenge and the Yaris's.
Yeah, his car's still running. Werner Horn a little bit wide on the exit too. That's going to hurt his exit all the way down through 3 up into 4 as we go back to the front end battle. These Yaris's, though, starting to get onto the back of the GI, the 86s.
Yeah, and the first of the Corollas there in third place. So right now it's Van Venter who leads out the Corolla battle. He's got De Souza behind him and then De Vos. So those Corollas are sitting 3, 4, and 5 in the combined class. 1 and 2 are both Yaris's. And looks like Kyle Koch wants to maybe just get one over Nabil Abdul at his home circuit, because down in Cape Town, Kyle Koch was untouched.
Yeah, circuit like Alani, it takes a lot of laps to get it right. So obviously getting it right on the day to get it, but Abdul, under pressure, he keeps pulling the car into the inside just before the braking and closing it. Oh, he's made a mistake. So Kyle de Kock down the inside into turn 1. It looks like he's got that move done. Now he just needs to get past.
The front. There you go. Car Magazine hitting the front into turn 1. Has he got it sorted? He has. Down to turn 2, goes defensive and fends off the Super Sport man. Oh, and he runs wide. Nabil Abdul slides into turn 2 Cashel corner, and that's brought along big time Vanna Venter. Venter's going, I'll have some of that.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll get
please.
involved in this party.
I'll have a little bit of that, please. I like that. Just throwing a bit of Car Magazine and Supersport for me, and I'll join the party. One thing I've got to say, though, Vatsi could possibly be caught in the second heat. She was able to stay ahead of this pack, but the way that these guys are driving, they've upped the pace slightly here in race 2. It's slightly cooler ambient temperatures. Track temperatures have dropped slightly as well. It's not quite as hot as what it was earlier on, but that's certainly helping out the engine delivery of the power, and as well as what the Dunlop tyres can do on the black stuff.
Nabil from quite far away, just showing the inside, just so that the mirrors are full of his orange hood in the mirror of Carl de Kock, trying to just make him uneasy as he goes into the braking zone, but it doesn't seem to be helping much. Carl de Kock has pulled a 2-car gap already at the end of the lap after he gets past. Whether or not he can grow that remains to be seen, but Nabil Abdul now doesn't have to worry about chasing, he's also got to worry about defending.
He's got to fend off the NMI car there, and that 5-car Vanna Venter has got some serious pace. It's got 12% more power available to it, so can Vanna maybe squeeze through there in the Corolla and find a way past on the Yaris's ahead of him? One differentiating factor, of course, is the white roofs. If you are finding it a bit more difficult to spot these cars, we always do. Some of the Yaris's, though, haven't got white roofs, just to let you know. So I'll give you a heads up on that one as the Zwartkops Toyota goes through there. Fights through the pack. Putti coming through the field, as you can see there in the yellow liveried machine. Putti and Panya looking for a chance now, possibly to still finish up in the top 3 overall for the media. It all depends on, of course, what happened with Lawrence Mini, but we saw what happened right at the start there. The Auto Trader man making a big mistake. So Putti should be able to hang on for 3rd place in the media and Yaris Championship.
Ken Swart's not giving up on that second step on the podium. He still wants it back. He's been chasing hard the whole way through this race. He's still got 6 laps to get it right, though. 1.9 seconds is the lead. Or as they go into turn 5, it looked like a bit of a late break around the outside, but gave up on it. And that Corolla not looking particularly fast at the moment.
Looking to try and keep him out is what we need to do here. There's a bit of a fight on here, and of course, this is an 8-lapper, so there's hardly anything in it here between these guys and girls. Vatsi, I think, as I said, is going to be caught by the front end of the media and Corolla battle. So Yaris's and Corollas closing down on the last 86 on track, with Vatsi Mokanyana at the wheel of that car. Jono Wilson just up the road from her. It's only about a second between them. And then there's a bit of a gap to Kian Fussel there in the 4th spot. So I think there's good possibility. Oh, there's someone off.
That's a big hit.
That's a big one. That's inside of turn 1 as well. Is that the 58 car? I think it was. Oh, no, it's Putti. It's Putti and Panya. It's Putti and Panya. That is going to... Oh, is that going to throw a spanner in the works? It might.
That might be a safety car.
That could be a safety car. More importantly, though, is the championship. Putti is hitting that steering wheel. He knows he's made a crucial mistake there. Is it Putti? No, it's not. It's not Putti. I beg your pardon. It's the other yellow car. It's Rudolf Bunzaya. It's Bunzaya in the Zwartkops Toyota. So he's able to get it out of the tyre barrier.
I'm just worried about fluid there. It's a radiator, so red flag.
There we go. I had to do that. It's in a dangerous position. So red flag this one. And the Orange Army get the red flags out to warn them that the race will come to a preliminary stop. How many laps did we complete?
Darty still says 8 to go. So
yeah, so I'm not quite sure if that lap timer was working on that one. No, we had no timing there at all on that one. So maybe just to refresh this and get that started again. I think it was about 7 laps completed. Yeah, that's what I hear in my ear from the team.
If it is 7 laps, that'll be the end of the race. They won't restart, so anything over 60%?
I think it's 75, but 7 of 8 will give them 75 easily.
Yeah.
So we'll wait to give Paul will give us the unofficial results there as we pop them up and see what we can do. From there we go. Jason Katsia takes the win. Kubas Reinicke second. Ken Swartz third. Ken Swartz will then get second in the championship. Ngwenya will still get third because Van der Nest, Rogers, and Besaidenout are no longer involved in this championship. So the top 3 there in 86s will be Kutsia, Swartz, and Ngwenya. Mario De Souza has already taken the championship, as we saw, but with the way things finished up there in the Corollas, Fenta may have beaten Devin Scott, and I think he has. So Vanna Fenta will take second place, Devin Scott will take third, And then if we look at the media challenge, with Nabil getting second behind Kyle Koch will take second. Putti is 17th. How far back is he? No, he's fine. So Putti will get third. That'll be your top three in each of those classes. But of course now with the red flag situation. And did I give it the commentator's curse? I said we don't need Donovan and Hanley, and there they are. So I did give them the commentator's curse. Apologies on that one. But our medical team there, just to make sure that Rudolph is okay.
But he's up and he's standing there.
The Zwartkops Toyota might not be as nice or as in good condition as Bunzai is, but he's okay, walking away, and that's the most important thing. So we got a little break in proceedings here as they'll come to the line. I don't think they're going to restart this one if they've done 7 of 8. But the rule is to come to the line. So I think they'll tell them at the line what's going to happen. And we'll wait to see whether or not they're going to restart this. Or is that enough done to wrap up our final race of Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup?
Well, there's a Fonny Long looking on. He does the data for the Toyota GR team. So he's just having a look on there at the damage to that car. And more importantly, Ian, what our marshals need to sort out now is the damage to the tyre wall, which might take a bit of time.
have to repair the tyre wall, yeah. The other thing is, of course, you can see John's down there from Zwartkops as well. He'll be looking at the tyre barriers going, do we need to bring some more in here? The marshals will come running from turn 2 and probably from the pit lane as well to try and assist. And Big Max on his way around the outside of all these cars on the grid to go and fetch that stricken car at turn 1.
Yeah, you never want to drive a car like that that's had a front impact around the circuit. You could be dropping all sorts of coolant and oil and that all over the circuit. So they'd rather leave it where it is, put it on the flatbed and drive it back into the pit lane. So thankfully that car is going to get a bit of a rest now, because this being the last round of 2025, they've got all until 2026 to get it fixed. So at least a bit of downtime for the team to get that car done. They don't need to rush it around to get it done for the next race weekend, because that'll only be in 2026.
And the cool thing with that is, of course, it may be a completely new field. In the 86s, I think we're going to have the 2 Namibians.
Yes.
Vatsi will stay for 1 more. And I think Kanye and Gwenya will stay for 1 more. The rest will all be moving on. It'll be a full new field of media contingent that'll jump into the Yaris's, and there'll be a couple of changes, I think, in amongst the dealers as to who they decide their dealer team drivers will be from each of those dealers that have the GR range on their floors. But okay, cool. So there we go. So the 75% is completed. Getting that in my ear. Thank you for that. And that means they'll tell these cars to roll around and back into pit lane. So that is the end. Not quite the way I think Toyota wanted to end the race season. After such a great season they've had with Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup. But they'll all be sent on their merry way and back into pit lane. And I think only with 2 cars damaged this weekend. Willem van der Putte had a crash yesterday, which of course Azoic panel beaters jumped into and Dirk Lawrence sorted out in record time. And possibly that car that's now at turn 1 being recovered will end up at Azoic to get it fixed so that they can then go and prep those cars. They're probably going to strip these cars all the way down. I know the way that Leroy and his team work, they'll bring them right down to sort of the base level that they can and rebuild, get them all ready, and then potentially throw either you or somebody into the cars to try and get that balance of performance right. How would that be? That would be quite a nice job.
I'd absolutely love it. You keep saying media cars. I'm like, don't we count as media? I'm sure we count as media.
We do, I think. And I think I did mention it a few occasions to Toyota that maybe one of the commentary team needs to do. Now that we got onboard cameras, we might as well do onboard commentary. You know what I'm saying?
Why not?
How cool would that be?
Although, I don't know, it'll be difficult if you're in the car for me to commentate and not give you outside information as well. Like,
I'll have
move
earpiece.
right, move left.
A separate earpiece, you can feed me that information with my spotter. No, I do the same for you, but I do
clear
the same
left,
for you.
clear right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, from there we go into Astron Energy Polo Cup. It'll be the final race of their season and, of course, the final race of the 29th anniversary. Going into 2026, it's 30 years of Polo Cup next year.
Unbelievable.
It's going to be proper good.
I think the only other oldest class is Westbank Modifieds.
Yeah, well, what was Westbank Modifieds? It became the V8 Supercars.
It's now Mobile One something.
As a championship, it's a long-standing championship. They're into 37 years now. So it's a long-standing one. I think the longest-standing championship, though, in South Africa is actually Formula M.
Not Formula V?
No, Formula
Formula
M.
M.
Formula M, yeah. They're on 75. Formula V is only on 60 years. So Formula M is the longest standing South African championship. We're down in pit lane, and there's the man who could possibly be the champion at the end of this one. Let's find out what Rory's plans are for race 2.
Rory, last race of the day. What you expecting?
Just want to finish clean, get a good start, have a good clean race, keep my head down. I don't need to do anything rash, and just rack up the points and finish on a high.
The weather's a bit hotter, so makes a big difference out there.
It's nice and warm, but it's the same for everyone. So, yeah, everybody's going to sweat a little, and just keep a calm head and focused, and looking forward to it.
So good luck today. Eh?
Thank you very much.
Well, Carl, if I got the maths right, and I think I might have, just other than adding in the fastest lap, Rory comes into this on 231 points now. Mo's dropped to 219. So that's a 12-point differential to play with. 20 points up for grabs. So it's still pretty much wide open.
But Rory would have to
depending on
not
what
finish.
happens. Rory would probably have to not finish
Yeah.
to not score there.
And listening to that interview, that's a cool, calm, and experienced head on those shoulders. I mean, Rory and I raced karts together at national level 20 years ago.
Other thing is, of course, you remember he's taken about 6, if I'm not mistaken, Volkswagen Challenge Championship titles as well. So he's not a rookie to a Polo, but he's a rookie. He's not a rookie, but he's a newcomer to Polo Cup. But in saying the championship battle between Mo and Rory is only 12 points. Third place is now 3 points between Berthold, Kutsia, and Hannes Schiepers.
3 drivers.
196, 194, and 193.
With Hannes Schiepers in the front and Rory not really looking to battle with anyone. It's going to be interesting to see how turn 1 and 2 turns out with the other contenders coming through the field.
Is Ethan going to do that special maneuver that we've seen him do on a few occasions, especially in second races? We saw it in Cape Town. He's got something special in the second races, Ethan Kutsia, and I hope that he's going to throw something into the works there for us.
And a circuit that he knows left, right, inside out, and done thousands of laps on. I think he and Chris Tate did the 500 here together. So 2 drivers doing a lot of laps around here in a Polo. So he knows his track better than almost everyone out there, with JRT being based here as well.
Well, remember, the JRT are now part and parcel of a collaboration with Lee Thompson Racing.
Yes.
And speaking of Lee Thompson Racing, here's their top contender. 12 points back. What's Mo going to do here for race 2?
Coming to you. Mo, a bit of a rough start to race 1. What are you expecting in race 2?
Oh, I'm just hoping to just finish the race clean. Easy race. It is what it is at the end of the day. I just want to finish the race.
And get as many points as you can. Where are you standing in the championship?
So I'm standing second.
Second,
yeah.
Alright, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, second place for Mo Korodia, 12 points back, 21 points up for grabs. Fastest lap counts. So 1 fastest lap and 20 points if you can get the win, gives you 21 points.
So what would
Rory literally has to finish, what would it be?
That's what I was trying to work out now.
8th or worse. 8th or worse.
Which, with the field like it is, to drop from 3rd to 8th is not impossible. It's really, that's 2 bad quarters.
Okay.
And the championship's wide open again, with Mo winning.
I'm just going to say that was Carl Lawrence that made that comment, and if the commentator's curse comes into play, I'm blaming him.
Fair point. Fair point.
Okay,
I take that one.
We got now, are these Gazoo Racing Hiluxes? Cross-country vehicles.
Rallycross.
Here we go. Rallycross cars. World Rally Championship cars now going across the grass.
Well, we've got so many events here at Zwartkops International Raceway. That's all we're lacking.
They've sent them that way. It's because of the incident at turn 1. And if they all go around there, something else might happen because they don't know what's around the corner. Here we go. Let's go down and check out what's happening with Divian.
Divian, last race of the day. What are you expecting?
No, well, I'm expecting to have some fun and see if I can make up some positions. And yeah, last race of the year, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Let's make it count, and well, good luck,
Yeah, thank you very much.
So it's nice to pick up on Divien down in the pre-race paddock, because the one thing that we can take into account with him is he's still got a shot of top 6 overall. Because remember, with Polo Cup, they score 1 to 6 on the podium, not just 1 to 3. And currently, he's just outside of that top 6. But after race 1, he would have brought himself a little closer to Shryn Rajpal and maybe a little closer to Tyler Robinson. So Shryn, yes, he wants to have some fun, as he said, but I think he'll also be concentrating on seeing if he can maybe squeeze into that top 6 overall for 2025.
Interesting to see the two brothers in two completely different disciplines, though. One's gone open wheel and one's gone tint top, and both doing incredibly well, all in the front of the field. The one, though, thinking that we know that racing is important, but school is important.
No, that's it. Racing is important. Education is importanter.
Yeah, there we go.
That's what it is. But I think Shryn is concentrating on matric, so hats off to him. Go and do exactly what you need to do, and then come back and show us what you're made of next year. And good luck with the exams to all of our youngsters that are not yet today, or are here today, maybe squeezing in some swatting between the race heats.
Yeah.
Like you always do that. You always did that, eh?
No.
You swatted between race heats, didn't you? I know you did, Carl. Exactly. And hearing in my ear, Jaden Quisson was sitting literally where we are sitting right now, doing an online exam. So that just shows you the commitment that some of these guys do.
Yeah, there he is there, the goose. Had to write an exam yesterday. He's done really well as a debut to Polo. You know, it's a strange way to debut, your last race of the season, but I suppose it preps you for the 2026 year.
Pole for race 2, by the way, alongside Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia looking to get into the top 3. He's got to keep out the charge there. Looks like we're going to try and get in here and have a quick chat to JD as he puts on his OMP belts there and gets himself ready to go for race 2. And a bit of a baptism of fire, because remember, he doesn't score points in the championship, but he can score points for the day for the trophies that are available for today's final races of the 29th anniversary of the Astron Energy Polo Cup.
Are we going to,
I'm not sure. I think he's just watching. I've just been watching him get suited
Well,
up.
him and Ethan actually raced. They've been racing together their entire careers,
Yes,
from
exactly.
karting all the way through now into cars. So I think it's going to be an interesting one to watch.
Mhm.
I wonder if there's any grudges that haven't been settled since karting.
Hannes probably got this. Oof, look at that, eh?
Focus.
That is eyes on the prize. Have you ever seen it? Yeah, no. Listen, maybe we need to give him a little anesthetic injection to keep that cool, calm, and collected look there. Happy man, and arguably one of the happiest drivers out on the grid is Rory Atkinson. We've chatted to him already. We know what his plans are. Clean and clear is what he wants to do. If he stays clean and clear, championship's his. Done and dusted.
And you could see the old school. Why buy a tinted visor? Just use a piece of duct tape.
Exactly. Cuts out the glare. That's all you want. Shryn Rajpal all the way from Natal. And check who's alongside him there. Yeah, Robbie. We saw you there. Robbie Priest all the way from Daisy's Raceway. The KwaZulu-Natal man. Zero tolerance Rajpal there. Alongside Roshan Goodman. He's had a fantastic season as well. He's also been up in the top 6 on numerous occasions. And unfortunately, looks like he might just finish just outside of that top 6 by the end of today's racing.
He looks a little tired in that car.
7. So Roshan Goodman there for Mzansi Motorsport and Team Red Racing. Judd Berthold, the man who won the Rookie Cup, stepped into the Volkswagen Motorsport factory team car. That's the car that's going to be taken over next year by who wins Rookie Cup, Tate or Moore, later on today. Then we go to production next. We've chatted to Divien. Alongside him is Pierluigi Mussolini, then Mo Carodia. It's Milan Emsley. Then Bevan Masters, trying to pick up on the Triton car there. I just didn't see the number, but I was trying to remember who was in that car. It's Milan.
So the top 6 are inverted for the start of Heat 2. No, that was done on lap
This is
times.
fastest laps, yeah. Fastest laps from race 1. So fastest lap went to Quisson.
But only the top 6.
No, the whole field.
So how's Mo still where he is?
Because that's the laps he put in.
That's how close his field is.
It's how close the field is, Carl. Welcome to Polo Cup. It's like karting,
Right.
bud. This is like karting. It literally is. It's incredible to think. In Cape Town, I think the entire field after Super Pole had been sorted out were 1.8 seconds.
I do remember my first baptism of fire into one of these at Kyalami back in the day with old Vivo, and I think I was around the corner for the start onto the main straight.
Exactly.
Like I couldn't even see the lights.
Yeah. At one point in time, I think they set 40 strong on the grid. It's not quite that strong at the moment, but I do know that there are a couple of youngsters stepping into Polo Cup next year. A couple of new cars that are on the production line, waiting to be put into some race livery. And it just shows that I think our 30th anniversary year could potentially be one of the best we've seen. We've had
100%
absolutely spectacular racing throughout this season. And over the last 5 seasons, in fact, I have to say that Polo Cup has literally been, awe-inspiring. And it's one of the reasons why a lot of the younger drivers look to get into this, because they know the amount of racecraft they can learn and what the potential for the future is. Because you see all the drivers we mentioned in race 1, all our international prospects that are out there at the moment have all come through the Polo Cup program at some point in their career.
I mean, even we talk about the ones that have gone internationally, but even local, a lot of the local stars that we have on the main circuit at the moment in various categories have cut their teeth in Polo Cup. It's where you step from now we've got Rookie Cup in between. And we know there's 3 drivers moving up from Rookie Cup.
Yes.
I've seen posts already of 2 NX Legends drivers that have bought Polo Cups. So the field will be, it's 20 now, it will definitely be
7
much
Masters as well.
stronger than that.
7 Masters joining the party as well. So they will make it 14 strong field in Masters. So if we go with 3 more onto the grid here, currently, if we take out Brad as the one car there, you're going to be 23 strong in Polo Cup and 14 strong in Masters. That's back to what we were originally talking about. Heyday.
Around the corner.
Exactly.
It's what we need in South African Motorsport, and hopefully bring the sponsors back and get even more cars onto the grid.
That's exactly why we've got the likes of Coca-Cola and some new sponsors joining us over the next season as they come into 2026's race championship year. I'm hoping to see Nirav Singh with a slightly better performance as well. He had a bit of a nightmare there in the Kyalami exhaust car at the back of the pack. He's also had a bit of a baptism of fire, coming from hardly any motorsport experience, taking after Dad Butch, of course, who was a production car front runner in his day. He decided at some point, hey, you know what, Polo Cup might be the way to go. Let me go and have a look and see. First couple of races, got out of the car, you could just see he just didn't know what was going on.
Deer in headlights.
Deer in the headlight stuff. But now, every now and again, a little bit of prowess that gets shown there from the man in that Kyalami exhaust car. So here we go. Flicking it left and right. This, of course, is our sighting lap. They still do a warm-up lap behind the safety car before we get into race action. There is the man who's got the most amount of work to do. Mo Karodia, starting that far back, is going to be an exceptionally hard task to catch Rory Atkinson and the 12-point deficit he's got going into this one.
He's going to need a little bit of luck. My father always said 10% talent, 20% preparation, and 70% luck is motorsport.
Okay, I like that.
And he needs that 70%.
That 70% needs to be about 90% today.
Yeah.
The preparation is good. We know that Lee Thompson preps a good car. I think the mindset is good as well from Mo's point of view. He's a really level-headed young man. Does a huge amount of work, not only in circuit racing, but also, of course, with the drifting and spinning and drag racing at his Fast 5 motorsport track out in the south of Joburg. They run a Tokyo Tuesday event every Tuesday night where they do some drag racing there. And he, of course, is one of the stars there. So his ability off the line is pretty good. Hopefully, starting that far back, he can use that ability and try and find a way to just thread the needle and get that LTR Fast 5 car through to the front and at least be in the mix with Rory. You can see Haupt on the side there, just giving Rory the final bit of attention.
Well, that shot perfectly gives you the distance. There is the green car. Yep. We can see it on the left, and there is Rory Atkinson. Only, let's call it 4 cars, 5 cars?
4 rows.
4 rows.
4 rows that he's got to play with there to get to the front. So it'll be really nice to see if he can get there. Masters, of course, Smallberger still fighting for second in the Masters with the win in the race, in the first race. That certainly moved him into probably one hand on the trophy. But the Masters Championship is 271 to Wayne Masters, 257 to Derek Smallberger, and 252 to John Kruger. So Derek has got to win, and Wayne has got to finish, and John has got to beat Derek to take the win in the Masters class. Otherwise, it will be, as it stands right now in the championship, Masters, Smallberger and Kruger, your top three.
So it's Wayne Masters from Performance Masters,
Correct.
mastering Polo Cup Masters.
It's a masterful bit of mastery that you just mastered on the microphone there. Alliteration aside.
There's our Astron Energy pace car with its roof rack and its lights. So now we go into a warm-up lap and then our standing start.
Jaden Christian on the front row, standing start with Ethan Coetzee alongside him. You mentioned it earlier on. That could be terminal by the time we get to turn
That's
2.
a great choice of word. That's a great choice of word.
We've seen it on a few occasions, you and I. You know what those two are like.
But we just brought it up now. We put it out there in the universe.
Let's just see what happens. I highly doubt it, because I think Ethan would... when I chatted to him yesterday, we did the interview for the post-production show, and I remember this show, Volkswagen and the Rookie Cup have a post-production show on Ignition TV, which goes out in about 3 weeks' time. But Ethan was saying his goal tomorrow or today is top 3. He finished second last year. He's got a chance now with Mo that far back to still finish second back-to-back. So I think that's where he's going to be concentrating all his efforts. If he can get the win and Mo can't get through the field, second place will be Ethan's, and it'll be back-to-back second places for Ethan Coetzee. And then he'll be coming into 2026 fired up with a definite shot of the title.
Yeah, second the first time is a bit harsh. Second the second time really fires you up for another season.
Mm-hmm. It's like that last shot in golf, you know?
Yeah.
Tee off on the 18th. Oh, look at that, dead straight. I'll come back tomorrow for another round. And I think that's what he's going to be looking to do. There are the Masters category cars. We'll also pick up on the back end there. We didn't speak much of them. Mike Bobaglia. Of course, the big car of Ilio Mussolini. And always good to see the Norbrake car out there of Gavin Ross. Gav said to me yesterday, he says, you do know that you have to have like 6 cars in the grid to have a 6-car grid. Eh? So I'm the last car on the grid. I said, Gav, you do have to have Somkiat Chantra, and you do have to have the guys at the back of MotoGP as well. Hey, that's how it works, buddy.
There's always going to be someone at the back.
Yeah. If you want a big field of cars, you've got to have cars at the back of it as well. Big field make their way down towards turn 8. Volkswagen Driving Academy on the left-hand side. The gallery, of course, sponsored there by the Volkswagen Motorsport brand. And Polo Cup roll to the line for the last time in 2025.
Ethan slowing the start down there. He's pulled back from Jaden. So Jaden's going to be sitting on the line for a little bit longer than everybody else. I wonder if that was tactical.
You think? With Ethan Coetzee, spot on. That is definitely tactically maneuvered there.
There's a lot of thought that goes into doing that. It's not just driving a car around the track flat out. Once you get that right, you then have to get the rest of it right.
Exactly.
And at this level, they're all playing that.
So we were on board there with Mo Kurodia, looking 4 rows up on the left-hand side for the Industry Petroleum car of Rory Atkinson. He will start from the second row, right behind Ethan Coetzee. It's not a bad place to be at this point of the day. That inside line is actually a good spot to be on. But your big factor there, which we haven't really mentioned a lot about, is the dentist. Dr. Hannes Skippers in third place is certainly a man fired up looking for a double victory here in race 2. Lights out, we're racing. And it's a fantastic start from Ethan Coetzee. He gets down towards turn 1. Looks like he might have got the whole shot. And if he hangs on to that inside line, it'll have to be a little maneuver across the line to get ahead. And he hasn't quite got there. It is Goosen. And then it's Skippers. Skippers moves from third to second, squeezing Ethan Coetzee out as they came out of Castro Corner. We're on board with Mo. He's trying to find a way through. He's watching Naidu go on the inside. On his outside, he's got Mussolini. And look at that. That is Naidu on the inside of Roshan Goodman. He's going to stay there with Divian. Hold that inside line. Don't go the outside. He's forcing Mussolini around.
He's there on the brakes.
Oh, man. Divian Naidu just squeezed out the hard-charging Roshan Goodman. And Mo Kurodia had nothing else to do other than to brake. Now they head to the top of the hill. Couple of bits and pieces being thrown off a couple of cars there as they went up the hill there. There was a bit of touching and maybe some plastics flying left, right and centre. But as they come out of turn 7, it's Bevan Masters putting wheels on the dirt. And here we go, back on board with Mo. And Goodman is through. Returns the favour coming into turn 6 and 7.
Yeah, Mo tried to go all the way around the outside of 5 and then it becomes 6 and 7. So if you left out there on the outside, you end up losing the place as they head down towards turn 8. But out in front though, all this fighting and all this tripping over each other is giving our rookie and debutant the lead with a bit of a breathing space.
Bit of breathing room there for Jaden Kirsten. Hannes Skippers in second. Dive from Tyler Robinson. Trying to find a way the inside there on Shrin Rajpal. She's got the inside line. AF Fan starts to go push to pass. I think she might have. She uses the push to pass to get through there and gets ahead of Shrun Rajpal in the dub call machine from Works Motorsport. Oh, that was a brilliant little manoeuvring there from Tyler Robinson. Starting slightly further back than her second place in race 1, so she's got a bit more work to do here in race 2.
Mo Carodia is still stuck here behind Gumi. He doesn't seem to get the exit out of 4, so that's going to hamper him. He's not going to have the move up to the top. There's Wayne Masters sticking the nose in. He had to use a lot of curve to get out the way of Kruger. That could have ended badly for both of them, but great driving from Wayne to avoid it. Round the outside, though, it's Divya Naidu defending off Berthold.
Berthold squeezing him out, keeping Divian at bay. The Production X car trying to find a way through. I think he's got the inside line down the hill. He might have it on the brakes, and Berthold will lose out. Look at Goodman going to go with him. Roshan Goodman going to try and go with him and squeeze Berthold onto the high side and onto the outside line towards turn 1. Berthold tries to come back at him, squeeze him out over the line, and yeah, it's Goodman on the inside. Oh, and here comes Karodia. Karodia is coming for the party. It's a 4-way fight down in 7th place.
Oh, Karodia just always ending up on the outside. He's going to send it all the way around turn number 2. It's a slim shady move from Mo. As long as he's got push to pass, he could make that happen.
Yeah, I think he's got that one, and he used it. He had to. He had no choice. He's now got Berthold in his sights, trying to use the slipstream, that little bit of slipstream that might come from that Polo ahead of him to try and bridge that gap. But down there is not where Mo Karodia wants to be. It is such a low position for Mo to be in. He is not going to be able to make up those 12 points that Rory Atkinson has got currently. And we'll have to wait and see what's going to change up here by the time we get to the end of this one, because this is where things could change up dramatically. Berthold is in his way. Divya Naidu is in his way. Shrun Rajpal's in the way as well. So there are a lot of cars that Karodia is still going to get through on.
Yeah, we're just trying to have a look here at the live screen as well, but it's not working at the moment. So Greg doing well to keep off memory and shoot the names off there for us. But Mo Karodia is right under the rear wing there as they head into turn 1. Is it going to be enough for him to have a move down into the inside of turn 2? A lot of movement before turn 1. I think that was Bevan Masters looking for a way past as Roshan Goodman. He's lost a bit of time to Mo, but Mo has no on down the inside. Go. That is... I think that was Bevan Marston. Great send from quite a distance back, and he's managed to get himself the lead of the Masters race there, just behind this gaggle of cars that we're on board with now with Mo Karodia.
Well, there we go, refreshing the timing, and now we go into the timing is perfect. It's Goosen from Skippers from Kutsia. Kutsia in 3rd place will secure 3rd place. So that is going to drop Mo Karodia down into 4th place in this championship, and Ethan Kutsia up 1 position. So a little bit of change up here, which is not what Mo Karodia wanted coming into this final round. Jaden Gerson, what a run here from him out front though. What a drive from the debutant. I know he's not scoring championship points, and he's only going to be looking for the trophies that they hand out at the end of the day, but this definitely bodes well for him joining Polo Cup in 2026 on a full-time basis.
So often we call him the Goose, playing a bit of duck goose. He's out in the lead and he's off on his own, but he's being chased by a field of really competent drivers with 7 laps still to go. How long is that lead going to last for him?
Mo Karodia looking in that rearview mirror and thinking himself, hang on a second, what is going on here? I was leading this championship at one point in this season. It's all gone to the wrong side of that leaderboard for Mo Karodia coming into the penultimate round and here in the final round as well. So he has got some huge work to do. Speaking of work to do, John Kruger, he's behind Mike Babaglia. What's gone wrong there? JK has dropped right back, which means he's going to lose 2nd in the championship there to Derek Smallberger. Smallberger continues to lead the race. There you can see him just behind Nirav Singh. It's the Performance Masters car of Wayne Masters in 2nd place in the Masters class. As you said, going on earlier on. Yeah, I've had that the whole season, bro. You mustn't understand.
I must also correct myself. I said Bevan Masters was a master, but he's not actually Polo Cup.
He's in Cup, yeah.
All right, so I must just correct that. Sorry, guys. He is a Polo Cup.
So here we go. Hannah Skipper's under pressure here from Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia trying to find a way through here.
Oh, Ethan Kutsia just filling the mirrors. Did you see that? Yeah. Left, right. Make sure you can see the purple of my car.
Yeah, this purple car is coming. Behind him, though, is Rory Atkinson and Tyler Robinson. And Tyler Robinson is on Atkinson's tail. If they are doing everything right, they would have told Rory exactly where he needs to finish. The bare minimum would be, I think, 8th. So 4th right now is more than enough, and I think Rory will know that.
Also, bare minimum of 8th is if Mo wins. So being
Correct.
just being ahead of Mo at the moment is more than enough. So
He
no
knows.
need to fight with anyone.
No, he knows that. That's exactly why he's just chilling there.
And he's as Tyler, he's
Tyler's
just
through.
lost the spot to Tyler.
Tyler's
So
through.
quite happily, Rory's lost the spot to Tyler, and I think he'll just sit there. He's got a bit of breathing room. He can just focus on what they're doing up front. Ethan Kutsia, though, not happy to be sitting in second, is trying to get past Kippers.
Now, also just a little bit of a heads up there. If we do get a victory here for Rory Atkinson in that Industry Petroleum car, it will be the second time that Matt from Industry Petroleum has wrapped up a Polo Cup championship. Now, remember, Matt is a former freestyle motocross rider who had a massive crash and broke his back.
Yeah.
And is in a wheelchair. He actually raced in Super Hatch in a specially prepared car that had paddle shifts for brake and accelerator.
And he is now racing in karts, in a
Exactly.
kart that we've built him to do the Formula K Club and Championship.
And that's the kind of passion behind the sport that
Full
he's
send from Tyler. Rory getting well out the way there. I saw him move to the outside. He saw
Tyler's-
something happening. He's like, whoa, there goes Mo.
That's it. Championship done. Karodia's off. Championship done. That is absolutely horrible from Mo Karodia's point of view. He'll slot into about 4th or 5th in the Masters class there. Probably 3rd by the looks of it. Because I think the third place cars were a bit further back from Wayne Masters than the Performance Masters car that we've just seen go through there. You'll see Karodia's car coming through in the background. There it comes. So that is just heartbreak city there for Mo Karodia.
Yeah, we saw a little
such
bit of
a
rubber
pity there
mark
for the
on the
fast
side of the
car,
car. I wonder if that was maybe getting involved in some of the racing that he shouldn't.
Look at the body
Hand on
language.
the seat.
Look at the body language, bud. He knows it's all gone to nothing. Karodia knows that is it. The championship is done. The best he can do now is possibly 3rd, but it depends on where Judd Berthold will finish up, because Ethan Kutsia could possibly be squeezing through into 3rd place ahead of Judd and maybe even passing his stablemate from Lee Thompson Racing.
Those 5 cars running so close together, you couldn't even see where Rory was there at that point. They were so nose to tail. It's 2 laps left to go, and we've got 5 or 6 cars battling for the second place in this race.
I'm just loving the fact that this has turned into such an epic battle. Even though the championship's basically decided, it doesn't matter, because the guys that are not fighting for the championship still fight right to the chicken flag.
We say it's over. There's 3 laps left to go, and Rory is in the center of what looks like to be 8 cars fighting for second place.
Exactly. Skippers, Kutsia, Rory, Tyler, Shrin, Divian, and Judd just in the background. Kutsia closes now onto the back end of Skippers. Skippers shuts it all, just squares that corner off. He knows what Ethan was trying to do there, trying to get that run around the outside. Oh, Divian looking for a chance on rush ball.
For the hip and shoulder action.
Yeah, here you go.
Chad Bertel going to try to capitalize now. Oh, Ethan going all the way around the outside. Skippers doing what we call the block pass, and that's going to drop him down behind Tyler Robertson. She's got the inside for 10-1. Looks like she's backed off it. So Ethan hit a bit of push to pass to save himself. Rory isn't giving up. He was looking down the inside into turn 1. So Hannah Skippers using that block pass perfectly, going defensive, giving Ethan the outside, slowing him down, and giving himself 3-4 cars of a gap. Naidu isn't done sending it either, though. Into turn 2, he gets that move done in the Dubcore Polo Cup.
Yeah, rush ball down 1 position there. Naidu slots up Production X versus the Dubcore car. So it's KwaZulu-Natal taking on the boys from Gauteng. Yeah, that's it. Roshan Goodman, best seat in the house, watching the battle here from the onboard camera as they head up towards turn 4 and looking for a chance maybe to get into the mix there.
Judd Berthold still having a look at the battle in front of him. Rory Atkinson down to the inside for 5 again. I don't know if that's just to cool the car or if he's interested in getting past Tyler Robinson, but Ethan Kutsia has managed to stay in front of Tyler Robinson even after that defensive masterclass of Hannah Skippers.
That was push you, push me. Push you,
Yeah.
push me, bud. Yeah. Here we go.
Loving his racing.
Tyler looking for a chance out maybe to get through on Ethan. And if she does that, of course, Tyler will then definitely secure her top 6 overall for Polo Cup for 2025.
Oh, Goodman's got a chance
from
here.
the Dubcore car. Oh, Goodman could capitalize here. Roshan looking to dive on the inside.
Not quite close enough.
Ooh, there's a little look, eh? It is the home track of Team Red. Roshan would have done a couple of laps around here, a bit more than probably than Shrin has done. And Mussolini in the mix there too. Pierluigi only came into Polo Cup for the first time after coming out of a spectacular couple of seasons in Class C in Volkswagen Challenge. decided to step it up into Polo Cup. Hasn't quite got there yet, but he has also had massive moves to the front end. But a smoke out of Kutsia.
Oh, someone's off.
A bit of dust from someone.
That's a big off.
That's a huge one. I'm not quite sure who's run into the kiddie litter there, but
still there in the kiddie litter.
If he keeps going, he can get out the kiddie litter. It's quite thick, that kiddie litter. There's no car there. It's Carodia again.
I don't think so.
You don't think it was?
No.
Let's have a look and see who's missing from this front pack. We're now watching Shrin.
I don't see Goodman.
It was Divian.
Divian, I do.
Divian, yeah. Checker flag is out. There you go. What a win for the debutant. Jaden Huisson takes the win. He was hoping for that. That's massive for that man for 2026, coming into the 30th anniversary. But, ladies and gentlemen, your champion for 2025 is not that man. And look how dejected Mo looks. You can just see from the body language, he knows it all went wrong. It probably went wrong down in Cape Town, actually, to be honest. And a shake of the head there from the man who would have been king. He had a 9-point advantage going to Cape Town. It was a 3-point deficit, which is now turned into the championship. Headed the way of Rory Atkinson, Haupt Racing, and Industry Petroleum. Rory finishes up in 5th place. That is more than enough. And there you can see a happy man, thumbs up and waving to the crowd. Your 2025 Astron Energy Polo Cup champion, Rory Atkinson. Masters champion,
Wayne Masters from Performance Masters is the Masters Polo Cup champion.
I opened that up for you,
You
man.
did. I'm sorry, I missed it. The first cue today I missed, and it was one of mine. Oh, well.
Second place, Derek Smallberger. Third place will go to John Kruger. What a spectacular Polo Cup championship for 2025. I can't wait to see where this goes.
For the 30th anniversary of Polo Cup.
Roshan Goodman, he looks like he's pretty happy as well, waving to the crowd. Team Red Racing and the National Mzansi Motorsport man coming through there for a fantastic finish to a championship. I think he'll finish up in 7th place overall for the championship if my points are right. But we don't really need to worry about those ones right now. The unofficial results, of course, are still up. But we'll wait to see later on as they'll have their final prize giving this evening here at Zwartkops at that very building, the advanced driving building for Volkswagen Motorsport. That will see the championships crowned officially here tonight. But of course, Rory Atkinson is your 2025 29th anniversary Polo Cup champion and a Masters champion, also a national title, by the way, to Wayne Masters. Well done to him. He really hasn't been beaten all season long. Derek had a couple of wins. John had a couple of wins. But it was basically almost a clean sweep from Wayne Masters in the Masters title. Looking for
a little point to add to those.
Yeah, please do.
Wayne Masters, father of Keegan Masters, current Porsche Cup competitor.
Correct.
Jeffrey Kruger, who's raced all over the world.
4 South African championships.
And then
Polo Cup
Derek's
champion in Poland.
Yes.
And currently racing in France.
In the MX-5s.
MX-5s,
Yeah, sorry, Holland as well.
Holland, sorry, yeah.
And then you've got Derek and Charles. The Goose, Jaden Gerson, first win, later for first one to give him a congratulations, that's amazing. Also out of karting, the two of them together. So all the way through the careers they've stayed close. So great job for him taking his inaugural win in his first ever event.
Stand by for arguably one of the biggest celebrations of the year as this car rolls up. There is your champion. Yes, Rory, you can take the number 2 off now and you can put the number 1 on. I can tell you something. Probably get a little emotional when I say this as well. That'll be for Rory's mom.
100%.
No doubt about it.
Absolutely. His dad here on the sidelines, as he is at every single race. Cyril, he comes to every single one of Rory's races, and that's a deserved win for Orks. I mean, he's been pushing hard in the Volkswagen and the regional series, so for him to finally come through and take it, absolutely brilliant job for him.
First man to congratulation is the boss man, Mark Rowe. And hopefully we can get in straight away with your new champion, Rory Atkinson.
I'm ready to go.
Rory Atkinson, National Polo Cup champion. How does that feel?
Wow, Claudia, I can't believe it, eh? All praise and glory to God, and thank you to Matt and James, Andre Haupt and the team, and just for my family. Thank you, man.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, but well done.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Appreciate it, man.
All the best, Rory.
Cheers.
Well done, Rory. Yeah, I think sentiments go out as well from the family's point of view. I know it was a tough year for them, but certainly well deserved there for Rory Atkinson. Hard luck to a good friend of mine, that man right there, Mo Karodia. You can just see dejected, and the body language changed halfway through that race. He knew it had all gone to pieces, but he'll be back. Let me tell you something, fighting hard for 2026, and maybe the 30th anniversary could be Mo Karodia's. You never know.
Look, second place in a championship like this is far better than the kick of the teeth. So, you know, to run that far to the end of the season and it end with a second place in the final heat.
Let's catch up now with the big boss man from Volkswagen Motorsport, Mike Rowe.
Mark Rowe, one of the best Polo Cup seasons we've had in a long time. Talk me through this season. How was it for you?
Yeah, it's been an absolutely incredible finale. I mean, first to sixth could have been anyone's championship, but yeah, a shame. Mo had a rough day today, but Rory did what he needed to do. So, but even from third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, it could have been anyone in third. But it looks like I think Hannes might have done enough to finish third in the championship. So well done to him.
And any rule changes and anything like that for next year? We're keeping it as is.
No, you know me, I like to keep the rules as stable as possible, so there's just tweaks to, you know, stuff that you always find things during the year that could be a little bit more polished, but nothing major for 2026, but just looking forward to another cracker year like we've had this year.
All the best for next year, Mark.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, a pretty spectacular finish there to the Polo Cup's 29th anniversary. We move into MSA4, race 2 now. We've still got 2 more of those to go, by the way. Single-seaters will be out on track shortly, and we look forward to seeing what's going to happen in that one. And we'll take you through the point standings as they roll out. Here they come onto the circuit. Coming into this round, we are sitting with Michael Besaidnout overtaking Casey Ensor-Smith for the first time this season and leading by 3 points. 71 plays 68. Casey Ensor-Smith, 68 points in second. We go down to Jaden Hussen quickly and catch up with our race 1 winner for the debutant. Well done, JD.
First time out in a Polo Cup car and a win. How does it feel?
No, it feels amazing. We put a lot of time into the car and did a lot of practice sessions, so it feels really good for a win. Quite confident for next year.
Was Leighton Faris whispering some 3 sweet things into your ear there on what to do?
Yes, he gave me some pointers on how to do this weekend, so it helped a lot.
All the best, well done.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, well done there to JD. I think a lot of guys have got their eyes wide open and some eyebrows raised there at the potential of what Jaden Hussen has shown on his first time out. But going back to the point standings, of course, in MSA4, Investchem MSA4, back on track for race 2. It's the fight for third that's going to be as interesting as the fight for first and second. As I said, 3 points between Mark Besaidnout and Casey Ensor-Smith, but Karabo Malamela is now only 3 points up the road from Renzo Ribeiro. That's for third place. So 3 versus 3 for first and second and third and fourth.
What a way to end the inaugural season. To go into the final round with the championship this close together. Casey Ensor-Smith, second place on the grid now for this race behind Arjon. Now Arjon, great turn of pace from him. Now a consistent front runner in this MSA4 all the way from Namibia. Doesn't get a lot of time on the cars. He only able to get into the car the Friday before the race. Obviously being based in Namibia and running his driver coaching academy down there with the karting in Namibia, so he doesn't get a lot of time to drive. So for him to be as quick as he is here at Zwartkops, it's Casey's home circuit, it's Michael's home circuit, and it's also Karabo's as well. He's doing a great job out there in front. But starting directly behind Casey is our now new championship leader, Michael Besaidnout.
Correct. So Michael Besaidnout with the work to do there from second on the grid, but still front row. And we saw from Ethan Gatsia's start that second inside line is actually not a bad place to be if you can get the drive off the line and set it up perfect. If you do, you may be able to squeeze the leader out and get to the front end there. But of course, to try and find a way around everybody else in front of you in this class is not easy, as we've seen right through the season. Remember, we had 3 races only a couple of weekends ago at Red Star Raceway, so the preparation of these cars had to be done in pretty much record time to get them ready for Zwartkops. Fortunately, both of the rounds have been at altitude, so that makes a big difference as well, so you don't have to worry too much about how you're going to gear those cars, and both tracks of a similar nature, although Red Star with that long straight would probably give you a little bit of more of a headache to get the car right, because it means that you've got to get that top end speed working. 30 changes to 5 changes to lights on. It's lights out, and we go racing for the second time today. And
Michael got a great start.
Nell with another phenomenal start. Casey Smith is second place though, as he squeezes through there on Michael Besaidnout. Karabo Mela I think is going to follow him and try and get around the outside. It's Palome into 4, Lorenzo Ribeiro 5. Shrin Naidu just squeezing through there into 6th place. Nice start.
There's 3 abreast through turn 3. It's Karabo, Michael, and Casey that looked like it could get touchy into 4. I wanted to see as we come to the next shot. There it is. Michael still looking for the inside. So Casey all the way, wide line driving, and Karabo going to go around all the way around the outside. So these two are now just battling the championship. They're not battling to get to the front. Karabo's been let free.
Yes.
And whether or not that's going to allow Michael around the outside of Casey as well. They get on the brakes. He's late on the anchors. Is it going to be enough to make it all the way through 6 as well?
No, not quite. Gets into... Oh, he does.
He got done.
That. Unbelievable. Round the outside. So he's been listening to your comments earlier on about those trailer park girls into turn 5 and 6. He moves up into 3rd place ahead. He's got to be ahead of Casey and Smith. That's all Michael Besaidnout must do, is finish ahead of Casey all day long today. Liam Palome could throw a little bit of a thorn in the side there if he comes through. Renzo Ribeiro is tucked in behind that. And as they cross the line, apologies, I said Shrin, but it's actually Nzalo Corza.
Big send down the inside from Michael. It's going to be late. We don't need that when you're leading a championship.
Karabo saw him coming, fortunately gave him some room. So he just opened up the door there slightly, gave a little bit of room. You don't want to lock wheels in these cars either. You know what happens with single-seaters and locking wheels. It normally ends up in tears. But the one cool thing about the way these cars are built, I don't know if you've seen them up close, they've got that special rack on the front that literally locks the wheel in with a tie. And the wheel, if it does come loose, doesn't go flying off into the distance or over the wall into the crowd. So that works really well in terms of the safety factors that have been put into these cars.
Casey was coming back on Michael there because Michael was indecisive of which way to go in Karabo. So Karabo kind of backing up these two while they fight for the championship. And Michael doesn't look so great off the exit of 7. That's going to put him under pressure for 8. He does a half defensive move. Casey locking up the brakes just to stay ahead of Palome. So this is a 5, 6, 7 car battle for second place. All the while, Adrian Nell's already halfway home to Namibia.
105 from Adrian Nell. Whipping in there, and he goes down to a 105.1. So he's certainly just disappearing. I think he's already booked the flight back to Windhoek, and he's saying, okay, well, let's just get this done. I'm happy. We can go home now. No, you can't. You still got another race to come.
Still got a third run.
The last race of the day.
Heat to come. Karabo has stopped fighting with Michael because Michael's too busy defending on Casey Enzo Smith. Palome still in there to have a go. It's Ribeiro in the middle, used cars, MSA4, and Nzalo having a great run just on the back of this pack.
Nzalo caused massive improvements coming out of him as well. Really good to see that. And that also shows that there's a bit of prowess for 2026 for that young man. Little dive, a little look on the inside, just showing the wheel. I can tell you something, that Africa heating car is starting to heat up and putting the pressure onto Michael Besaidnout. Another look from Casey. This time a little bit more intent. And around the outside comes Palome, putting the pressure onto Casey because of that move. He saw him go for the little fake move on the inside, and he's going to try and capitalize. He's through. Oh, he's through around the outside of turn 1.
That was brave.
Palome, what a move.
Casey's not going to let it go, though. He's looking to the inside into turn 2, but Palome nice and late on the brakes. So Casey too distracted and getting past Michael Besaidnout, and he's dropped a place. So that's not going to help the championship extension at all. Beginning of the season, everybody was talking about Casey Enzo Smith, and he's falling even further back. Is he? No, Nzalo has capitalized on that to look at the inside of Ribeiro, but he hasn't quite got the move done just yet. And that's brought Jordan Moodley in the 76 Legacy car right onto the back of Nzalo as they head up into turn 5. Did he have a look down the inside? He was thinking about it, but he wasn't quite close enough. Casey needs to settle down, get his head down, and chase back to the current championship leader.
Problem he's got is Renzo Ribeiro immediately applies the pressure straight onto the back end of Casey Enzo Smith, and that's how hard he's trying, locking up down into turn 8. Renz on the brakes there, locks the front left wheel, and it might have cost him a little bit of time on the exit. But I tell you something, keep an eye out on Renzo Ribeiro, putting massive pressure onto Casey Ensel-Smith. Karabo Malamela looking like he's moving himself up and looking to try and close that gap down on Adrian Nel, because he's just put in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he found himself at 10th there. It's 1.5 seconds is the lead at the moment, so he's going to have to find more than that. With 4 laps left to go, he's going to be looking at he's going to have to get half a second a lap to close that gap to Adrian Nel. This pack, though, are not concerned about lap times at all.
Michael Besaidon is only concerned about one car, and it's 2 car lengths behind him.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of a buffer there with Liam Palome in the red dot machine just tucking in behind him. He's putting pressure onto Michael Besaidon, so Michael hasn't got it all his own way, but he's sitting there going, okay, well, if I can keep Palome between myself and Casey Ensel-Smith, that's a couple more points in the bag heading into the final race at the end of the day.
Yeah, look at me as a driver now. If I'm Michael, I'm going to be parking the bus. I need to start slowing it down and make sure Palermo is doing what he needs to do for me in terms of the championship. It wouldn't have been agreed beforehand, but you can run the pace in a way that you make this fight happen.
Yeah, I think the only person that Michael Besaidon could sort of count on, or in fact, only 2 people that you could count on, would have been Swartz and Spies.
Yeah.
Because they are teammates, if I'm not mistaken. So those 3 could have worked together to help Michael out, but Michael's all on his own. And Liam's over here, look! Whoa! Palome is not worried about championship. He's like, hey, I can get a 3rd here.
Casey Ensel-Smith looking around the outside, though, with a slipstream from Michael Besaidon. Besaidon should be moving to the inside now, so he doesn't help with the slip, but he didn't. There's contact between the 2. That end plate's gone. Oh, contact again, and he's still not giving up.
Casey Ensel-Smith trying to keep around the outside of Palome, trying to get back at Palome as they come through the left-hander. He's through. So this time it works in his favour. He doesn't get the damage. Palome's got the damage on the front left of that wing, and that's going to affect his ability. Now, we saw how dramatic the front wing loss was to Casey Ensel-Smith in race 1. How is that just that front left going to affect Liam Palome's ability to turn into the right-handers?
Well, you can see already he's starting to struggle down this year. It's the metal used spares car of Ribeiro just behind him there. He's caught right up onto the back. He's under the gearbox. So this is where he's going to struggle now.
Zalo Racing coming along for the ride as well, and not too far behind that is the 76 Legacy car of Jordan Moodley. So Michael Besaidon with a bit of breathing room there after that touch between. Here comes Renzo. Whoa, Renz! With a big move on the inside of turn 4. Did he make it stick? I don't think he got there. He was close, but not close enough.
76 Legacy now. Jordan Moodley up the inside of Gonzalo as they head up into 5 as they go 2 abreast just in front as well between Palermo and Ribeiro. Oh, massive oversteer moment. Great catch.
Good catch.
And just behind, here comes Anastasia Jurasis to join the party as well.
And with her comes along a multiple champion in single seasons.
Oh, something's wrong.
Nick Van Wheelie.
Oh, that wing's broken.
Palome's wing is broken. Looks like that's the end of that for him. So he's going to have to pull into pit lane there. So the magnificent paint and hardware car comes through as well, as we see Nicholas Van Wheelie sneaking up into the top 7. And the leader at this stage, Adrian Nel, has now opened up to... Oh, he's kept it at 1.5. So it doesn't look like Malamela's got an answer there. But the fight continues here. And oh, there you go. Well, he's continued to circulate. I'm not quite sure why he stayed out there if there's a problem in the car.
I think the wing went under the body, so he was just waiting for it to dislodge so he could keep going. Because you don't want to drive at full speed with a piece of fiberglass underneath your car or carbon fiber. But at the moment, with 1 lap left to go, it's from Namibian Cycles, Adrian Nel, with a 1.5 second lead. He took his first ever win in the previous heat. He's up for his second.
Malamela looking to try and close that gap down on Casey Ensel-Smith for 3rd in the championship. He could bring himself back into contention and maybe even still finish 2nd, depending on where Casey ends up at the end of this. He's in 3rd at the moment, or he's in 4th at the moment behind Michael. Here they come across the line for the flag, and it is a great win for Adrian Nel. Malamela gets 2nd, Besaidon gets 3rd, and it's Casey Ensel-Smith who hangs on for 4th place ahead. No, in fact, Jordan Moodley snuck through there on the closing stages, or did he? Yes, he did. Ensel-Smith down to 6th place. So there must have been a problem on Casey's car on that last lap as well, because Moodley and Renzo got through for 4 and 5.
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't a puncture from that end plate contact with Palome.
Very good possibility on that one. So we got another 10 for Adrian Nel. He also gets the fastest lap there, so he'll score 22 points onto his. That takes him to 47. Ooh, hold on a second. all of a sudden we've got Adrian Nell coming into play here for overall standings. There they are unofficially though. Malamela in second, and third place goes to Michael Besaidenote. So we'll just do the maths quickly here for you.
Quick math.
So Malamela, he will get the 8, and Michael Besaidenote will get the 6 points. So add that on. So we go.
I must correct myself quickly. Sorry, I said Namibian Cycles. It's Central Cycles Namibia. I've already got the WhatsApp, so apologies for that. Central Cycles Namibia. Arjan Null taking the win there, and a nice drive from Anastasia up to 9th place. Great improvement from her. So hopefully, a second season in this car, she'll be a little bit higher up after learning all the learning of driving a single seater and making the move from karting and the step up. But Casey Enzo Smith, he had the lead coming into this round. It hasn't gone quite his way today. Lost the nose in the first heat, and further contact now with Polo. I'm not sure if that's why he dropped down to 6th, but it wasn't going all his own way today. And with one more heat to go, Greg's currently finishing out the mathematics.
The math done, yeah.
We got 6 points.
6 points between the top two.
The top two.
Yeah, Mark. There are still some drop points to come in, of course, but we don't have those drop points, unfortunately, ahead of us. So what we're going to go on is what we have in front of us and what is being scored on the score sheets that, of course, are provided on MSAs. But the drop rounds, of course, each of them have got their drop rounds that they would have taken. We won't be able to give you the official championship, but if it stays as it is right now, you can probably work it out there, Carl, for us.
I'm just having a look at the drop points. So Casey drops a 5 and a 6. So it depends on what he scored in the first heat.
DNF.
Well, what does that score though? It would be 5.0.
0, yeah.
Is it a 0? So he'll put a 0 there and get 5 points back.
Okay, so 5 points back makes a 2 point difference.
2 point difference.
2 point difference with the drops. Yeah. 2 with the drops. Let's put that in there.
As a quick math estimate.
And of course, Michael will be 3 and 4.
So he doesn't get any drops. The drops will stay the same.
They'll stay the same because he's got 2. Yeah, so he's got, what did Michael get? He got a second and third. No, he would have taken...
Yeah, those points.
That's it, yeah.
So technically, if Casey doesn't go out for this race and scores another 0, he'll get a further 5 points back.
Correct.
So there's only 1 point difference between the two.
1 point difference between them there. That's it. So that's how close it is heading into that last race of the day later on today for Investchem MSA4's inaugural season. How close do you want to finish this? 1 point in it with 1 race to go. Can't wait. Up next, we go to the two-wheelers once again, the second race of the day and the third last race of the season for SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. So it's ZX10R Masters Cup that are making their way out onto the grid. As I said, it's the last race of the day here for them, but they've still got 2 more rounds to go at Red Star Raceway. And that, of course, happens in a couple of weeks' time out in Dalmas. That will wrap up their championship for 2025. So they've still got another championship round to go. But, of course, championships in terms of this are all sorted. It's that man with the number 1 plate again. Back-to-back titles for the King Price Kawasaki of Clint Seller. Evil Knievel. And, of course, his bike prepped by Steve Cannon. Damien Purificotti does all the work on his own machine there. Alongside him is his beautiful wife, Nicole. And she'll be the umbrella brolly babe there for him. And the same thing there for that man, Hein McMahon, Slucky, as he likes to be known. Full gas. That's what we like to see, buddy. And the K9 law enforcement's machine has a spectacular turn of pace. Graham Van Badar, GVBD, still with a bit of work to do for Class B honours. But today I think you'll be looking for top 3 overall for the man on that Stefanuti Stockson Motul Kawasaki. Alongside him there for Tire Mart and Volvo cars. I'm trying to remember which company he's involved in. Good to see that machine out there as well from East London. And Jason Lamb looking to try and wrap up Class C. He could possibly wrap it up today, depending on where JLR ends up. And, of course, Johan Leroux, the oldest man out there, we chatted about him in race 1. He'll be looking to try and stay at least in touch with Jason Lamb to make it go down to the final round at Red Star Raceway for honours in Class B and C.
That sound is amazing.
There's nothing like that.
Yeah,
20,000 cc's into turn 1. Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely brilliant to hear that. Clinton already starting the racing as we're wondering why his tires are so hot. It's because he's flat out from the box. But Clinton, I would say, at least I beat him in a kart, but I didn't get to do that either. So
listen, he's a tough man to beat, but we were just chatting about it yesterday while I was down in the pits and just catching up with a couple of the riders, and Clint was talking about a couple of the fun events that we used to do. We did one here at Zwartkops, we did one in PE where he won during the West Bank Super Series Day. The Mr. Motorcycle, which was basically a devil takes the hindmost type race, where we put the 1000s and 600s together. They started line astern, and every lap the last rider gets a black flag, and you get eliminated until you're down to the last 4. Stop the race, 4-lap race, and whoever wins, 10,000 rand. And white US dollar jacket.
Oh, lovely.
Printed US dollar jacket, which he's got 2 of, by the way.
Shame. Tough life,
Yeah.
Tough life.
So, him and Nick Kershaw fought it out here for honours. Kershaw on a 600, he was on the 1000. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was on the BM at that point, or he might have been on the Honda, I can't remember. But needless to say, it was an epic battle for that one, for that Mr. Motorcycle title he took here. But titles are done. He's already got the championship for 2025, and it's back-to-back titles for him, giving him his 8th South African championship. It's not an official SA championship because it's a challenge here that they run in the ZX10R Masters Cup, but 6 national titles are behind that man's name. Lights about to go out. Here we go. Once again towards turn 1. It looks like it is the King Price Kawasaki for the whole shot. He's a tough man to beat anywhere around the world, never mind here in South Africa, because he has been all around the world. He's been to America, he's been to Europe, and he's raced in all formats of the sport.
Including endurance as well. At some
exactly.
point.
Yeah, he's done a couple of those 24 hours at Red Star. In fact, his team won 2 of them. But the one accolade I can say that I've got over you on him is in the 24 hour that I did where he won, his team won, he did 170 laps. I did 259 laps. But I was on my own. He had 4 other riders with him.
What were the other 3 doing?
Exactly.
Well, Gangland now heading up into the 5-6 complex. But Clint Seller, we saw him check out straight away in the last race. It hasn't quite happened that way now.
Yeah, look, I think he's just waiting for those tyres to come into their own. Good to see that man back on track. We lost him in the first lap of race 1. And IM63 Wakahinya racing machine of Sifiso Temba fighting hard there with Renatus Vanikuk. Those are the 2 riders who actually went down in race number 1. So hopefully they stay out of his other's way and don't cause any issues there as they come across the line to complete lap 1 of 10. So ZX10R Masters Cup. In fact, it's an 8-lapper. They've changed it. It's an 8-lapper here for this second heat of racing. I think it's due to the heat conditions. I think that's one of the reasons why they decided to go to 8 laps.
Got a Big Sun Tires must be crying with the amount of heat that the circuit's giving out. Great tire for these bikes though. I've heard only good things from all the riders in Mahone. Ooh.
That was Van Bredar with a big moment to fall.
That
front end looked horrible.
Maybe just waiting for the tires to come out, maybe drop the pressures because of the heat, and it still hasn't quite switched on. But Clint said he still hasn't pulled the gap we saw him pull by now in the first race.
Doesn't need to really, as you know. Damien Purificati did match him on lap times, but I think it's because Clint was running sort of comfortable laps as opposed to fast ones that he needed.
Oh, down the inside here goes the fall of McMahon on Van Bredar. He's got the move done. There's the cut back there. Van Bredar looked for it, but it's not quite enough into turn 1.
Class A 1, 2, 3 now with McMahon going to third. Class B in 4. Class C in 5 there with Jason Lamb looking to close down on the back end of GBBD. So
class is great. That's ooh.
So basically it's based on ages, 35 and over for the Class A. Class B is 45 and over. Class C 55 and over. So it's vets, masters, grandmasters basically is how they run it. And of course it doesn't matter what your lap times are. You can be as fast as Clint Seller and still be in Class C. It doesn't matter. It's
all
based on age. Yeah, all based on age. And that's been the way it's run. They did bring the age gap down slightly to try and bring a couple more riders in, which is why Clint stepped into this. AJ Fenter also stepped into it as well. But of course with his international duties for TT and the road racing he had to do, he couldn't do the full season. But he did have a couple of rounds. And in fact, there's only really been 2 or 3 riders who could run with the pace of Seller. We saw Purificati, as you can see, running similar lap times to him, but he hasn't actually physically beaten Clint in a one-on-one race. AJ was right up there with Clint on a few occasions as well, and Trevor Westman was up there as well with him on a few occasions, but never ever able to actually physically beat the man on that King Price Kawasaki.
Fadiga Gnards, also Class A, just moved himself up into 9th, so he's made 2 places on that last lap. Great move up into turn 5 to get himself up into that 9th place. We watch now, they head into turn 2 a little low down. That's our leader for Grandmasters, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, nice little move there. The Grandmasters at this stage is Jason Lamb. He's there in the 4, ahead of, is that Keith Agliotti again? It is. He's joined the party again, coming along on that Ridgeway Racing Kawasaki of his, an EBC-sponsored machine. Of course, EBC are one of the associate sponsors for this category. They supply all the brakes for these motorcycles. TRP supply the tires. SunBet are the main sponsors. And of course, we've got VAG Automotive Centurion that are part and parcel of this as well in terms of the overall sponsors for this class. And great to see that collaboration of the different brands. SunBet actually run a whole bunch of competitions on their website, on their betting site as well, that also involve the Masters category. And of course, they've got a big golf day coming up as well, which they host on an annual basis, which they put all the funds raised towards riders when they go down that might not be able to cover medical bills or have some hard times. They help those riders out that have all been part of the club. So if you are interested in that, get onto that ZX10R Masters Cup Facebook page, check it out. They've got their golf day coming up soon, and if you want to be part of that, you're more than welcome to go and join those guys. It's a really good and fun day, and all the proceeds, of course, go towards helping downed riders, guys that are battling maybe with their medical bills, or maybe just helping guys out to get their motorcycles around the country. That's how well this club works.
Absolutely amazing to see that motorsport family helping each other. This fight isn't over, and Van Bredar has gone down a slot, and I think that is Lamb.
Yeah, Lammy up one. So as he's known down in East London, the Lamborghini is there, moving his way up into the top 4 and putting a Class C bike in amongst the Class A competitors.
He's looking hungry for the top 3 as well. Never mind the top 4. He was late onto the brakes into turn 8 there and seemed to catch quite a few bike links on Mahone. Again into 2.
Oh, and he goes into the rear end. That was close. I hope we had an onboard camera on that one, because man alive, that would have been awesome as we dived on there. I know we're not running onboards for the bikes, but I think that's what we need to do next time.
Yeah, because all we would have seen was the Bridgestone logo get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, you would have seen that it's an R10 or R11 tire, depending on what he chose for today.
Any closer, you would have read the tire pressure. Up the back straight we go for Bredar. 6 he can get his place back there after that. But say, look how late on the brakes he is. That's like four bike links.
No, Jason Lamb is very good on the brakes. Graham Van Bredar is exceptional on the brakes. So if you got Jason Lamb getting through on Graham Van Bredar, you must know how good he is, because there's not a lot of guys that can outbrake Graham Van Bredar on a braking opportunity.
Yeah,
but
the
further
right
back
hand
here,
was
picking up
tired.
on a couple of the mid-pack riders as well. We're seeing, of course, Tyron Piper out there. We're seeing as well Jacques Cruz, and right behind him, that's Galgocci. Steve Galgocci, famous, of course, for his awesome koi farm that he's got in Northcliffe, and he sells koi all around the world. But his bike, of course, prepped by a multiple South African Championship winning motorcycle preparation team in M-Tech Racing, and Ricky Marias shares his dad. So that's a well-prepared motorcycle that you can see that man on board with. Jacques Cruz down into turn 2, Cashel corner. Nice to use that boom camera around there. Then we get the opposite effect on the outside camera, just showing you the 2 angles we got down at turn 2 for today.
Production value today has been absolutely spectacular. Hats off to the production team. It's really been good.
DP, I think, has done some...
Is that too late on the brakes?
That's Lamb. There we go. It caught him out. Jason Lamb, that was all Carl, by the way. Carl Lawrence.
I got broad shoulders, I'll take it.
What's up, Buttercup, on Facebook. It's such a pity for him, though, man. Jeez, he was going so well. What it's going to do, though, is it's going to open up the championship to the final round, because now JLR would have gone through. And there you can see we're now picking up on Henk Kruger. Kruger at this stage is 8. Renatus is 9. 10 is Byron Rothwell. Where is JLR? In fact, no, he's gone missing. Johan Leroux went missing on the first lap, so it is going to help Jacques Cruz close the gap down on JLR. And if Jason Lamb's got back on again,
ahead of Cruz.
Yeah, Jason Lamb got ahead, just ahead.
Yeah.
So he'll stay in the lead of Class C's championship. He's going to lose a little bit of ground to McMahon and Purificati in the overall championship, but he keeps himself in contention for, of course, what's going to be the win in Class C by the time he gets to Red Star Raceway. The win today, though, double win for the King Price, Liqui Moly, and Pierce branded Kawasaki there. Steve Cannon is the prepper. The rider is Evil Knievel, and Clint Seller with a double win. There you go. 2 wins and everything off the bike. That's a nothing that he does across the line.
That.
I think. I don't know.
I was hoping for a wheelie at least.
Here comes Keith Agliotti, and he'll be coming through for top 5. Nice run there from him. 4th overall in Class A. Graham Van Bedart takes 4th and the win in Class B. Reggie Seal takes 2nd in Class B. Henk Kruger 3rd in Class B. And then it'll be a long way down to Jason Lamb in 11th for Class C's win, beating Jacques Cruz. Unfortunately, JLR didn't make it out there, which will give Ian Harwood 3rd. So stand by. If you're out there, make sure you got some Oakleys on. Or what's your brand again?
Cos.
Oakleys or Cos, because when Harwood's bike comes past, you're going to need some sunnies. It's that bright.
You talk about that. As Clinton goes past the embankment of the back straight, I wonder if anybody watching realized they probably bought their gazebos they're using from him.
I think that's the case. They must take into account. Portable shade. There they are. Well done. And Keith Agliotti and Slucky giving a big round of applause to the crowd there. I know there was a big support on the sideline there for Jacques Cruz and for JLR, because the Abadan team were up on the banking there. But that brings our 2-wheeled action to the end for the day, and the end for Zwartkops' point of view, but not the end of the season. They, of course, make their way to Red Star Raceway for the final round of the 2025 championship. And that, of course, is on... just trying to remember what date. It's 28-29 of November. 28-29 November, final round of ZX10R Masters Cup. There is the TRP man. If you didn't see him, then clearly you didn't have your glasses on, because he would have blinded you. Well done, Harwood. 3rd in Class C. So up next, we're going into Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop. It's their 3rd and final heat. And, of course, we've wrapped up the championship with Jonathan DeToy. Let's see what's going to happen in the latter classes, and will Ricky Giannaccaro be able to do anything about Chris Budnick for Class A's honours? Carl, we've got a couple more races to go. I think it's 4 in total. The next one comes from the Extreme Supercars, their third and final heat of the day. As they make their way out to the track, we go back on board here with Marius Action Jackson. He's looking forward to action in his endurance attempts next year in Europe and in the Middle East. As you said, the 8 Hours of Bahrain is his first stop, and then he heads into Europe for some big challenges at some really scary circuits like Spa-Francorchamps and Misano. And Nürburgring, I think, is the other one that he goes to. The battle we're looking for right now is going to be for second overall in the championship and first and second in Class A. And it's Ricky Jonacaro and Chris Budnick that have to go at it. They're 3 points apart, according to what I've worked out on the point system that we've got here. And if it is Ricky Jonacaro who stays even behind Budnick, it'll be enough for him to wrap up the Class A championship and possibly finish second overall behind Jonathan DeToy, who we saw wrap up the overall and GT3 championship in race 2. So that's how it stands according to what I've got here. As I said, it's unofficial results because we've got to wait for, of course, anything that might come up afterwards, and sometimes that is the case. So we'll go on what we've worked out here on the mathematician side, using calculators and cell phones and
Excel
laptops,
spreadsheets,
fingers, Excel spreadsheets, and every now and again we send a WhatsApp out to somebody who's actually got the correct knowledge, and that helps us.
So if anybody's got live championship worked out, send us a WhatsApp. Thanks.
Oh, that'll be amazing. Gary van der Spey, if you're watching and you've got that, I'd appreciate it, bro. Please send me the current standings. It'd be pretty awesome.
That GR Toyota Corolla looks almost like a 4x4 in front of these low-slung GT cars. Still the best looking cars out there.
Hey, listen, I've got to tell you something. They are spectacular. And I mean, you saw when the highlights reel earlier on, when you go down to Cape Town, you chuck a couple more cars, about 7 of them or 8 of them that joined us from the sports and GT class down there. They certainly are a firm crowd favourite. And like we see when we bring the regional class here, and you'll see that on November the 8th, the V8 Supercars are huge crowd pleasers. So we've got these cars that certainly are firm favourites amongst the crowd out there, particularly the younger crowd, because they can kind of relate to the Lamborghinis, Audis, AMG, GT3 spec, Mercedes-Benzes, etc. And then, of course, it's the older statesmen that enjoy the big roar of the Rolling Thunder of West.
The Rolling
Dunlop.
Thunder.
Yeah, Dunlop V8 Supercars. This, of course, is probably what would be deemed our Rolling Thunder for the national classes. And it comes from the Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop. And here we go for the final time. It started here in January at the Passion for Speed Festival. Jonathan DeToy would take the honours overall there. Can he take the honours overall for today's racing? He's already wrapped up the championship. Let's see if he can go out with a swan song win at the front end.
Oh, they side by side into 2 shoulder. He's trying to stick it all the way around the outside of turn 2. And they're going to keep that drag race all the way down to turn 4. So Jonathan DeToy knows he's buttoned up the championship. So instead of backing out of it into turn 1, he's hung it in there and it stayed all the way around the lap. You see that car shaking about on the brakes, and Charles Rangy's still not giving it up.
Is this choreographed or not? I'm not sure. They are stablemates. They're not quite teammates. They share the stable, of course, between Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport. But it is the oyster catcher Lamborghini that just squeezes through and gets ahead of that Valve Fluid Systems machine, the AMG, into second place. Third place, it is Gianni Giannacaro, a lot closer to the Lambo and Mercedes-Benz than what he was in both race 1 and 2 earlier on today.
Yeah, a lot closer because they were tripping over each other for an entire lap. I think I saw them go side by side all the way through to turn 5. So more than the half the lap, they were side by side. Charles Rangy's still trying to fill those mirrors, so he hasn't given up just yet. And whether he gets the run out of 2, that Audi though, Giancarlo, way too late on the brakes and just couldn't get out.
Had to come off it slightly there, so it just compromised his drive out of turn 2 Cashel corner. And here we go back on board with Marius Jackson, MJR, and Audi Racing, trying to close down on that Primogen Audi on Paul Hill, just up the road from him. They've kind of fought it out all day long as well between those two R8s. But look at the battle ahead of it. It's the one for the championship, second overall for Ricky Jonakara is what he's looking for. But the win in Class A is more important there for him. He would love that Class A title.
No, it's been a fight we watched the whole day, but it's kind of a carbon copy of what we saw in the second heat. Kind of a line astern here in the third heat. The Dodge does tend to drop off the Lambo towards the end of the race, so maybe just burns the rear tyres a little bit quicker. But Jonathan du Toit has got the hammer down and built a bit of a gap on Scholl.
60 dead. 1 minute flat there for du Toit. And a 101 for Charles Arungis, a 101.5 for Gianni Jonakara. Jonakara finding some serious pace here in race 3. Much better there from Gigi in this third heat.
So maybe a bit of a setup change done on that Audi. You did say he has swapped cars and jumped into the Audi for this race, so just getting it closer to him.
So Gianni would have been in, of course, the Nissan GTR normally throughout the season. He got an opportunity to jump into the Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport machine there, because he's also part of that same team. So it's kind of formation flying at the front end for those top 3. But Gianni Jonakara now getting into the Audi for the first time, and it seems to be working really well for him. His brother Ricky hangs on to 4th place and the lead of Class A ahead of Budnik, which is exactly where he needs to be. And if he stays there, he'll also try and, I think, have enough points to get 2nd overall in the championship. He might just have a... No, I don't know. It's not going to be close enough there for Charles. Charles Arungis with that first lap penalty that was incurred because he was deemed to have done a jump start would have cost him the points that may have kept him in the hunt for 2nd overall.
Okay, now down into turn, down this long straight through 3. It's not really a corner, it's flat out. And then up to like a slight tap of the brakes for turn 4. With cars like Aero like this and big white slicks, this turn 4 is quite hairy.
I think most of them, I don't even know if they have a tap. I think it's just a comfort lift through 4.
Yeah.
Because of the electronics and driver aids that some of these cars have got. They'll use that ability of the cars to keep them the traction under control as they fly through turn 4. And as they fly through turn 4, in fact, coming through turn 4 and up to turn 5, a big advantage gained here from Marius Jackson on Paul Hill.
Yeah, he's caught at least 2 car links in that lap. So Marius Jackson now putting pressure on that other Audi of Hill. And here's that GTR you were talking about. They've swapped cars. Just hanging on ahead of that Z4.
That's the big daddy, of course. Jimbo Jonakara, the owner of G&H Transport, BISC, and of course Itre Kojini, the 3 logistics companies that these boys run. But he's the big boss man. So of course he gets to decide what car he likes to drive. On his tail is his good friend Uli Sana, part of the G&H Transport Racing stable. That is your Class C and Class D champions, having a little bit of fun together between the two of them.
Look, I think if they gave me a choice of any of these cars on the grid, I'd definitely pick that Nissan.
He'd be in that like a
100%.
a fat kid on a cupcake.
That is 100% it.
I would possibly look at that car as well. I must tell you, it's really nice and it's well prepped there from the Stradale Motorsport team. But G&H Transport have taken it over for this weekend and they are loving it with Jimbo Jonakara behind the wheel. Let's see what Jackson can do here in the closing stages. Can he find a way to close in on Paul Hill and just spoil his day slightly? Be quite nice to see that, and a little change up in the standings in terms of the Audi battle for Class A.
It does look like Marius is not as strong through 8, 1 and 2 as he is for 3, 4, 5 and 6. And just watching him through 8, it looked like he just couldn't get that nose in on the apex. So that is going to cost him time, and probably why he doesn't get the exit out of turn 8 he should be getting. But we look back at none of the same problems for the Merc. Nice and early onto that apex and early onto the power, but it's not enough to get onto the back of the Lamborghini of Jonathan du Toit. It is his circuit for all intents and purposes. So I don't think there's anybody else that's done as many laps around here as he has.
Yeah, there's going to be a hard task to find anybody other than maybe his brother who's done more laps around Zwartkops than he has. But Jonathan du Toit doing everything right now to finish up a fantastic season. He started with a race win here in January. He looks like he's going to end with a race win and the championship title for the GT3s and overall Super Cup champion for 2025.
We spoke about how he catches through 3, 4, 5, and 6 as Marius Jackson. It looks like he's caught through 8 now. So this could be a battle between Hill and himself, Audi versus Audi. We've got 4 laps left to go. So Marius Jackson going to be looking for a way past in a couple of laps if he can keep... Oh, there's a mistake from Hill.
Hill making a small mistake out of turn 2 Cashel corner. That's given Jackson a little sniff. Maybe he caught that 2-stroke Cashel whiff out of that car as they came out of Cashel corner there. Said, yeah, I'll have a go at that. And you mentioned the fact that it's turning into a battle. It is going to be a battle. I think Paul Hill might be fighting off some worn Dunlops right now. And they are starting to feel the effects of 3 races on the day. And that's why he's maybe just fighting the car's ability to turn into the hairpin at turn 2 and maybe down into turn 8 as well.
Oh, Jonathan du Toit using all the track on the turn into 1.5 millimeter wider, and he would have been off. It was so close to dropping a wheel there. So Jonathan du Toit, he knows exactly how wide this circuit is, exactly where to park it. And you speak of his brother not doing as many laps as him. He's definitely not doing it now because he didn't make it out for the start of the
he didn't come out for the third heat. We missed out on that Ford GT1. Fortunately, didn't make it out for the third and final heat. But as I said, I think it was more of a development opportunity to get into the class, get that GT1 spec car ready to go for whatever they're planning with that car. And there usually is some kind of a plan down at Trans Africa Racing when they drop in a car into another class like this. And particularly with that GT1 car, I think it's possibly for Top of the Hill. And of course, Top of the Hill here at Zwartkops is a massive event to close things off for the 2025 season. That's on the 21st and 22nd of November. You definitely want to be here Friday and Saturday. Friday is Classic Car Friday. We've got all the big hill climb cars coming back here for Top of the Hill again to fight it out. And we had a spectacular debut event here last year. And they've kept it for the final race of the season. And it's not a bad plan, because if you think about what Zwartkops does in terms of their marketing and strategy around motorsport, they start the season with Passion for Speed, and they end the season with Top of the Hill.
Budnick's still keeping Ricky honest, though. He hasn't really fallen off. It is 2, 3, 4 car lengths, but it does look like between Paul Hill and Marius Jackson bringing us the action at the moment. 2 laps left to go, and he's not far off the back of Paul Hill's Audi.
No, Axon Jackson always loves to be involved in that little hunt. If he can get right up close and personal with you, he's going to make you work for it. Gianni Giannacara is fallen back slightly there, so maybe not able to run the same kind of pace as the AMG and the Lamborghini out front. Hurricane and the AMG GT3 spec cars with this R8 GT3 spec machine. As you can see, they're also running the Val Fluid Systems colors on the sideline. It would normally be piloted, this car, by Ari, just to let you know. Arnie Neveling would be the man who'd normally climb into this car. But, of course, Jonathan du Toit looking to wrap up a championship today. Gianni was looking to at least get third in the championship, so I think that's one of the reasons why they said to him, listen, you're not going to maybe get the same kind of pace out of the GTR as what we can give you out of the Audi, so let's put you into the Audi for today.
Yeah, so a bit of a team play going on there. Jonathan du Toit, though, he's on his last lap, but he is catching the battle between Giancarlo and Ulisane. Whether or not it's going to hamper him enough to bring Charles Ranges back in to have a look for the last lap, I don't think so as he heads down into the last corner.
Yeah, I think there's enough gap there for him to get down there and not have to worry about these two. They'll still have to do another lap if they go through. They won't get the flag. Only Jono will get it. And here he comes. There it is. Championship done. Final win done. He does exactly what he did at the start of the season. Comes out at the top end overall for the day and does it again here. Here comes Ricky Giannacara for what is going to be 4th place and enough to take 2nd overall in the championship, unofficially of course, but Class A done and dusted there for Ricky Giannacara as well. So we've got GT3 is going to Jonathan du Toit, Class A to Ricky Giannacara, Class B goes to Ant Blunden, Class C to Ulisana, and Class D to Jimbo Giannacara. That means, just to give you a heads up, you've got 3 of the 5 classes from G&H Transport. Well done, guys. Great effort. All right, from here we move into the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. their final round of the championship to be sorted out over the next 8 laps. In a few moments' time, they are in Park Fermé ready to go. And if I pull up the current standings, just to give you a little heads up before we get into it, we are sitting currently with an epic finish to this one. It is literally down to the wire stuff here. So I think if I do the corrections, I will come back to you with the exact standings before we get onto track for Rookie Cup's final race of the season. Rookie Cup rolling out there, Carl. So if we look at the current standings, Chris Tate came into the round leading by 1 point. He's extended that lead to 4 over Josh Moore, with the win and second place in heat number 1 of Rookie Cup for Tate and Moore respectively. And then Uzir Khan coming through there nicely for what was third place in race 1, has moved himself into third place and overtaken Mauro for third and fourth. So Mauro drops down to fourth place, but there's only 3 points in it between Uzir and Mauro going into this last heat. And of course there are 12 points up for grabs for the win. So it's basically a fight for first and second. Chris can literally finish behind Josh and still take the championship because he'll have those 3 points. He's got to try and get 4, so 3 points would be enough for him to win it by 1 point. That would be the...
And there's a 2-point split between each position. So
Correct.
he would have to be... Josh would have to win it with Christian third to tie it. Christian would have to be fourth, and Josh
would win it. Correct.
Sorry, Christopher,
yeah.
Christopher Tate, if he's in fourth and Josh wins out the race, it'll be an overall championship win for
That's it,
Josh.
yeah.
So it's a bit of an outside chance with only 6 on the grid, but it is Rookie Cup, and anything can and probably will happen. Bernard Robertson, I must mention, has been absolutely flying though.
Yeah. And think about how many times somebody tried to pass her and she avoided the overtaking maneuvers.
100%.
So can she possibly squeeze through there and maybe give Tate a bit of a run? It's Uzir Khan who's going to start on pole. Josh Moore is alongside him. So already it's advantage Josh. Uzir is 1 car ahead, or 1 car that could potentially be the blocking point that Josh would be looking to use.
Yeah, the split of 2 cars that he needs.
And if he can get another car in there with Berlin, well, then things turn into slightly different factor.
Yeah.
But it's all got to get sorted out over the next 8 laps here at Zwartkops.
So they'll form up, and then they'll do 1 warm-up lap and 2 the start. Hopefully, though, no one moves when the lights come on, and only when the lights go off.
Yeah, Berlin particularly.
I've done it. I've literally
We've all
done
done
it.
No, listen.
And I've done it in reverse as well.
No.
That I've done.
So no, you're one of those special.
I've done the special. Yep.
Yeah, there was you, there was Brad, there was Justin Oates.
Mm.
Yeah, he did it in his Rookie Cup potential championship winning year. Pole position here at Zwartkops. Went a little bit over the line, put it in reverse, came back, fired up, went to hit the accelerator and went backwards, and everybody went round him.
Yeah.
So it's easily done. But a learning curve that you definitely have not had to put into place ever again.
I think we're going to go straight to start. Oh, no, there's a flag. I
green
saw
flag.
the 30-second board. I'll never make that same mistake again. I think I put it to first like 4 times now, just to make sure.
You come a bit OCD.
Yeah.
First. Right, now we can go. All right, so as they roll around here, we'll watch out for that man starting from the back. Mauro Deleuze still in with a chance of third in the championship. 3 points to play there between him and Uzir Khan, but he's at the back and Uzir's at the front. So going to make it a little bit more difficult there for Mauro Deleuze to have to get to the front end and beat the pole man, Uzir Khan.
Mauro Deleuze with a lot to lose, unfortunately, at the very back of the
Pretty
field.
much.
He's going to have to work his way up.
Pretty
but
much.
like we said, it is Rookie Cup, and anything can happen. Especially with a hard-charging Christopher Tate championship leader not on the front row, and his championship rival is.
If he stays behind Uzir and he stays behind Josh, that gives him 7 points. If Josh wins, it's a 5 point. Josh will win by 1 point. So he's got to get through on one of them at least. And that's exactly what he's probably going to be planning right from the word go.
Another spanner in the works could be Luke Hill. I mean, he wasn't far off the pace. We saw some great racecraft from around the outside, so the Steel Foreman Praga car could also throw a spanner in the works there.
Yeah.
They've had a couple, himself and Christopher have had a couple of coming together this year, so I don't think there's a lot of love lost between the two of them.
I don't think there's a lot of love lost between any of these drivers, to be very honest with you, at this stage. Incredibly to think that the gap between top and bottom, I think, was only about 50 points in total by the end of the season. Fiorotto, of course, not being here at all. He's the 8th driver that wasn't available. I think he's also writing exams, so that's possibly why he wasn't here. But our safety car's off. They now come to the line for the standing start. I do like a standing start format, to be honest with you. I'm not a particular fan of the rolling start one, although there is call for it in certain sports. Mike Rowe standing by the sideline alongside his official COC there, Eric Schultz. They've had a spectacular season with the Rookie Cup this year, and they've kept these guys and girls running to the rules and keeping it so close that it was 1 point difference coming into this round. It's now 4 points between the top two and 3 points for what is going to be third and fourth place.
Well, 8 laps will decide that. Who will be the championship winner? Who will take that third place between Azir Khan and Mario Luz as well? 7 of them in the grid. And we wait now for the lights. So they're just rearranging. Make sure they're in their box correctly. We don't want anybody with an unfair advantage. Eric Schultz double checking as well. Just pushing back a little bit too close. There we go.
There we go. They're lined up. Is everybody happy? Mike gets to the back.
Seems
we'll
that way.
get a green flag any second now. And then it's into that fastest 5 minutes of your life. There's the 5 minute board. Or was that the 5 second board? That was the 5 second board. We didn't mess around.
There we go. We're going in.
There we go. Josh Moore inside line. Looking for a chance on Azir Khan. Can he squeeze through? He might be able to. He's going to put Azir onto the far side, but Azir knows that inside line for turn 2. There's a touch.
Well held.
Whew. Nicely done. Tate inside line looking to go through with Azir as they come out of turn 2. Josh Moore's alongside him. Josh cannot let Christopher Tate through. He's got to keep Tate out. And that is going to be a hard task because he's on the wrong side for turn 4. Tate will have the advantage as they get onto that back straightaway.
How brave is Josh going to be as we come around through? He's still on the outside. Is he going to be brave enough on the brakes into 4? Unless Tate goes for another move. He's brave on the brakes, but it's not enough. Has he got enough to cut it back up to 5 and 6 though?
He comes back at him heading up the hill towards turn 5. And as they get onto the brakes, Tate comes across to block him slightly. So he just shuts the door firmly. Azir Khan won't be worried about what's happening behind him. He's going to get his head down and try and get away from the championship battle
Josh
behind him.
got the cut back again.
Joshy on the inside has a look. Here comes Hill on the inside of Berlin Robertson. Finds a way past.
Bit of hip and shoulder. Berlin not giving up though, using more curb and more grass than anybody else. But Luke's gotten it done. On the brakes comes Mario to lose. We saw him do it in the previous race, but Luke Hill, round the outside he goes.
He finds that inside line and just shuts the door there on Mario to lose. And he just has to slot into 5th place ahead of Berlin Robertson. Berlin drops into the clutches of Corbett. So Luke Corbett at the back of the pack now, fighting with Berlin. That's been a fight almost all season long. We've seen improvements as we saw earlier on. 2nd place is where Berlin started the first race. So that was the impressive lap time she put in qualifying yesterday afternoon. And unfortunately it hasn't quite turned into race pace here today. But she has been involved in a couple of big fights out there. The biggest fight right now is 2nd place on the road. That is for the lead of the championship. If Tate stays where he is, championship's done.
And we got this Kegel of 4 cars chasing onto the back of Christopher Tate and Josh Moore. So if Josh does fancy his chances, he needs to get it done now and quickly because he needs to back up Tate into that pack behind him. If they get too far away from that pack, he's going to have to say goodbye to this championship because all Tate needs to do then is finish 1 place behind him.
Exactly. The scary thing is that there's a 15-point deficit down to 3rd to Azir. So even Azir Khan can't play a factor into making anything better than 3rd for himself with the win. If he gets the win right now, 3rd place is secured. But it all depends, of course, what's going to happen there between Moore and Tate behind him. As they've completed 2, they've got 6 to go. They head down towards turn 1, and this is where things are getting a little bit closer there. Josh Moore pushing hard on that last lap, and in fact, Christopher Tate, although he was quickest, it looked like Josh Moore.
Oh, big lockup from Josh.
That's how hard he's trying. That is how hard Josh Moore is trying, locking up down into Castro Corner and trying to close the gap down. It's open to 1.5 seconds between himself and Christopher Tate for 2nd and 3rd place on the track, but 1st and 2nd in the championship.
No, Azir Khan not exactly having it all his own way. Christopher Tate seems to be closing that gap on him. He is leading at the moment. Christopher Tate doesn't need to get the overall win on the day, and he doesn't need to get this heat win. He just needs to finish ahead or 1 spot behind Josh Moore. But that lockup has cost him quite a bit, and it seems that Azir and Christopher Tate are slowly but surely getting away from Josh Moore.
What you're seeing here is potentially Chris Tate going, you know what? I'm going to wrap this up with a victory. I can catch Uzier, I can get past him, and I can take my rookie championship with the final win of the season, because he was quickest on the last lap, and it was to the tune of about half a second quicker than the man out front. So I think he's going to close that gap down even more now as they cross the line. Let's see what happens. It was 0.7, it's down to 0.4. He found 3/10 on that last lap.
Another driver that's found a little bit of pace. He was doing 20s in the first heat. He's doing 19s now. Is Luke Hill and Mario Deleuze. So they found themselves sometimes with the coach. They've obviously sat down, gone through data, and found where they can find a bit of pace. And it seems to have worked. So Luke Hill is starting to pick up the pace now. I don't think it's enough, though, to get onto the back of these three.
Yeah, and I think Hill will just be worried about keeping Deleuze, Robinson, and Corbett behind him. Luke Hill with the 4th place will be one of the top finishers there for that young man. As they come down that back straightaway into turn 4, also watching to see whether or not that gap, I think it might have opened up ever so slightly again. I think Uzier got slightly better drive out of turn 2, Cashel corner, and may just try and capitalize on that drive now to maintain the lead and not give Tate another whiff. As I say that, Christopher Tate closes on rapidly on the brakes there. Look at that. It's about 2 car lengths he made up on the brakes. And he's like less than 1.5 car lengths behind the leader right now as they come out of turn 6.
Mardelou looking very racy now behind Luke Hill. He's dispatched Bernard Robinson. She was all over the back of him earlier looking for a way past. She seems to have settled into rhythm, and that's allowed Mara to do the same. As I say that, though, she looks down the inside late on the brakes. That
Just
was
not enough.
ambitious.
No, just not enough, but definitely putting the pressure on tomorrow. Mara will feel that pressure. He knows that there's going to be some work to be done here. He can't afford to make any mistakes because Berlin will make him pay. And with the pace that Berlin found this weekend, she certainly is feeling highly confident with her abilities in this Rookie Cup car.
Yeah, she had another lock up there. It sounded like it was Luke Hill just ahead. We didn't see the smoke, though. But Berlin, with a big turn of pace in this final round of the year, giving good confidence stepping forward into the following year.
Yeah, for sure. She's one of the drivers who will stick around for another year in Rookie Cup. They're allowed to do 2 years in their Rookie Cup class before they have to move on. And Berlin will definitely be one of the cars that will be sticking around, so AF fans. I did chat to her, though, and she was saying to me that there's a possibility she might move up into Tyler's car because Tyler's going to go to SupaCup. So whether or not she stays, I'm not sure just yet, but I know that the Robinson family are definitely going to be sticking around in some form of Polo Cup racing. Whether it's Rookie Cup or Polo Cup, we'll wait and see. Tyler is going to move on, of course, to the German Polo Cup next year. And that will leave her seat vacant, and I'm sure Berlin will be itching to jump into that Polo Cup if she can get into it and learn the ropes there amongst arguably some of SA's best drivers. We got 3 to go here. Azir Khan, Tate and Moore. If it stays as it is, it's basically Tate that will win the championship, Moore will be second, and Azir will be third in the overall championship for Rookie Cup 2025.
Well, they're getting closer together. It looks like Josh Moore has settled it down towards the end of the final stage of this race. 3 laps left to go. And Azir Khan, who we thought was helping Chris get away, might actually hamper his race at the end of the day because Josh is starting to get into that group now.
Now, what I think is what you're seeing is happening here is Tate's getting there, but because these cars are so evenly matched, it's not easy to find a way through. You have to wait for a mistake. And what that's doing is it's concertinaing the 3 cars together slightly because Josh is now doing exactly what Tate is doing to the leader. They're just closing that gap down, but to close the gap is good. To pass, maybe not as easy.
Yeah, the late great Ken Walker, to catch is one thing, to pass is entirely something different. I think that's how he said it.
Something like that, Joe. Something like that. But that's exactly what's happening here. And it just shows you how evenly matched these cars are. Because lap times over the last 3 laps have been 19s, 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 and now it's 19, 18, 18 between the top 3. So Tate and Moore quicker than Uzier. And then on the last one, it was Josh Moore who lost out ever so slightly. Ooh, here we go. Let's have a little bit of fun and games here. Berlin Robinson side by side with Mara. Mara on the inside line for turn 1.
Is she going to be brave around the outside? It's going to take a lot. She squeezes him up on the curb, but gives him just enough room. Great. Around the outside of Berlin. She's moving.
There you go. Something had to go. Something had to go at some point. Berlin Robinson and Mara coming together. And Robinson ends up in the kiddie litter in the AF fans machine. That's a big pity there for her. Hopefully she won't dig it in too deep. Just got to get the car started again. Looks like she might have stalled it. Try not to wheel spin out of that because it will just dig into the kiddie litter. And she's dropped right out of it. So yellow flags. In fact, I think there might be a problem with the car.
The lights are on now, so the car's obviously just gotten started. There we go. We're moving.
Okay, we're rolling slowly. That was good.
Nicely done.
And back on track, but now right at the back of the pack, though. So that doesn't help her championship aspirations, and may even give an opportunity there for Corbett to just outgun her for top 6. Let's wait and see. Here we go. Down into the closing stages here. We got 1.5 laps to go. 1 corner and 1 lap to go. Zia Khan hanging on for the last win of the season. Tate hanging on for potentially the championship.
No, this is where it becomes important now. Rather to sit behind us here. There's no need for go to move. There's no need to go for a win. You're doing what you need to do. Even if Josh comes up against you, let him go and take the third. The idea now is all for the championship, not for the heat.
Yeah, exactly. It does not necessarily require the win to win the championship, so second place is enough. Unless Joshy sneaks through, and even if he does, as you said, let him through. Third is good enough as well.
Final stretch up the back straight into turn 4 for the final time in 2025. We'll see them back here again in 26, but this is the last time this year that the Rookie Cups will go through turn 4 in anger, racing each other. Zia Khan, he's done enough to win this heat. I think he's got a full car length. Josh Moore, I think, just dramatically showing the lights just in case, maybe hoping for a mistake. But it's not going to happen from Christopher Tate. He's done thousands of laps around here in a front-wheel drive car over the last couple of years. And he's done enough in 2025 so far to take the VW Rookie Cup Championship preliminary on the calculations that Greg and I have done. But in terms of the final heat for 2025 Rookie Cup by Volkswagen, is Zia Khan will come across to take the win. Christopher Tate will come across to take second and the championship for 2025. And Josh Moore taking second in the championship for 2025 and third on the row in the final heat.
Yeah, amazing stuff there from them. It turned out to be 114 plays 108, so an incredible bit of action there between those two drivers. And an awesome drive there from Zia Khan to take the final win as well, as he wraps things up for the 2025 Rookie Cup Championship. Congratulations there to the top 3. Maro will hang on for 4th place with that 5th place finish there. Luke Hill will move himself up possibly into the top 5 overall and stay in top 5. I think Corbett might sneak through there on Berlin. I stand to be corrected. But of course we don't have all of those outstanding maneuvers that have to happen when they sort out the final championship points. We just go on what we see in front of us. But certainly it is Christopher Tate who's your Rookie Cup champion for 2025. Stand by for the second last race of the day and our second heat of South African Touring Cars and SupaCup up next in a few moments' time. Yes, we can see you, Mrs. Pragi, waving there on the gallery. Hope you're enjoying all the race action. Yes, the whole Pragi family are there, waving frantically all the way from Bulawayo. And a whole bunch of people up there as well enjoying this last bit of race action. Coming to you now, it's the second last race of the day for the final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. On pole position, the man who finished at the back of the pack, the Fly Saf Air BMW out of WCT Racing, Andrew Schofield, will be there.
Oh, there's those boots, Greg. That was just for you.
I'm telling you right now, Nicky Vastanis, if you cannot find those boots, do not look in the Stormtrooper Toyota Rumion. They will not be there. Okay.
He says
Telling you right
sarcastically.
now. But yeah, no, you weren't wrong, hey. We said to you that if you can't win the race, at least look like you can. Let me tell you something. This kid looks like he can win anything with the livery he's got on that car, the way he presents himself, and of course all of the race kit he's got. He's got about 4 or 5 F1 style race suits as well, if I'm not mistaken, too. So he knows what to do. How's that concentration level there on Schofield? You were talking about the prowess and how smooth he is on the wheel.
Yeah.
Remember, that's a Boeing 737 pilot.
Right, well, that explains a lot of it. That explains a lot of it. So next time we're on Fly Sapphire and it's a smooth ride,
you know it's Schofield at the wheel. Yeah.
Although if his Boeing's the one with the steering wheel, it'll be the only one. To be fair,
I'd like to see that actually. I did when we went down to the hill climb, the Samola one with Addie. She actually jumped into the cockpit with him and did like a live on the fly with him and just see what the cockpit's all about. It was quite cool. And Andy was saying, listen, these are all the buttons we've got to push. And Andy was just going, what? Where do you even start? You get into a cockpit of a 747, there's a lot of buttons to play with. Right, let's get this sorted out for Touring Cars 2025. The final time they will roll out in anger. And it looks like we're in for another big fight amongst our Touring Cars out front and the SupaCup cars just behind that. We heard from Jonathan Machotsi. You were down at, I think, getting some lunch at that point in time. But Machotsi was saying it's the final time that the Volkswagen team will be involved as a factory team for SupaCup. Rick Leroux, of course, welcome new man to the series. His brother Paolo and him, of course, normally pilot their BMWs in the M Performance Racing Series, which will be here on the 8th of November for their final round of their championship as the regionals come here to Zwartkops to wrap up 2025 season. Is that ice blocks?
I was about to say, that looks like ice blocks on the circuit.
Like ice blocks,
I wonder if that came out of someone's radio.
Could have. Very good possibility.
Or someone watching's relevant.
Maybe somebody's just like, yeah, lekker.
Yeah.
Probably from Leon.
More than likely that.
Gooi one on there. Die manne op die walle.
Love you, Leon.
Right, so Keegan Campos with a bit of work to do from the back of the pack. He was race 1 winner, and Michael van Rooyen was second, wrapping up his touring car championship. Van Rooyen will start just ahead of him, so I don't think we're going to see too many big opportunities taken from Michael van Rooyen unless the doors open up for him and he can make his way to the front without too much of an issue.
Well, I see his roof's already dented.
I think is going to be one man to watch out for starting from 4th, and hopefully his teammate ahead of him there on the grid can help him out to try and secure 2nd overall in the championship over Keegan. Keegan has got to get through the field. If he wants 2nd in the championship, he's got to get through the field, and he's got to try and beat Jagger. Because as we come, oh, look at that. You picked up on a bit of damage on Michael van Rooyen's car. Can you bring us up to speed as to what the potential issue was there?
But when I shot down to go and get lunch, I managed to walk past and Michael was getting onto his roof to celebrate his. But unfortunately, he stood almost in the middle of the roof, and that roof isn't very strong there. So there's a little bit of a dent, but I think they've left it for aerodynamic proficiency.
Okay. So Michael van Rooyen maybe needs to go and diet, eh? Good possibility. We'll chat to him after that, but I don't think he's worried about that. He's won the championship. He doesn't care. All he cares about is now just finishing this race and hopefully with an unscarred car. Man to watch out for, as I said, is Keegan Campos coming from the back of the pack because the inverted grid applies here to the touring cars. So the top 6 are inverted, and he has a 2-point advantage over Jagger Robertson, who starts 3 cars up the road from him. A little bit of confusion here in the SupaCup class to sort the grid out. Where? And is Tate possibly in the wrong position? He's got to be behind Nicky Zafiris. And there we go. He finds his spot eventually. Front row of that, of course, will be Team Volkswagen in Machotsi and Loosmore. Second row, Vostanis and Franco. Zafiris and Tate Bishop. And then Praji and Leighton Faria ahead of Davy van der Merwe, Jared Rousseau, Rick Leroux, Andre Besaidenote, our only master out there today, and Dean Fenter at the back of the pack. This is Schofield's point of view. Looks like it's going to be one that we'll be picking up on a few occasions, especially in the initial stages, because I'm sure we're going to see a couple of cars hounding him to try and get through. I'm hoping that Fly Sapphire car can have a good run and maybe give Schofield a chance of at least a step on the podium. I'm not quite sure if he can hold on for the win, But I'm not going to take anything away from him. He has the ability to do that. There's no doubt about it. But he's got a teammate alongside him who is a multiple champion in saloon cars and single-seaters in Julian van der Walt. And he's got a couple of very hard chargers looking for second place overall in championships in the form of Jagger Robertson, who's right behind his Golf GTI 8 teammate, Julian van der Walt. I wonder if van der Walt is going to try and help him out here.
I was about to ask the same question. Do we foresee some team orders being put out there? Jagger joined the series quite late, I think.
No,
it's quite a late decision for him to jump in there.
He of course got the opportunity, having come through and won the last Formula 1600 championship, and with that got a test with the touring car class, and because he showed such a great amount of prowess and ability, they slotted him into that GTI 8 for 2025. So he's certainly knows what to do. Jagger has won an M Performance Racing class championship. He's won a saloon car class in SupaCup. NX Legends a couple of times.
Young Lions,
semi-pros and pros, and then the overall. And he's also won a single-seater championship. So he knows what to do in a race car, whether it's a tin top or an open wheeler.
4 wheels and a steering wheel, he'll sort it out.
It's kind of indicative of the family as well, because Devon is on a similar kind of vein.
He's a world champion in
World NX Legends champion.
Yeah.
World NX Legend champion there. All right, so they are under starters orders, and behind the GR Corolla right now from Pretoria North Toyota. And it'll be Andrew Schofield who will dictate the pace in that Fly Sapphire BMW, with Van der Walt and Jagger Robertson looking to try and make it formation flying, at least for WCT. That was what probably would be the plan there. But Gazoo Racing will be looking to try and get Michael van Rooyen through. And unfortunately, it'll be up to Schofield to try and back them up and help his teammate in Keegan Campos maybe to come through there in the second BMW. Here we go, though. For the last time in 2025, it's South African Touring Cars top 7 heading towards turn 1 here at Zwartkops. And it is the inside line from Van der Walt that gets the advantage, and looks like he might hang on for the whole shot, and does. Jagger Robertson's right on the Fly Sapphire. Where did Campos go?
Outside.
Campos into 4th from the back there. What a start there from Keegan.
Yeah, he didn't have a great go of it the first race here from the back, but he's done it now as they go through. We watch the Polo Cups go through 1 and 2. Into 2 we go. A lot of drivers on the white line. Another great start for Nicky. He's up the inside of one of the Works VWs. A push to pass, I'm sure, being used there to keep himself or move himself up from 3rd to 2nd.
Yeah, looking for second place if he can get there, and hopefully he can as they head towards turn 4. We go up to turn 5 now to pick up on the action, and out front it is Van der Walt. Van der Walt capitalizing on that whole shot and getting away now from Schofield. Schofield backing the field up there slightly, trying to bring, I think, the possibility of Keegan Campos into the mix there. And that's possibly one of the team tactics they'll be looking to do. Jagger and Campos will be fighting for what is second place. Campos has dropped back slightly there, so he made a mistake somewhere on track. And behind the 2 Toyotas now, one of them is Natim Samanga. The other one, I think, was Saad. Yes, so side, and at the back, Michael van Rooyen.
He went side by side with van Rooyen through, I think it was not van Rooyen, it was Nati through 5 and 6, yes. And I think that ended up badly for him trying to hang on around the outside, but it negated such a fantastic start. Down the inside comes a Starlet into turn 1, and he's gotten that move done.
He has indeed. We've got to take into account that there's also a fast lap that has to come into play here. Vastanis on the inside. This time, can he make it stick? He is looking for a second place. It'll be the best finish he's ever had in SupaCup. He's not quite there yet, but he is side by side with the Volkswagen Motorsport team driver, and he gets up the inside a second. Brilliant stuff there. And it looks like Loosemore is going to lead things out. Mahotzi's going to drop to 3rd behind Nicky Vastanis.
So a great race from Nick Vastanis. He goes defensive early. So bringing David Franco into this race. Is he brave on the brakes into 5? He's going to get upside along for Vastanis. If he's going to be able to get on the power remains to be seen. He's still around the outside into 6. So he's gained a place, and it's whether or not he's going to hang on to Vastanis is wide. He's got a VW up his inside. There's contact between the two of them, but Franco's going to be the big winner. Oh, touch again.
Touching in there between Machotsi and Franco as they come down onto the brakes into turn 8. Behind them comes Franco, and right on their tail is Tate Bishop, Nicky Zafiris, and then Leighton Fourie. Fourie's got Davy van der Merwe right on his tail, the lone Toyota starlet out there in amongst the Volkswagen Polos, and he has got an attack coming from Dylan Pragi. Pragi finds a way through there, so Dylan is starting to get into the mix there as well. Goes high and wide around the outside of turn 2. Will go push to pass. Jared Rousseau joins the party as well for the first time in his baptism of fire here into the SupaCup Polos. So this is how things go. This is Franco in 4th place. We're watching 3rd place into turn 4, and Machotsi can't find a way through there on the 24 car of Nicky Vastanis just yet. Jason Nussbaugh is disappearing at the front end and looking to get that 3rd place wrapped up for good for Volkswagen Motorsport.
Oh, it looks like Nicky left the door open there as we go back to the South African turn cars. A lot of smoke out of one of those GRs, and Campos is still being held up behind the 2 GRs.
Bit of damage there on Michael van Rooyen's car as well. We have to keep an eye on that. There's a late dive from Nati to keep out Keegan Campos into turn 2. Campos trying to get through, find a way past on Nati Samanga if he can. We're on board with the first of the BMWs here, the Fly Sapphire car of Andrew Schofield, watching that GTI 8 battle get away at the front end. Jagger Robertson getting the win here could potentially change things for the GTI 8 team and Volkswagen. That would move him ahead of Keegan Campos. Remember, they only score half points in this second heat of touring cars, so there's only 10 points available right now for the win. That makes it a little bit more difficult for these guys, and it means that Keegan Campos has got to get to the front, and he's making it very difficult for himself, being sandwiched in amongst those 2 Toyota Corollas. One is Natim Samanga, the one behind him is the slightly damaged car there of Michael van Rooyen.
Yeah, Nati making that Corolla as wide as a Hilux. He can't get past it all. Campos has tried left, right, inside, outside, and he just can't seem to make it stick. He's going to be looking now into turn 2. Nati's going to go to defensive quite early. Keegan's going to try the outside again, look for the cutback. He's early on the power. He's going to look, but Nati, wise to it. White line drives on the exit, but opens the door again. Keegan looks on the inside through 3. There doesn't seem to be there doesn't seem like a lot of space being given there. But we wait to see as we go back to the Supercup race. It's still Vastanis and Machotsi all over each other for second. I say that though, there is about a car length breadth between the two of them.
Yeah, Vastanis just opened up that little gap though. But Jagger Robertson at the front end has just set the hottest lap of the race so far. So when we get back to them, we'll just see what the progress is there between the 2 GTIs. At the front end there, this is Loosemore. Jason Loosemore, of course, looking to wrap up a fantastic debut season for him and get the final victory of the season. The champion is behind Davide Franco, looking for a chance now to squeeze through on him as they go through turn 4. Expect to see on the brakes maybe a possibility of that angry racing car of Tate Bishop's coming up on the right-hand side. Davide has stayed wide, so I think there's a... No, he just shuts the door. Just squeezes. Someone's gone off. Someone putting a wheel on the dirt there slightly. I think it may have been Franco, and he's just run a little bit wide there, trying to avoid the attack coming from Tate Bishop. He stayed ahead of him, only just. Then behind that, it's Pragi. Pragi is doing a super run to get away from the rest of that pack. He's now got away from Leighton Fourie and Davy van der Merwe.
I think actually that dust was these two because they've swapped positions now and they're all over each other into turn 1. So I wonder if Nicky didn't drop a wheel and that's lost him second place to the works. VW into 2 they go. Deep goes Machotsi. Isn't going to be enough for a drive up into turn 4 from Vastanis. But Tate Bishop as well, still trying to look for a way past that car of Franco.
Davide Franco doing a super job to keep out the intentions of Tate Bishop, the newly crowned champion. He won it down in Cape Town a couple of weekends ago. So we know all about what Tate Bishop can do in the angry racing car. Fast developments and the auto-styling Bulawayo machine there of Bulawayo bomber Dylan Pragi. And we've got this, of course, is a bit further back as Schofield still manages to hang on to 3rd place, incredibly, ahead of Saad Variawa. Campos is now through back to 4th. He's ahead of Natim Samanga. Can he do anything about closing things down and getting up to 3rd? He's got to get up to 3rd to at least keep him in the hunt for the championship in 2nd place. Right now, as it stands, I'm going to play around with a couple of the figures there. We got Jagger in 2nd. Jagger will be scoring 8 points. If he takes 8 points, that'll go to 136. If Keegan stays where he is right now, that's in 5. He gets 5 points, so 135. Jagger will take it by 1 point if it stays as it is.
So uber important that Jager stays where he is at the moment.
And more important is Campos to get ahead of Saad Variawa.
So Campos got the hammer down, trying to catch back onto the back of Saad. We saw how hard the other GR was defending. I don't know whether Saad's going to do the same. Getting pointed out now. Personal best for Keegan Campos down in 5th place, and he is closing the gap on Saad quite quickly. Here it is visually now. You can see it. He's caught back massively on the 2 in front of him.
And has the fastest lap, which is that bonus point. So that'll bring him into even standings. 136 as it stands right now.
So he needs one more place to sustain or achieve that 2nd place in the championship. He's only got 3 laps left. So with 3 laps remaining, he really needs to get the hammer down and get ahead of that Toyota GR.
He's got to get ahead of Saad Variawa. If he moves ahead of Saad Variawa, he gets 2nd in the championship. And that would include the fast laps that have to come into play. Remember, that bonus point for the fast lap is in the hands of Keegan Campos right now. In the closing stages of a race like this, with a bit of debris on the track, I don't even know if Jagger Robertson can find a fast lap in that GTI 8 of his to outgun the 13 dead that came out of Campos. Praji up ahead now, Franco. So Davide Franco dropping by the wayside. Yeah, maybe a little bit of heat. Remember, we spoke to Leighton and said when they get a bit hot, these cars tend to lose a bit of boost. I think that's exactly what's happened here.
You can see how hard he's dropping off.
Praji able to run a little bit easier and maybe not get that car as hot.
As they head up now into the 5-6 complex, we are still watching Praji through this area. A little bit of a lockup on the rear wheel. Seems to have managed his way through it, but it's as they lift up on 3 wheels, that inside rear wheel, if you're still on the brake, will trail smoke. So thankfully keeping himself on the circuit. Tate Bishop starting to chase down Fastanis now. There's 2 laps remaining. They'll be starting their last lap now. And Tate Bishop really putting the hammer down and getting closer for Fastanis and trying to get into the podium. But out in the front, all on his own, is Loosemore.
PBs out of Mahotsi and out of Tate Bishop on that last lap. So it's Julian van der Walt, Jagger Robertson. And they have got a lap to go.
Whoa!
Oh, that's
massive off for Keegan Campos.
That's how hard he was
That
trying.
was huge.
That was massive for Keegan Campos. And he knows that's cost him 2nd place in the championship. That's why he's so frustrated in the cockpit there. That may bring a red flag, and if that's a red flag, he might still be classified.
Because it goes a lap
back. If it comes out with a red flag there's a possibility that he may still survive and go to even Stevens with Jagger Robertson. Then I think they go to a countback on terms of race wins. And I think Keegan might have more.
Red flag. They'll go back a lap.
All right, so they go back a lap. That is one consolation there for Keegan Campos. It may still keep him in 2nd place over Jagger. I
wonder what happened, though. I don't even know what corner that is.
Oh, jeepers, that was a weird maneuver that came out of Keegan Campos.
Because it looked like the sensor wall here at the end of turn 1, which is where we saw him go off in January.
And I think it is, because look at the debris here on the main straightaway.
Yeah, it looks like it's here.
I wonder if there was a possibility there was a tag there of him trying to get through. And,
yeah, there it is.
It is. It's down at turn 8.
It's down at turn 8.
Yeah, there we go.
There's a bit of fire there, but marshals are on top of it. So great fire marshals here at Zwartkops Raceway, making sure no issues. Brakes do get hot in these cars, especially when they're standing still. Andrew Schofield looking to see what happened. He's not sure either.
He looks across and goes, hang on a second, that's the other BMW. So Schofield will finish in 3rd place. There come our medical team. Hunley and Don straight to the scene of the incident. Keegan was okay. You could see
we saw him moving around in the car. We saw the frustration.
And the frustration there from him tells me he's okay. How many have we done? We had a lap to go there, I think. I think it's enough to wrap up the race.
Back one, that'll be the race.
It's back one race. It's enough to finish it up because they were going to do 10 laps for this one.
And that's a double podium in SupaCup for Fastanis.
Yes, it is.
For the first time.
Yeah. Well done to Nicky Fastanis if that's the case. Loosemore, Mahotsi, Fastanis top 3 in SupaCup. Van der Walt, Robertson and Schofield, your top 3 in the touring cars. But if they do go the lap back, which they should do, it will bring Keegan back up into his position. And as I try to work it out as quickly as I could, it would make them even Stevens 136 apiece. Now, I'm hoping that Janet's listening in and she'll send me some kind of an indication as to how they work out an even point score. Do they go then to a count out on wins? Because if they do that, I'm going to quickly run through it here.
Did you get the shot?
Keegan has got 1 win. Jagger's got 1 win, I beg your pardon. Keegan has got...
We're being shown a bit of damage on
Two
Michael's
wins.
car, but that was from the early.
Keegan's got 2 wins, Jagger's got 1 win. So if they go on a count out on wins, which I assume they would do, it would still give Keegan the championship second place behind Michael van Rooyen, Jagger into third.
Oh, the hands on the head.
Oh, he knows. He knows just how frustrating that is.
I'd love to see what happened, because that's such an odd place to go off.
Well, I know that we'll have that for if we did a post-production show for the touring cars, but I'm not quite sure if we can have a look at it in a replay, because we only caught the end of it.
Yeah.
So it was a big moment there for Keegan Campos, and you can see, there it is.
Yeah, there's the moment.
Oof.
It's such an odd way to go off, because that's so quick.
So I think that's under braking. He's locked up and flipped round, and he's gone across the grass into the banking, the tire banks.
But even with the lockup, he's gone in incredibly fast there. Like it looks like it didn't stop.
Yeah, maybe ran out of brakes, and all he had to do
Was
to try
flick
and
it
spin around.
sideways.
So it didn't hit it head on. Head on would have been horrible. Rear end onto the side is a bit easier, and of course I think that's what Keegan's. You can see him chatting there to Hunley. He's okay.
She's
Smile
great
on the
after the
face.
accident.
She's phenomenal. One of the best medics we've got here in terms of medical teams in the country come in the form of Donovan and Hunley here at Zwartkops. They still haven't made a decision as to roll those cars off, but I think they're about to roll them off.
Yeah, there they go.
And that's
there.
it. Done deal. Race day and race season ends with Keegan Campos in the wall on top of the
Dramatically.
tyre barrier down at turn 8. But if I've worked it out correctly, and I'm hoping that somebody's watching and listening on the touring car format that can give us confirmation on that, I think if they go the lap back, it will give Keegan Campos second place only on the count out based on him having 2 wins and Jagger only having 1 in the season. And of course it's a sad way to finish up, what you see right there, but it is the fair way, because sometimes if you're involved in such a tight championship,
Yes.
and it happens like that, at least it gives you that opportunity to still
Go back a lap.
go back the lap and
Score your points.
Score those points that are important. So just to wrap things up there for you in terms of championships, Michael van Rooyen is crowned your South African Touring Car Championship for 2025. He wraps up that title in race 1 today. Tate Bishop already did the SupaCup class down in Cape Town a couple of weekends ago, and Andre Besaidnot, of course, will take the overall championship in the Masters side of this incredible season that we've had so far here. And Extreme Festival, of course, is not done yet. We've still got the regionals to sort out on the 8th of November. We'll be back here, of course, with all the race action from those classes. Still a lot of championships to be decided there. And one more race to be decided and one more championship to be decided today as well, Carl, while we watch our team that are arguably one of the best in the world, never mind in the country, get that car sorted out. We will be back with you with action from the MSA4 final heat. And according to what I got, we said there'd be 1 point in it. We were spot on. There's 1 point in it between Casey Ensor-Smith and Michael Besaidnot heading into the final race of today. So folks, as you can see there, if you've just joined us on our live stream, a big crash in the final race of the South African Touring Car Championship that saw Keegan Campos hit the wall. He's okay. Car's a little bit second-hand, and I think Roy might be having to do a little bit of work over Christmas to get that car back again. But it does mean that we've got to do a little bit of repair work to the barrier on the exit of Turn 8. Once that is repaired, we will then be able to get back into racing for the final race of today, which is the Investchem MSA 4, and it's Heat 3 and the championship decider. We'll be back as soon as possible to bring you that race action here from the final round of Extreme Festival, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa.
Tenminste het ek die aksie gekry.
Nee, hier reg buite.
Ja.
Ja.
And for the last time in 2025 at national championship level, push play.
But what a last race to end off today's racing with. We're going to take a couple of carters. We're going to put a couple of points between them in the front.
Yeah.
And then also, just to add to it, we're going to invert the top 8.
Invert the top 8. So Adrian Nell, double race winner today, will start down in 8th place. And it will see Inzalo Corza and Nicholas Van Wheelie. Okay, Van Wheelie, not a bad plan to have him at the front end. He might enjoy that particularly, and there's a good possibility he might capitalize on it. But Casey Ensor Smith starts in 3rd, and Michael Besaidnout starts in 6th. And there are 2 points between them. Casey on 79, Casey on 79, Michael on 77. So it's all to play for there between the two of them. Then you've got tied for 3rd, Renzo Ribeiro and Karabo Malamela. They start in 5 and 7th place respectively. So yeah, I think this little inverted 3rd heat, as you mentioned earlier on, a couple of young future champions in the making. Maybe not there yet, but surely
working on it.
Working on their attempt to become future champions, are about to go to battle for the last time. And I got to say once again to Ian Schofield, his whole team behind the scenes that have put these cars onto the track. I know a lot of people jumped in on the sidelines as well to try and help build all the cars to get them ready for their debut, which was supposed to be at Kyalami. They went out at Kyalami. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite up to pace just yet. They had to do a little bit of more development on them. And then, of course, once they got going, this has turned into an epic championship that's come down to 2 points with 8 laps more racing to do for our top 2 contenders. So
And 3 and 4 tied as well. So not just 2 points in the front. 3 and 4 are tied on points going into the last 8 laps of the inaugural MSA4 Championship by Investchem, and an absolute homage to what single-seaters was. Let's go Formula GTI days, into the early Formula Fords. We're getting back to that sort of youngster rookies moving up from karting into this, and we see karting level racing on a main circuit.
And I think, we chatted to Ian Schofield at the Passion for Speed Festival just before they launched this class, and he was talking about, the development that's gone into the cars, the technology that's there, the paddle shift, the tethers that are on the wheels to stop the wheels from coming off, the halo type devices that are on top there. So very, very much in line with what's happening internationally. And as I say, hats off to him, because he's also looking at potentially growing this class into what could be once again the South African drivers' title.
Yes.
Because always they've looked at a single-seater class to try and bring that driver's title in. Formula GTI, you mentioned, Formula Volkswagen, Formula 1600, and Formula Ford at one point had it as well. But this has certainly got the opportunities for a lot of that planning to go that way, and hopefully that's the case, because as more and more of these cars become available, more and more karters that you're involved with are going to move into this if they're looking to go the single-seater route, and maybe they'll go through the likes of Formula M and then into Vs, and then from Vs into this. That's kind of the stepping stone that I think a lot of drivers should go.
Well, a lot of them now skipping that all and going straight into these cars. And a lot of karting teams, like I mentioned, War Motorsport, Lanzetti Racing, Legacy 76, Neil Basilio, they're all starting to get involved in this because they see that stepping stone.
Have a look at Karabo Malamela, lined up, already.
He's ready.
Looking for an opportunity to get off the line and get through that field rapidly. We have got lights on in 30 seconds. There is the 5-second board. We're about to go racing for the last time today at Extreme Festival at Zwartkops. And off the line they go, down towards turn 1. Looks like Nzala Koza got the slight advantage off the line there and possibly hung on for the whole shot. Nell trying to come through early on. He's moved up, I think, one place there. Yeah.
Oh, down the inside quickly goes Casey.
Diving through and squeezing out Nicholas Van Wheelie. Jordan Woodley goes into 4th place, just tucks in behind them, and right behind that, Michael Besaidnote.
So Michael Besaidnote lining himself up on the gearbox of KC early. He understands this is for the championship. He knows what he has to do to win it. He's been told before he went put the visor down, and he's already attacking around the outside of turn 4, around the outside as well. Arjon now just ahead of the middle. Whoa, someone off. That's Palmer.
I think it's Palome that went wide there.
Did he keep it off the wall?
He kept it off the wall, and he went onto the exit road there for the top of the hill and got back on track. So well done there to Liam for hanging on for dear life. But out front, Nzala Koza, Casey Hensel-Smith, Michael Besaidnote, and Nicholas Van Wheelie. Jordan Woodley tucked in behind him is Adrian Nel, Karabo Malamela with Renzo Rivera. That is the 3rd place battle, side by side, as they come down the hill. Renzo's on the inside, Karabo's on the outside. Renzo might have the opportunity. Oh, and Michael makes a mistake. Opens up the door. That's one car through. Could Woodley get through as well? Yes. Has Michael Besaidnote got a problem? He's slowing. Besaidnote is slowing. There's
that
a
car
problem
didn't
on the
look good
car.
on the brakes. That car looked like it moved a bit under him on the brakes. So I don't know if something's broken on the suspension. Ooh, big dive from Karabo. They almost took out the back of Arjun Nal as Arjun Nal goes past Woodley. But Michael moving again. So I don't know if maybe something wasn't quite right.
Maybe the wrong shifter there. He went down into 6 instead of going into 1st. Maybe went the wrong way up. He's got going again, but he's now dropped right to the back of what is now 8 cars. So he's in 9th place as he crossed the line there. So a huge mountain to climb there for Michael Besaidnote, considering the fact that he's got to try and make up at least 3 points on the man who sits in 2nd right behind Nzala Koza.
Yeah, Nzala doing a great job there. Oh, Nicholas Van Lee runs wide. He's very sideways in front of Nell. Nell was wide to get... Oh, there we go. Car stopping again.
Oh, there's a problem there on Michael Besaidnote's car. Can you believe it? How? It's
flat
a front
tire.
flat. Front flat. Front right flat there for Michael Besaidnote. That is the end of the championship. Done and dusted. That means Casey Hensel-Smith can just hang on for 2nd place. He doesn't even have to fight Nzalo. Such a pity there for him.
You can see there the attitude of the car. So obviously on the brake there, he felt it was flat and then realized only at the exit of turn 2 it's time to pack it in. But this is a Dyson's Karabo Malamane. It's Van Wheelie showing his experience to keep Arjun now behind him. He's done many laps in a single seater of various forms, from VW to Formula 1600, and now applying his trade to the new MSA4. But Arjun now down the inside into turn 4. It was a late decision, and Van Wheelie will run it all the way around the outside and further back. There's more contact.
Malamela getting tagged there, and he's sent into the side, into the barrier by the looks of it. If he's gone through that kitty, there's not a lot of kitty litter there to play with, and Malamela got tagged there properly. He went sideways into the wall and possibly out of the race. We'll try and pick up on as the dust settles at the bottom end of the field there as they come through turn 6 now into 7. Down the hill they come. It's Palome now looking for a chance to try and make up some ground as he went off earlier on. We're watching the progress coming from Van Wheelie and Nel. Nel, the most important man, from 8th place up to 4th. Renzo Ribeiro hanging on for now for what is 5th place on circuit. And there is Malamela.
Yeah, that's hit the
So
wall.
I
But
wonder if there's an opportunity there. It is a hard one. He's out the car, fortunately. You can see him climbing out of the car. Just shows you how well that safety cell works inside the car. And is there a possibility that we may see a safety car here?
Oh, there's a yellow flag. I don't know, looking.
He can't go there. There's yellow flags. He had to back out. He had to back out of that one. So he backs out of it because the car on the left-hand side. Is it deemed safe enough? I'm not sure. We'll wait and see what the COC has to say. Looks like they're going to keep it under double yellows there for a while. And try and get this race day done and dusted. Dusted being the
operative word there. Yeah. We got 2x2 here at the moment between these cars. It's 2 in the front. It's Gonzalo holding back Casey Angel Smith, and then Nicholas Van Wheelie really showing a defensive lesson off to the young Arjan now from Namibia. He's looking for a way past, but Van Wheelie, a wise old head on his shoulders. He knows when to defend. He didn't even try and defend clear air there. No. He knew he had it done. So Van Wheelie really teaching Arjunal something here about defending in a single-seater.
And Van Wheelie looking for his first podium as well. He hasn't podiumed in this class yet, so Nicholas Van Wheelie will... Red flag. Okay. I was hoping it wasn't going to go to a red flag, but a red flag has been called. It's because that car is in a dangerous position. I was hoping they're going to keep it under double yellows, but clearly it's too dangerous for that car to be there. And we'll do it all again. But
so 5 out of 8, it's only 40%.
Yeah, we're going to probably have to do another 4-lapper here.
Yeah. So we'll go a lap back. It'll go lap back to lap 4.
Yes.
So unfortunate for Mikael Bezeno, because if that happened 2 laps earlier, he'd be able to get back in.
I'm not sure if he's allowed to come back on. If he goes into pit lane, changes the tyre, because the red flag, it's a restart.
It's not a new race. He comes out still 2 laps down. He went into the pits 2 laps ago.
Okay. We'll wait and see. I'm not sure.
I think.
Let's maybe get somebody who might be listening there from MSA4 to send us a WhatsApp. And is this a respite for Michael Besaidnout? Can he possibly come back out again and maybe start at the back of the grid? That's one thing I would say he'd be allowed to do if he has gone in, or from pit lane. Okay.
There we go. It won't be a new race.
So, yeah, it's not a complete restart. It'll be 2 halves added together, so Michael won't be able to come back out again.
I think that the rule written, as far as I understand in the FIA, is anything more than 3 laps it can't be called a new race.
Yes.
So if that had happened on lap 1 or lap 2, they would be able to call it a new race.
Story.
But that's what I say. If it happened 2 laps earlier, they go back a lap. He could have rejoined in a position and race. But unfortunately, he'd already been in the pits for 2 laps.
So now the question is they have to reshuffle the grid as well. So it'll be a little bit of a break in proceedings here, because we've got the 7-7 car on pole right now, and I don't think Simpiwe wants to start on pole.
Would you with all of those behind you?
No, not a chance. Not a chance. Well, there goes Big Max to go and fetch that car at turn 4.
Glad to see he got out of that car as quickly as he did. So that's not a small smack on the exit of turn 4. There was damage on the left rear corner, and he got out of it like he was okay. So
I'm not sure who he tagged, though. I think it might have been
was Ribeiro.
Yeah, I think it might have been Renz.
I don't think he knew he was there, because he came over to his normal line and then all of a sudden. So I don't think he knew that Ribeiro was still there.
Yeah.
And they had made contact twice before that.
Correct.
Interlocking wheels, fighting for position. So I think maybe Krabel thought he had got the job done and opened the door, opened the line up on the way up, and unfortunately wheel on wheel and turned him around.
Didn't realize that he was that close. Fortunately, as you said, the driver's okay. That's the most important factor.
It's a great job to WCT for putting together that chromoly safety cell that they sit in. So instead of using the standard carbon fiber monocoque for a single seater, which is now the worldwide standard, it does add massive cost. They decided to go with a chromoly tubular frame, which obviously brings the cost down, but it's still just as safe. It's just not as light.
But it works. That's the most important thing. Keeping these drivers safe when they do have big ones like we've just seen there. And 2 big ones to wrap up the day's racing as well. That's kind of not what we expected. But you said it earlier on.
I did say we put a bunch of carters with 2 points between them and then inverted the grid. So, I did say that we may have some drivers tripping over each other, and we had a few of them. But nothing malicious, nothing untoward. It just
I think it'll
hard
be the racing
racing
incident for sure.
Oh, it definitely looked like it to me.
No doubt about it.
It's just hard racing.
It's pity to lose him, because what that means is, I don't know. That means there's going to be a little bit of a.
Wait, hold on, Michael drops a 0 then, eh?
Yeah, but remember, I'm going on the new points now. Don't look at these. These don't count anymore. I'm going on the new points. These two were equal on points. Renzo and Carabo, 49 apiece. And those are the two protagonists in that incident. I think there may be a little bit of work there for Arlene after this.
Yeah, there might be some video footage submitted and a bit of conversation. But like I said, it didn't look untoward.
Yeah,
it's just two cars trying to like occupy the same piece of tarmac.
Exactly.
Which they were doing for 3 laps before that. So, it can go wrong sometimes, and it can be a really close wheel-to-wheel race. And we've seen it all the way up into Formula 1.
Right, so they've reformed the grid at the front there by the looks of it. Putting Nzala on first. Casey on the inside now. That could potentially see Casey take the lead of the race on the restart and wrap up the championship with the final victory of the inaugural.
I do think if Null gets
MSA4.
past on the start, past Van Wheelie, we're going to have a good race between Null and Casey.
But he's got to get past. He's got to get past Van Wheelie and Mudley, though. Hey?
Why?
Because that's how they've lined up. There he is.
Do they go
There's
back
Woodley
a
ahead
lap?
of him. So no, they would have probably gone back to the original grid. That's the original grid there.
No, it can't. It's not a new race.
No, it's not. It wouldn't have been original grid. No, it can't have. No,
They haven't
exactly.
reshuffled yet. They're still...
Oh, I didn't see Simpiwe.
Yeah, Simpiwe's still there.
See her. I was looking at the camera angle we had there from the wall, and it looked like they had.
You'll probably find they'll go out and do a warm-up lap again now, a sighting lap, and
They'll
then park in their
probably
spots.
send Simpiwe first and tell her to go to the back of the grid because she's got time to do that.
Unless there's a
They're
CSE.
going to have to extract that car from turn 4, so it won't happen just yet.
We were
So
giving
there we are.
hand signals to directions to officers. Sorry
See,
about
there we
that.
go.
Got distracted.
That way to timekeeping.
Yes.
Transponders 2 doors down. Arlene is on the grid there. Arlene Brown, of course, our COC for this class and for the South African Touring Cars and SupaCup category. And she's also had quite a tough year, but does a spectacular job as well as a COC.
It's possibly the most difficult job on the day.
Oh, for sure.
Without a
For
doubt.
sure. And of course, today we run with 3 COCs. So you've got the circuit COC and JL. You've got Arlene looking after 2 classes, and you've got Eric looking after a couple of classes as well. So it's a great team effort that gets put in from race control. And of course, race control next door to us, running all the marshals, our Orange Army, to get everything sorted out as quickly as possible.
They got that
Zwartkops team-
wall sorted
Zwartkops team
quick.
to fix the wall. John and his team getting that wall back into place in pretty much record-breaking time there. And then you've got the big man, of course, in Big Max, Andre. He'll go out there and collect all the cars that are slightly second-hand. Anybody want to buy a 120 BMW? I've got Roy Campos's number. I'll let you know.
Slightly used.
Yeah, just...
May need some polishing.
Yeah, I think that'll polish out. Eh?
Yeah, that'll polish out. For sure. Yeah, we go there reforming now. So
Campai,
Zalo
I
on
hope you
pole.
enjoyed all the race action, and I think there's a possibility your son still finished up in second in the championship, even though he had that big moment. So I think the consolation there for Roy would be that's the case. Are they rolling
They're
the cars?
reforming.
Yeah, they're rolling the cars ahead of Simpiwe.
Yeah.
So they'll move her back, and they'll just get everybody slightly forward into their good positions, and then roll them from there to bring them back for the restart.
Yeah, like I say, you'll probably find them form up now ahead of the grid, do a warm-up lap, stop, lights out, and away we go.
Yeah.
Unless they do it as a rolling start.
What I can see as well is 5-lapper. So they completed 3, 5 combination, will bring them back to the 8, and the combination's what might come into play there for. No, it's not going to come in at all.
So far, it's
not going to change anything other than maybe Adrian Nell stealing 3rd from Renzo. 46 plays 49.
Remember though, Karabo's going to get a 0 back on a drop pointer.
Yes, he will.
So if he's got points that are drop points, or
let's
if
have a
he's
look and see
dropping
what-
he's dropping 2 zeros. No.
He can't get any more.
Can't get any
more
more
than that. Yeah.
No.
So that won't work.
Nope.
Karabo is okay though. That's the important
Most
thing.
important point, yeah. That he's okay. He got out of that car straight away. I mean, that's a solid Onco he hit. There wasn't a tyre barrier to slow that down.
And what do you reckon in that Volkswagen engine, that power plant that is now in these cars through turn 4?
140, 150?
Yeah, about 150-ish, eh? So probably hit the wall at about 170.
Yeah,
He would have aquaplaned across the grass.
Yeah.
So definitely would have sped up slightly.
So a definite high G impact, but head restraints, harness device, seatbelt, halo, well safe in a vehicle like this.
Yeah, that halo type device certainly works well. And of course all the other safety structures that have been built in these cars showing us that that's why they took their time to get this category sorted and polished before they went full-time racing.
Well, I mean, we talk about these safety advents. The halo came out, most of the drivers hated it. Most of the drivers complained about it. For the first time a wheel hit a halo, they suddenly loved it. And the same with the harness device.
Same thing applied. I mean, if you look at that incident that happened, I think it was between Hamilton and Verstappen where the cars went over each other. And things could have got a lot worse in that scenario. So it's the reason why they've gone with this option. Hello, Farmer Brown. There he is. Man from Bethlehem there, one of our camera crew. He's been around a while. It's great to have him as part of the crew. We've got a really cool crew here. And as we saw earlier on down in our production office, a superb job here from our Two Wheels and Planet Margate production team. Joining us with this weekend is LiveX. So it's a 3-way collaboration to bring us the onboard cameras, the boom camera, the drone camera, and of course all of our normal positions that bring you the production here as part of this one. There's our boom man. What's up, Boomer? Give us a wave.
There he is.
There he
Hey.
is. Oh, a little salute from Boomtown there. Boomtown. His name's Durkee.
Durkee.
Nice one, Durkee. We love your work down at turn 2, bud. Love that boom.
He got a lekker tan today as well.
He did. I checked that out. That's the shot we want. Thanks, Dirks. Inside boom, sweeping around the hairpin at turn 2, Castral Corner.
Brilliant shot.
And there's the outside shot that we would normally have. But we've got 2 options to play with. And we've got the onboard options to play with in some of the categories too. I do think we need to look at an onboard on a bike at some point.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've got to mic up a driver as well. We have to mic a driver up at some point.
There we go. There's Bazza. Hello, Barry. He, of course, has worked hard as well. Love your work, bud. Thank you so much for all the effort. And, yeah, we know that's an awesome job. And we do appreciate all of our cameramen that are out there and the work that they've done throughout the season. We've had a big crew that have gone all around the country with us as well. Some of the guys picked up in East London, PE, and Cape Town. They're all part and parcel of this incredible crew that bring us the live stream. Wind, rain, or shine, they have to stand out there. That's the scary thing about being a cameraman. They say the cameraman's got the cush job. That's what they tell us.
I don't think we can respond to that sitting in an air-conditioned room looking at a TV screen.
I'm going to say that. It's all good. They can have that job. I've been on turn 4.
And the rest of the production team in a very hot trailer.
There's Dan at turn 2. He's the opposite man, of course, the opposite side. So he's giving us the reverse angle down at turn 2. He's also giving us some great action here today.
Oh, there's the home of Bucket Racing behind him.
Yeah. And I think just to the right to that is Lee Thompson Racing, if I'm not mistaken.
On the other side.
On the other side of the building,
yeah.
All right, they're rolling. So that means they're going to come round to do their form up and get ready to go for the last 5 laps, hopefully with no more interruptions.
Heat 2.5. There's Kian Spies. I haven't seen a lot of them today. He's still getting to grips with MSA4. He had to miss Red Star. He was away on international karting duties. So he's only just gotten back in the car. Busy studying in Cape Town at the moment. So also he's got to fly up for all these races. Just behind that, the Apex car of Anastasia Jurasis.
Lots of support from her, from the Zafirios. They were shouting out earlier on. Keeping it in-house with the European look and feel there.
That's a new livery for this race, I think, as well.
Yeah.
It's looking absolutely phenomenal, the Apex back car of Anastasia. She's also just finished a campaign of Champions of the Future Academy, her 2nd season. So, great job from her.
Yeah, I think we've got some serious talent in motorsport in this country. You've seen it over the past probably 10, 15 years and where they've got to and where they potentially can go. You look at the likes of Stuart White, who of course was involved in a few of the championships that have raced here before, including the Extreme Supercars. And he went on to nearly secure a Formula 1 seat with Sauber. So that's where we stand. We've got how many? 14 World Karting Champions, eh?
Yeah.
So
I think 14 only in Rotax. No,
yeah, but I'm just saying. It's a
we got more than that.
Huge. I think it's 19 in total with
Rock
the
Cup. We've got a few as well.
Yeah. And
that's just
14
happened
in Rotax.
So Jason Kutsia also just got back from Italy. He was running a couple of drivers at the Rock Super Final. Awesome events as well. We had some really good finishes. I think Noah Cronier was our highest finisher.
He was, yes, yeah.
So South Africa representing.
His dad
won the first ever Rotax Grand Final on our own home soil.
Yeah, at Zwartkops. Yeah, at Zwartkops he won.
Right, let's get going with the racing though.
Okay, we got green flag. 2-minute board. Changes to 1 minute in about 30 seconds. We'll get a 30-second board, which will change in 5 seconds.
To 5 seconds.
And then lights on. Let's do it again, boy. 5 more laps to go. After that 5-second board puts the lights on. Lights out. Let's go.
Oh, great start from Null. Null's already looking for a go past Casey Smith at turn 1. He hasn't quite got it though, but it was a great launch. Anastasia Rush is looking down the inside there into turn 1. Wasn't able to get it done, but Null, like I said, got past Van Wheelie and now can challenge Enzo Smith and Azalo for the win of this heat.
And if he gets up into third place, that puts him into contention for third overall ahead of Renzo Ribeiro and Karabo Malamela. So this incredible weekend here at Zwartkops for Adrian Nel could see him move up to third place.
Oh, around the outside.
He's around the outside of the man who would be king.
He slim shaded him.
He did indeed. 2 wheels around the outside there, not 2 trailer park wheels.
Oh, more movement just behind them. I think that's Van Wheelie trying to hang on to that 4th space. And it looked like Ken Swart was in there. Yes, he is. Ken Swart.
Ken Swart is in there. But have a look at how close Casey Enzo Smith got onto the back end of Adrian Nel. He's already lost the nose cone once today. Don't want to do it a second time. He knows how dangerous that is. So he backed out.
But now he knows exactly where the end of it is.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only time you really figure out where it is once you've taken it off.
Oh, yeah. That's how far I can go.
Yeah. Oops. Oh.
It's like driving a Beetle for the first time. Can I see the front of the car? No.
Swat down the inside of Van Wheelie into turn 1. It's a brave move, and especially on a driver like Van Wheelie, so he pulled out of it, and that's put him into the clutch of the Palmaro. He's going to go around the outside. Mudley's making a move on Ribeiro, so we've had 2 potential passes in 1 corner there.
Swart's diving through there nicely. So a couple of changes into that second pack of cars and a few more contenders being thrown in. Nzalo Corza doing an amazing job again. Casey Enzo Smith couldn't catch him. Can Adrian Nel possibly? Swartz with a little move there on the steering wheel coming out of turn 4. Had to do a little bit of a correction there. Goes defensive instantaneously coming out of turn 4 to keep Palome at bay. And Palome does the same thing to keep Mudley and Renzo behind him.
Oh, he was late to the brakes there. He hasn't got the exit, so he's going to be in trouble into 6 now. Mudley's gotten past Ribeiro and now looking on the back of Palome. So we've got 4 cars here battling over, what position is that? That is 7th.
5th place.
6th.
5th and 6th places. They come down the hill. Little pull out there and an attempt to have a go from the metal used spares machine of Renzo. He puts it onto the dirt. Those single seaters don't like the off-road, boy. Keep it on the black stuff if you can. Renzo's trying hard, and he has to because he knows there's a chance he's going to lose 3rd place in this championship, because up the road is Adrian Nel, and he's going to be scoring a couple more points that may secure that 3rd place for the Namibian.
Yeah, he's quite far up the road. He's actually right on the back of Nzalo now and challenging for the win in this heat. I say right on the back, it's still a car length, but they seem to have cleared Casey Enzo Smith. Jordan Mudley looking up the inside of Palmero into turn 4, but nothing doing there. And by pulling out, all you've done is lost your exit up into turn number 5. But who hasn't lost the exit is Ken Swart, as he hampers all over the back of Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie under big pressure in this race.
Again. This time it's just a different coloured car behind him. He's going, hang on a second, I got rid of one, now I've got to deal with another one. Somebody running wide at the top of the hill there as well, putting a wheel on the dirt. That might have been Simpiwe, I think. Motlatlo, our young lady driver at the back end, who is also making her debut into single-seater racing for the first time as one of our only lady competitors in here. Anastasia is up to 10th. She's got ahead of Kian Spies. So I think Spies, maybe it was Spies that ran wide.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't look to be...
And he drops back now. That's Poseidon
Notes rejoined the race.
Poseidon Notes rejoined the race.
So to try and score as little points as he can, but like we said before, he's probably 2 laps under.
He's in 10th right now. He's got to get up to 8th if he wants to score 1 point. He's got to get to 7th if he wants 2, and he needs 3. So he's got to get up to at least 6th place. Right now he sits in 10th.
Yeah, Casey at the moment sitting in that 3rd place, sitting pretty. He doesn't need to get into a fight with anybody, but these 4 don't seem to mind about fighting as they trip over each other. Nicholas Van Wheelie is still heading that out. Ken Swartz lost a place to Palone. So Palone managed to get past Ken Swartz and now can chase down Nicholas Van Wheelie. And in front, the front 3 separated by 0.5 to 2nd and a 2nd to 3rd seem to be getting a little bit closer together as they exit the last corner. Arjun now using all the track and more. He paid his full entry fee, so therefore he gets to use the old track.
Yeah.
And he's definitely taking advantage of that.
Again. We're on to the final lap here, Carl. So it's Nzalo Khoza looking for his first victory here today. That'll be amazing. If he can get 2nd place there for Adrian Nel, 2nd place will definitely secure him 3rd overall in the championship over Renzo Ribeiro. And how far up is Michael Besaidnout going to finish? Could that potentially spoil the day for Casey Ensel Smith? I think Casey realizes 3rd is good enough. He's not getting involved in this hunt at the front end.
Yeah, they're going to head up now to 5 and 6 for the last time. Adrian Nell's not the driver to settle for 2nd place. He's going to go for the win as best as he can. He had an idea to look at the inside there, but he realized he wasn't close enough. He's going to save it for the last corner. Is Nzalo going to be wise enough to defend early on the exit of 7? We come out of 7 now. Nzalo looks like he's gone defensive early.
Yes,
is Arjun Nope. He thinks he's far enough ahead, and now realizes he is, and that is how we're going to end the final heat of the day, the final heat of 2025. It's Nzalo who takes the win, Arjun Nel in 2nd, and Casey Angel Smith celebrates a championship victory 3rd across the line.
Yeah, 3rd place wraps it up there. Casey Ensel Smith, your inaugural MSA4 champion. Nzalo Khoza, first time win for him, and he wraps up an incredible day's racing here for MSA4. Adrian Nel will move to 3rd place with that 2nd place on the road, and it moves him ahead of Renzo Ribeiro and Karabo Malamela. So Renzo and Karabo's little touch has cost them both dearly, with Adrian Nel taking 2 wins and a 2nd.
There's his dad, Willem Nel, up on top of the embankment, giving his son a wave.
There you go. Lovely to see the support, and of course everybody that stuck around here right to the closing stages, we do appreciate it. And everybody that's out there on our live stream feed as well, thank you guys for the support throughout the day. We've had an incredible day's racing to wrap up the National Championships for Extreme Festival, and particularly this one, MSA4, the inaugural championship, and of course the winner of that, Casey Ensel Smith. What a good effort there from him, and what an amazing day for Adrian Nel, particularly 2 wins and a 2nd for the Namibian. He'll be back next year, and he is going to be a serious threat in this championship, Carl.
Oh, 100%. I've seen some good racing from him over the years, working with him in karting, but to see him in a single-seater doing what he did today, massive step forward with very little time in the car. But Casey Ensel Smith, it's all about him in 2025. He takes that inaugural MSA4 championship. But what a day. 2 brand new winners in the class.
Yeah.
Our first ever MSA4 champion. And as always, Greg, I got to share a commentary box with you through some great racing. VW Rookie Cup, Polo Cup. We had the Supercars that were great to watch. The ZX10R Masters I got to learn from you on. So I cannot wait for 2 weeks' time when I get to sit here with you again at the Zwartkops International Circuit for the Extreme
And
Regional
there you have
Festival.
it. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time. And we'll be back here at Zwartkops for the final round of the Regional Extreme Festival, proudly brought to you by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Wrapping up a phenomenal day's racing. We've given a shout out to the team down there, of course, from our production side of things. Dave Peterson, the boys from LiveX, and Paul doing such a good job to bring us all the race action today. We, I don't think, missed anything out there, which was pretty awesome. Look forward, of course, to the post-production with Polo Cup and the Rookie Cup, and then Toyota Gazoo Racing. That'll be in about 3 weeks and 4 weeks' time on Ignition Channel 189 and also onto YouTube. And then, of course, we can't wait to get back here for Zwartkops in 2 weeks for the final round of the regionals, but we're coming back in November for Top of the Hill as well. So make sure that you come and join us for that. To all our marshals, medics, and of course the entire team here at Zwartkops, Tanya and her team, an amazing job, ladies and gents. Thank you so much for a phenomenal season as well. And Carl, thanks for joining me in commentary, but I look forward to doing more of it hopefully next year and throughout the season for next year. And yeah, to wrap things up from our side, Let's go and catch up with your new champion, Casey Ensor-Smith.
Casey Ensor-Smith, finally you've won a single-seater championship. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I really am over the moon. I really am. A big thank you to Pete for being my mechanic this year, and thank you for Brian for helping me through everything. It's been a tough year. We had a bit of struggles in Cape Town, but it was still, thank you. It was an amazing year. I really do. Thank you, Investchem and Chemical Logistics and everything.
Awesome job. Well done, man.
Thank you so much.
So there you have it. Quick little wrap up there from the man there who's wrapped up the first ever MSA4 championship. And Casey Ensor-Smith has fought hard for it. It looked like it might have gone haywire for him right at the start, because remember that first heat he lost the nose cone, DNF'd. But it's all down to consistency and finishing races and finishing at the top end of those races as much as he can. It is a spectacular day's racing that comes to a close here. We wrap things up on our live stream. On behalf of Carl Lawrence, the voice of international karting, and myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, we'll see you on the 8th of November for the final round of the Regional Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops, the International World of Motoring. Take care then. Bye-bye now.